Chapter 2207. At the same time, Yong Kai mysteriously appeared in one of the rooms of the Myriad Saints' Peak Palace. After regaining control of his body, Yong Kai immediately put on a defensive posture and looked around. Not far in front of him, when Zishan was lying lazily on a chair, looking at him with a smile. Greetings, Temple Master One." Yong Kai straightened his face and cupped his fists when Zishan nodded and said, "You're welcome." Saying so, he stood up and walked to the table. He picked up a wine bottle and a jar of wine from the table and filled his cup. In an instant, the room was filled with the fragrance of wine. He took a sip and put on a look of ecstasy, as if he was savoring the taste. Looking at him like this, Yong Kai's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not disturb him and just waited quietly. After a long time, when Zishan seemed to have recovered from the pleasure and said with a satisfied expression, "You should know why I called you here, right?" Yong Kai pondered for a moment and said, "I heard some guesses from Brother Xia." "Ha ha!" When Zishan laughed, "Boy, you're very cautious. Well, I called you here to give you a reward. Although you made a request to this king a few days ago, that request is not enough to offset your contribution to the temple. However, you're not a disciple of the temple, so you're an outsider. This king has been in a dilemma for a long time about the reward. Boy, I don't ask for much." Yong Kai smiled slightly. When Zishan said, "What kind of reward do you want? Why don't you tell me, if possible? This king can satisfy you." He threw the initiative to Yong Kai. This approach seemed generous and open-minded. In fact, Kai Yang was well aware of what was going on, because he was just a cultivator in the first-order Tao source realm, while when Zishan was a third-order emperor, realm master, and a sect master. Therefore, what was precious and rare to Yong Kai might be ordinary to Wen Zishan. If Yong Kai proposed the reward, Wen Zishan might be able to get it easily. How could Yong Kai be so stupid? He naturally would not miss such a rare opportunity. He just said, "What reward can Temple Master Wen give this junior?" Hearing this, Wen Zishan showed a look of approval. When the two looked at each other, everything was understood without words. After a moment of silence, Wen Zishan said, "Based on the number of star seals you have handed, this king can open the gate of the temple's treasury and allow you to enter to choose any 3 items." Yong Kai's eyes suddenly. This was what Wen Zishan had said. However, the Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault did not belong to him. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault was naturally filled with countless rare treasures. If Yong Kai could really enter and take 3 things, it might allow his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Just as he was tempted, when Zishan said in a provocative tone, "There are many treasures in the temple's treasury. There are countless artifacts, including 2 emperor artifacts, but as for what those emperor artifacts are, and where they are, you'll have to find them yourself. I won't tell you. In addition, there are all kinds of spirit pills that are difficult to find in the outside world, as well as secret arts and secret tomes that have never been taught to outsiders. With your cultivation, any one of them is a great opportunity. Moreover, there are many cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm." Yong Kai's breathing slowly quickened. He really did not expect Wen Zishan to be so generous to him. No matter what, he was still an outsider, but when Zishan was willing to open the gate of the treasury to him, this alone was enough to make Yong Kai very grateful. However, although what Wen Zishan said was precious and rare, it still did not make Yong Kai immediately make up his mind. He did not care about the emperor artifacts, and he could refine the pills himself. He did not particularly need them. He could also ignore secret arts because even if he took them, he would not have so much time to cultivate them. Instead, the cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm made Yong Kai slightly tempted. These things could help him save a lot of time and avoid many detours. Seeing his expression change, when Zishan was a little surprised and said, "What? None of these things attract you?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Please forgive me, Temple Master Wen. I just don't know how to decide." When Zishan smiled and said, "This king understands. And if you don't like these things, how about this king personally teach you a secret art?" Yang Kai looked up at him and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master Wen, may I ask, what reward will Brother Xia and the others get this time? Will they be able to enter the treasury and take out any 3 items?" As soon as these words came out, when Zishan's smile immediately became meaningful, he pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, you've asked the right question. It seems the reward that Brother Xia and the others get is a little different from mine." Yang Kai said knowingly, "Yes, it is indeed different. After all, they are disciples of the temple, and you are not." When Zishan admitted bluntly, he was not worried that Yang Kai would throw a tantrum because the truth was right there. After all, people were still divided into close and distant. However, he changed the topic and said, "You also have a chance to get the same reward as them. I just don't know if you're willing." "I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai looked solemn, although he did not know what kind of reward Xia Sheng and the others would get, since when Zishan admitted that the reward was different, it meant that Xia Sheng and the others would get better rewards. Since there was such an opportunity, Yang Kai would certainly fight for it. However, he was very curious about what kind of reward would be better than entering the treasury and choosing any 3 items. When Zishan did not answer him immediately this time, instead, he said, "Do you know why this king built Azure Sun Temple here?" Yang Kai thought to himself, that was hundreds of thousands of years ago. How would I know? Although he was muttering in his heart, he put on a look of asking for advice and said, "I don't know." Of course, it's because there is something very special here. When Zishan said, as he spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and he continued, 800 years ago, this king accidentally passed by the Azure Sun Mountain range and found something. That thing had a mysterious effect. This king was already a third-order emperor, realm master at that time, so he wanted to collect that thing, but unfortunately he did not succeed. I could only live here temporarily. As time passed, this place gradually grew to the size of a sect, so this king simply built Azure Sun Temple. Compared to the other top sects in the Southern Territory, this temple has only been around for a short time. So why is it able to compete with the other top sects? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered, "Is it because of that thing?" When Zishan suddenly showed a teachable expression and said, "Yes, although this king is a third-order emperor, realm master, and is not weaker than the other sect masters or temple masters, the strength of a sect is not just a matter of one person. It requires the support of many pillars. For Azure Sun Temple to develop to its current scale, that thing played an important role." "I wonder, what exactly is that thing?" When Yang Kai heard this, he was also very curious. He really could not understand what kind of thing could allow a sect to prosper to its current level. When Zishan stared at Yang Kai with a solemn expression and spat out 3 words, "The Divine Ascension Mirror, Immortal Ascension Boundary?" Yang Kai listened blankly. "It's not the Divine Ascension Boundary, it's the Divine Ascension Mirror, the Mirror of Mirrors." When Zishan explained, "This is a strange object that has existed since the beginning of the world. It forms a world of its own inside, and that world is very different from the one we are in now. As for what the difference is, this king will not explain it to you. If you have the opportunity to enter it, you will naturally understand. After entering it, the cultivator will also obtain a huge increase in strength. Back then, this king explored it but was unable to decipher the key to this object. Over the past few hundred years, most of the temple's elite disciples have entered it, and those who were able to come out alive have all become much stronger. Star Soul Palace has the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Orthodoxy Temple has the Astral Winds, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land has the Martial Intent Temple. These are the foundations of their respective sects, and are the reason why these sects have been able to stand tall for so long. When Zishan said with a proud expression, "And my Azure Sun Temple has the Divine Ascension Mirror. As long as the Divine Ascension Mirror is not broken, my temple will be able to continue to pass on its legacy and never decline." "Can this brat go in?" Yang Kai asked with a fiery expression, when Zishan grinned and said, "Originally, this king would never allow an outsider like you to enter. Even in the temple, only those who have entered it know the secret of the Divine Ascension Mirror. The other disciples have never heard of it, and naturally the other sects also know nothing about it. However, your contribution this time is not small, so if this king doesn't allow you to enter, it would be somewhat unreasonable, but allowing you to enter would also be against the rules." Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Temple Master Wen, do you still remember that when I fought with Shui Yi last time, you said that if I won, you would agree to a request of mine that wasn't too excessive?" When Zishan was startled when he heard this and looked at Yang Kai. "What? You're going to use this request here?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said, "In addition to my contribution of 6 star seals to the temple, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" "There shouldn't be a problem." When Zishan pondered, "You've already said so much, but are you sure you want to do this? You don't even know what the Divine Ascension Mirror can bring you." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since Brother Xia and the others received this reward, it means that this is the best reward. Since it's the best reward, why should I hesitate?" "Good." Wen Zishan shouted, "Since that's the case, this king will agree to your request. However, you must also swear an oath that you will never reveal the secret of the Divine Ascension Mirror to anyone for the rest of your life. Otherwise, this brat understands." Yang Kai nodded and immediately swore an oath in front of Wen Zishan. Chapter 2208. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to Flying Swallow Peak from Wen Zishan's place. During this half a day, when Zishan explained the mysteries of the Divine Ascension Mirror to Yang Kai in detail, the more Yang Kai learned about the Divine Ascension Mirror, the more surprised he became that such a treasure could be born in this world and that such a mysterious space existed. When Zishan was right, as long as one could enter the Divine Ascension Mirror and come out alive, any cultivator would receive a massive boost in strength. This kind of boost wasn't just a boost to one's strength, but rather a boost to one's foundation and overall abilities. This was a significant boost to any cultivator. At this point, he finally understood why Gao Shuiting suddenly came to find him a few days ago and gave him the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield before she left. She had either anticipated this or was preparing ahead of time. So she specifically gave Yang Kai a soul-type defensive artifact in order to give him an extra layer of protection after he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it for a while, he smiled bitterly and muttered under his breath, "The older the wiser." The reason he said this was because he understood one thing. When Zishan and the others had probably discussed this more than 10 days ago before he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. But today, Temple Master, when deliberately made things difficult for him, and vaguely pointed out that the rewards Xia Sheng and the others received were different from Yang Kai's, all in order to lure Yang Kai into using up his previous promise. In other words, even if Yang Kai didn't use Wen Zishan's promise, he should still be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Things had already gotten to this point. There was no point in regretting it. Yang Kai felt like he should be thanking Wen Zishan instead. He had opened up the great secret of Azure Sun Temple to an outsider like him, giving him a chance to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. So, what if he used up that promise? He was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror tomorrow. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to refine the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield after returning to Flying Swallow Peak. After all, it would only take half a day, so no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't have much of an effect. He simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his condition to its optimal state. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling. It was obvious that he had rested well. Then, he set off towards a certain direction in the depths of the Azure Sun Mountain range. About an hour later, Yang Kai landed at the foot of a high mountain. On the other side of the open space, there were already 4 figures standing there. Yang Kai glanced at them. He discovered that the 4 people were Xia Sheng, Xiao Bai-yi, Morong Xiao Xiao, and Chen Muji. Ha! I knew that Brother Yang would definitely come. Xia Sheng looked at Yang Kai and laughed. Xiao Bai-yi, on the other hand, was shocked because he thought that the Divine Ascension Mirror was related to the sex secrets, even if Yang Kai, an outsider, had made great contributions. It was also impossible for him to have the opportunity to enter. However, he did not expect his own hall master to be so generous. Junior Brother Yang. Morong Xiao Xiao smiled at Yang Kai and nodded in greeting. Brother Yang. Chen Muji also cupped his fist slightly. Although he wasn't familiar with Yang Kai yet, he had at least exchanged a few words with him. Moreover, everyone was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror this time, so they had to support each other, so there was no problem in building a good relationship beforehand. Yang Kai also cupped his fists in response, greeting everyone one by one and exchanging a few words with them. Only then did he change the topic. Are we the only ones entering this time? Is there no elder leading the team? Xia Sheng smiled. Of course there is. It's said that the Divine Ascension Mirror is quite dangerous, so the temple won't feel safe letting us Tao Source Realm cultivators enter alone. They will probably send an elder from the Emperor Realm to assist us. But we don't know who it is. Chen Muji smiled. Xia Sheng's face darkened as he muttered, Please don't let it be Elder Gao. Last time, he was thrown off the ship by Gao Shueting on the way to and from the Four Seasons realm, so he was quite afraid of her. After saying this, Xia Sheng turned his head suspiciously and looked at Morong Xiao Xiao with a puzzled expression. Xiao Xiao, didn't you rest well last night? Why are your eyelids twitching? It's not that. Morong Xiao Xiao answered softly with an anxious expression on her face. Humph. Xiao Bai-yi coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. Chen Muji and Yang Kai. One of them looked up at the sky while the other looked down at the ground. Xia Sheng suddenly seemed to understand something and couldn't help but shiver. Behind him, he felt a chill, as if a peerless demon god was standing behind him. Her tall figure covered the sky, making Xia Sheng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Ha! He suddenly let out a dry laugh. What did I just say? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had hit him hard. Then he fell to the ground and lay there with his arms and legs spread out, not moving at all. All of you, follow me. Gao Shueting said indifferently as she turned around and flew upwards. Yes, several people responded and followed closely behind Gao Shueting. Before Morong Xiao Xiao left, she looked at Xia Sheng sympathetically, but she didn't have the courage to pull him up. She could only silently pray for her brother in her heart. Along the way, Gao Shueting didn't say a word, making the disciples feel a great deal of pressure. For some reason, when the disciples got along with Gao Shueting, they couldn't help but become serious, as if they were intimidated by her cold aura. Not long after, everyone arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a flat and smooth cliff facing the abyss. Gao Shueting stopped in front of the cliff. Yang Kai and the others stood about 10 meters away from Gao Shueting and looked at the place curiously. Yang Kai's curiosity was understandable because he was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and was unfamiliar with everything here. However, Xiao Bai-yi and the others were different. Although they had lived in Azure Sun Temple for many years and had been here to learn from their masters and had passed by this place many times, they had never paid much attention to this place. They thought it was just an ordinary mountain peak, but they didn't expect that there was a huge secret hidden here. After entering, "Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't say what you shouldn't say," Gao Shueting suddenly said seriously, "especially you." When she said the last sentence, her majestic gaze was cast on Xia Sheng, who was hiding behind Morong Xiao Xiao. She didn't know when he had caught up. This disciple will become a mute now. When Xia Sheng heard this, he immediately reached out and drew a line across his mouth, as if he was sewing it shut with an invisible needle and thread. Only then did Gao Shueting turn her head and face the flat cliff, calling out, "Is Grandma you here?" Shueting is under the orders of the sect master to bring a few disciples into the divine ascension mirror. "Grandma, please open the barrier." Her tone was extremely polite, not even when facing Wen Zishan and Qiu Ran. It was fine with Wen Zishan, but Gao Shueting seemed to have been brought up by Wen Zishan. The two of them had a very close relationship, and Wen Zishan often did things that angered Gao Shueting, so Gao Shueting naturally didn't respect him. However, Qiu Ran, as the vice temple master of Azure Sun Temple and a second-order emperor realm master, had never been treated so politely by Gao Shueting. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that besides politeness, Gao Shueting's attitude also had a trace of caution and nervousness, coupled with the way she addressed herself as if she was a junior. Yang Kai immediately guessed that this Grandma Yu, who was guarding the forbidden area, should be an old antique with an extremely bad temper. This speculation surprised Yang Kai slightly, because he didn't expect that there would be such a person in Azure Sun Temple. After Gao Shueting shouted, she kept waiting. After half an incense stick worth of time, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of them. Immediately after, a cave appeared on the originally empty cliff. When Gao Shueting saw this, she whispered to everyone, "Follow me." Then her figure flickered, and she rushed into the cave, with the others following closely behind. After entering the cave, a cold atmosphere immediately enveloped everyone. Even though the weakest person present was a Dao Source realm cultivator, they couldn't help but shiver and get goosebumps. The cave was quiet and secluded, and the light was dim. Gao Shueting led the way at the front while the others followed closely behind. No one spoke, and even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the limit. Only the faint sound of their heartbeats could be heard, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The path in the cave was full of twists and turns, and Gao Shueting seemed to be leading everyone into the heart of the mountain. After walking for a long time, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. After a short while, everyone arrived at a spacious cave. Looking around, this cave was clean and monotonous, and there wasn't much in it. However, in the center of the cave, there was a flickering, mirror-like object about the size of a table. Everyone's expression couldn't help but shake as they immediately understood that this was the legendary divine ascension mirror. All of them looked in that direction, wanting to see it clearly. However, when everyone looked in that direction, they discovered that the divine ascension mirror was extremely mysterious. The originally flat surface of the mirror had suddenly transformed into a huge vortex that released an unimaginable suction force. Immediately after, everyone's knowledge seas began to churn, and their souls became restless, as if their souls were about to be sucked away. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly averted their gazes. No one dared to pay attention to that strange existence anymore, and all of them broke out in cold sweat. Young people always need to suffer a little before they realize how insignificant they are. Humph! Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out, echoing throughout the spacious cave. It made everyone feel as if 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. If one really had to describe this voice, it was like the sound of two pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Yang Kai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Along with the voice, a figure strangely appeared in front of everyone. No one noticed when she had appeared, and even Gao Shui-Ting's source qi seemed to have subconsciously surged the moment this person appeared, but she quickly suppressed it. Chapter 2209. Greetings, Grandma. Gao Shui-Ting's face turned solemn as she cupped her fists towards the figure. Yang Kai and the others also hurriedly looked towards the newcomer and found that Grandma Yu's figure was extremely short, only reaching up to Yang Kai's chest. Her waist was bent, and she held a walking stick in her hand. She looked extremely weak and trembling. Grandma Yu's face couldn't be described with just the word ugly. Her face was full of potholes, traces of erosion from the flowing time great emperor. There were countless wrinkles on her face, and there were even many age spots on her face. It seemed like she didn't have long to live. Only her pair of green eyes were bright and full of spirit. Everyone felt their hair stand on end when they looked into those eyes. The first word that came to mind when looking at such a dignified gaze was ferocious. Morong Xiao Xiao, who was a little timid, already had her pretty face slightly pale. Even Yang Kai and the other men all had uncomfortable looks on their faces. But since she was in front of them, they didn't dare to not salute, so they immediately cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Senior." Grandma Yu nodded slightly and didn't say much, just sweeping her eyes over them. At the same time, an almost suffocating divine sense swept over everyone's bodies. Yang Kai turned pale with fright as he stared at the old woman in front of him in shock, because he discovered that her divine sense was incredibly powerful. It was comparable to Aunt Feng, whom he had met before. They weren't any weaker. Aunt Feng was a third-order emperor realm master, someone who was on par with Wen Zishan. However, the energy fluctuations coming from this Grandma Yu's body shouldn't have reached the third-order emperor realm. According to Yang Kai's experience, she should only be a first-order emperor realm master. In other words, although this old woman only had a first-order emperor realm cultivation, her divine sense was comparable to a third-order emperor realm master. He didn't know if it was because of her innate talent or because she had been guarding the divine ascension mirror all year round. Yang Kai secretly felt that the latter was more likely because, according to Wen Zishan, the greatest use of the divine ascension mirror was to improve the cultivator's divine sense. She had been guarding the divine ascension mirror all year round, so she must have obtained great benefits from this unique treasure. After Granny Yu scanned the crowd with her divine sense, she suddenly turned her gaze to Yang Kai, and as if she had discovered something, she chuckled strangely and said, "This little guy is quite interesting." Gao Shui-Ting glanced at Yang Kai. She frowned slightly but didn't say anything. After Granny Yu made this comment, she did not comment further on Yang Kai. Instead, she said in an ear-piercing voice, "The others are just S.O." Gao Shui-Ting cupped her fists and said, "I'll have to trouble Grandma to send them into the divine ascension mirror." "Humph, that little bastard Wen Zishan. You only know how to order me around," Granny Yu said. He suddenly cursed. Kai Yang and the others were all shocked, staring dumbfounded at the old woman in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief. Wen Zishan was the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, and since this Granny Yu was ordered to guard the restricted area, she should also be a member of the temple. As a cultivator of the temple, she actually dared to speak so rudely and call the temple master a little bastard in front of so many people. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that something was wrong. After Granny Yu finished cursing, she turned her head and glared at them with a hawk-like gaze. She said fiercely, "What? He trapped me here, and I can't even scold him? Do you have any objections?" Everyone hurriedly shook their heads, feeling like there was a lot of information in this sentence on the other side. Gao Shui-Ting frowned and said, "Granny, you're only here because of the bet with the temple master. Why do you have to? What do you know?" Granny Yu's temper was really bad. After scolding Wen Zishan, she got angry at Gao Shueting and said agitatedly, "You were just a little girl back then. What do you know?" Wen Zishan, that bastard. If this old woman wasn't his opponent, I would have torn him to pieces. She seemed to have recalled something very bad. So she started cursing endlessly. As she cursed, she banged the crutch in her hand so loudly that the entire cave was filled with loud noises. Yang Kai and the others stood in place, trembling with fear. They were afraid that this old woman would go crazy and attack them. With her powerful divine sense, which was comparable to a third-order emperor realm master. If she really attacked, Gao Shueting might not be able to protect them. Fortunately, although Granny Yu was furious, she had not lost her mind. So, after cursing for a while, she suddenly shut up and stood in place, gasping for breath as if she was tired. Gao Shueting's expression was also very ugly. She suppressed the impatience in her heart and did not dare to interrupt her. She waited for her to finish cursing before saying, "Granny, let's send them in first. This old woman knows." The old woman replied impatiently, then turned to Gao Shueting and asked, "You want to go in this time?" Gao Shueting replied, "Yes." "Good. Then each of you can find a stone room." After Granny Yu finished speaking, she suddenly pointed her crutch in front of them. Following the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai and the others noticed that there were man-made stone rooms around the mysterious divine ascension mirror. There was a restriction token hanging on the door of each stone room. After a rough count, there were a total of 10 stone rooms, all of which surrounded the divine ascension mirror in a semicircle. Gao Shueting explained, "I'm sure you already know how to enter the divine ascension mirror. Only soul avatars can enter that place, so after we enter the restricted area, our physical bodies will not be able to move." These stone rooms were personally built by the temple master. While your divine sense is in the divine ascension mirror, as long as the restriction is activated, your safety will be guaranteed. Without the restriction token or the temple master personally acting, no one will be able to destroy these stone rooms. They will damage your physical bodies. Everyone listened. They nodded to express their understanding. "Isn't it all to guard against this old woman?" Granny Yu snorted in dissatisfaction and smiled wickedly. "Since you're so worried about this old woman, why didn't you just kill me back then? Why did you give this old woman such a heavy responsibility to guard this restricted area?" She talked to herself, but no one paid any attention to her. However, Yang Kai and the others knew that she was telling the truth. When Zishan had specially built these stone rooms to protect the disciples whose soul avatars entered the divine ascension mirror, it was most likely to guard against Granny Yu. After all, Granny Yu gave off a very dangerous vibe. No one knew what she would do, and if she damaged their physical bodies while they were in the divine ascension mirror, they would probably be trapped in the divine ascension mirror for the rest of their lives. While she was speaking, everyone had already found a stone room. They took the restriction token hanging on the door and walked in. Gao Shueting didn't rush in and instead stood in place. She explained how to use the restriction token to everyone. Not long after, everyone understood and immediately closed the doors of the stone rooms before activating the restriction token and activating the restrictions of their respective stone rooms. After everyone was done, Gao Shueting chose an empty stone room and walked in. Before closing the door, she said, "I'll have to trouble Granny Yu next. There's no need for your nonsense." Granny Yu replied. Gao Shueting didn't say anything else and activated the restrictions as well, waiting silently. A short while later, Granny Yu stood in front of the divine ascension mirror with her walking stick. Suddenly, she tossed her walking stick aside and opened her arms. At the same time, a wave of divine sense surged out and poured into the divine ascension mirror. She muttered something under her breath. It seemed like she was chanting some kind of incantation, but if one listened carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what it was. Following her actions, the divine ascension mirror, which was originally flowing with light, immediately erupted with a dazzling, divine light. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others who were sitting cross-legged in the stone room were also enveloped by this light. Within this light, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. It was a terrifying feeling. However, no one tried to resist because this phenomenon was extremely normal. Every cultivator who entered the Divine Ascension Mirror would experience this. When the huge Divine Ascension Mirror suddenly started spinning faster and faster, gradually forming a wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Sand and stones were instantly sent flying in all directions as the stones smashed into the stone rooms and cave walls, causing cracking sounds. Shio, shio, shio. 6 streaks of light shot out from each of the 6 stone rooms and disappeared into the spinning Divine Ascension Mirror. At the same time, the figures of Yang Kai and the others flashed across the surface of the Divine Ascension Mirror. Granny Yu, who was in the middle of casting her technique, suddenly stared at the Divine Ascension Mirror as if she had discovered something. She cried out involuntarily, "Impossible! That's impossible, right? That brat actually has such a precious treasure on him. Did this old woman see wrongly?" After saying this, she clapped her hands together and slapped them together. The spinning Divine Ascension Mirror immediately stabilized and returned to its original state. However, Granny Yu's face was completely pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her already short figure became even more bent, as if activating the Divine Ascension Mirror this time had taken a huge toll on her. Damn it all!" she screamed. "Wen Zishan, you spared my life only because activating the Divine Ascension Mirror requires the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Don't think this old woman doesn't know your sinister intentions. You'll pay the price sooner or later." After saying this, she quickly sat down cross-legged and took out some spirit pills from her space ring, stuffing them into her mouth like they were jelly beans. Whether or not this old woman saw wrongly, I still have to go in and verify it. If it really is that thing, Wen Zishan, you're done for. Ha! Ha! She started to laugh maniacally after talking for a while. At the same time, at Myriad Saints Peak, when Zishan was looking into the distance, Chen Qian was beside him. When the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master appeared, Chen Qian said, "It looks like Sister Gao, and the others have already entered," and when Zishan nodded, everything went smoothly. "Temple Master." Chen Qian suddenly turned to look at Wen Zishan. "Actually, there's something this subordinate doesn't understand." Chapter 2210. "Oh, little Qian also has things she doesn't understand? I thought you were a little mischievous and knew everything," Wen Zishan said with a faint smile. Chen Qian immediately glared at him and said, "Temple Master, Sister Gao was raised by you, so it's fine for you to speak to her in such a tone. But I'm not. If you continue to act like an old man, be careful that you won't be single for the rest of your life." When Zishan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said with an uncomfortable expression, "And let's change the topic. What did you want to ask just now?" "Back then, why didn't you kill Grandma Yu?" Chen Qian's expression became serious as she asked in a deep voice. When Zishan's expression also became serious as he pondered for a moment before answering, "It's not that I didn't kill her. It's that I couldn't." Chen Qian was puzzled. "Subordinate doesn't understand," Wen Zishan said. "When I first came to the Azure Sun Mountain Range, it was because I discovered the Divine Ascension Mirror that I settled down here. At that time, that old thing was already guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror. She seemed to have been living here for 2,000 years. When I first saw that kind of treasure, I was naturally excited and wanted to take a look, but you know that old thing's temper. She wouldn't agree no matter what I said. In the end, This king had no choice but to fight with her. In the end, you won, and Grandma, you lost? Yes, Wen Zishan nodded, although my divine sense is about the same as hers. In the end, she was only a first-order emperor, realm master. In terms of overall strength, this king was still stronger. At that time, I realized that Old Thing wasn't a good person. She was cruel, and her methods were cruel. If I could get rid of her, I wouldn't have held back. However, she had been with the Divine Ascension Mirror for a long time and seemed to have grasped a trace of its mysteries. She couldn't use the Divine Ascension Mirror to fight her enemies, but she could use a special method to control it and turn it off. If she was forced into a corner, she would turn off the treasure, and it would be useless even if I succeeded. Hearing this, Chen Qian understood a lot and nodded, so Temple Master had some misgivings. That's right, Wen Zishan said. So I made an agreement with her that this king wouldn't take her life. She won't touch the Divine Ascension Mirror, but she has to cooperate with me when I need to use it. Realization dawned on Chen Qian's face. No wonder. When I went to the Divine Ascension Mirror to train back then, Grandma, you seemed unwilling but had no choice but to open it. So that was the reason. It's not just you. Wen Zishan chuckled. Every time you open the Divine Ascension Mirror. Wasn't that Old Thing like that? She had always regarded the Divine Ascension Mirror as her personal possession. How can we allow others to taint it? At this point, Wen Zishan coldly snorted again. Over the years, although she has been quite cooperative, I don't know how many tricks she has played, and how many elites of my temple have lost their lives. Hearing this, Chen Qian's pretty face changed as she stared at Wen Zishan in shock. Temple Master means Wen Zishan sneered. She thought she did it without anyone noticing, but in fact, everything was under this king's control. However, she didn't go too far, so I didn't bother to expose her. But those disciples who died, Chen Qian revealed a pained expression. Wen Zishan let out a long sigh. That was also a kind of test. If you passed, you would naturally become stronger, but if you failed, you could only die. Everyone has their own destiny. Chen Qian looked like she was still afraid as she patted her chest. Fortunately, I passed back then. After a pause, she asked again, Temple Master, why were you willing to let an outsider enter the Divine Ascension Mirror this time? This is the temple's biggest secret, and even most of the temple's disciples don't know about it. There's no reason. I just wanted to test his ability. When Zishan smiled slightly, Chen Qian said, because of the great emperors of the secular world, right? That boy came with the token of the great emperors of the secular world, and I heard that Temple Master was raised by the great emperors of the secular world. That's definitely not true. When Zishan suddenly became anxious and glared at Chen Qian, this king grew up eating the food of the 100 families and has nothing to do with that old guy's secular world. Oh, trying to hide something only makes it more obvious. Chen Qian pursed her lips and smiled. You're spouting nonsense. You're just giving yourself away. Little Chen Qian. When Zishan suddenly softened his voice and called out affectionately, Chen Qian's pretty face suddenly changed as she hurriedly said, Temple Master. This subordinate remembers that she still has other matters to attend to, so she'll be leaving first. As she spoke, her figure flashed, and she ran out of Wen Zishan's line of sight, as if she was escaping. Her past experience told her that when Wen Zishan tried to change the topic and used this kind of tone to talk to her, it was best to run away immediately. Otherwise, she would definitely be tortured to the point where she wished she was dead. Humph, little girl, you're too inexperienced. Yet you dare to fight with this old master? You're overestimating yourself. Wah! When Zishan was proud of himself as he revealed an expression of invincibility, loneliness as he let out a bone-chilling laugh. Ooh! In the strange space, 6 figures appeared one after another. The appearance of these 6 figures gradually solidified, and the entire process was extremely strange. After the 6 figures solidified, Each of them let out a series of painful groans, as if they were in great pain. But soon, everyone regained their composure. They turned their heads and looked around, sizing each other up. "Is this the divine ascension mirror world?" Xiaosheng asked in surprise. "My body feels a little different." Murong Xiao said with a slight frown. "It should be because of our soul avatars," Xiao Bai added. "I'm not used to it." Chen Muji also complained. Yang Kai didn't say anything and only clenched his fists lightly, feeling the difference in his body. What he saw in front of him was basically the same as what he saw in the outside world. Whether it was their appearance or their clothes, they were all exactly the same as before. However, if he looked carefully, he would notice that everyone here didn't have a physical body. In other words, everyone here was condensed from pure energy. Although they had condensed into a physical form, they still didn't have a physical body. "It's just as I told you before." Gao Shueting quickly adapted, probably because she had been here before, or because she was stronger. The ones who have entered the divine ascension mirror world right now are just soul avatars. It was just his soul avatar. His physical body was still in the stone chamber of the smelted cave. The world inside the divine ascension mirror world is completely composed of energy, so we can quickly and efficiently increase the strength of our souls here. If a cultivator's soul is strong enough, the speed at which they comprehend secret arts and cultivate secret techniques will greatly increase. There are also many other benefits. Aside from the physical body, the soul is the cultivator's most important foundation. That's why this trip will be an extremely rare experience for all of you. If you can increase the strength of your soul here to a certain extent, it will be easier for all of you to ascend to the Emperor realm in the future. "Disciple understands." Xiao Bai and the others cupped their fists and replied. "The energy in the divine ascension mirror world is very different from the energy in the outside world, so we can cultivate outside. When we cultivate outside, we absorb world energy. This world energy will transform into source qi and increase our strength, but here if we cultivate, the energy we absorb will strengthen our soul. I think that all of you should be able to feel this by now," Gao Shueting continued. Everyone nodded slightly. Yang Kai had indeed felt that the energy in this strange world was completely different from the outside world. Absorbing the surrounding energy into his body, he was able to strengthen his soul avatar. This made his soul even more resilient and powerful. If you want to strengthen your divine sense, other than cultivating here, you can also kill the living beings around you. "There are other living beings here?" Xiao Baiyi's expression changed slightly. Gao Shueting glanced at him and said, "This is a strange world, so why aren't there any other living beings?" Xiao Bai was immediately rendered speechless by this question. Gao Shueting continued, "According to the temple master, the divine ascension mirror is a unique treasure that was born at the beginning of the world. It is a world of its own. And although it isn't as vast as the star boundary and isn't even as large as the Southern Territory, since it is a world of its own, it has its own vitality. Here, there are people, monster beast. Everything that exists in the star boundary exists here. However, they are all condensed from souls, and they don't seem to know this. They think that this is how the world has always been and have never experienced the feeling of having a physical body. Here, I must remind you to avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible. There are many powerful existences in the divine ascension mirror, and those existences aren't people you can afford to provoke. However, if you can kill the living beings that have malicious intentions towards you, you can absorb their energy. The energy here is very pure and can be absorbed by our soul avatars to a large extent, strengthening our souls. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If I explain it this way, you might not understand. So let's find one to experiment with. That way, you should be able to understand. Saying so, Gao Shueting closed her beautiful eyes and released her powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Divine sense into the surroundings. After a short while, she opened her eyes and said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he had already sped away. Everyone followed behind him. This place was a plain with long grass and fat eagles. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed, but there was no sun in the sky. The entire world was filled with light, but no one knew where this light came from. Everyone followed Gao Shueting for a dozen kilometers or so before a monster beast suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone looked over and found that this monster beast was a species they had never seen before. It looked like a wild beast, but its body was enormous. It was as tall as a one-story building, and its two sharp fangs were protruding out of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. The divine senses of the few Dao Source Realm cultivators immediately swept over it. After a brief investigation, they found that this monster beast was around the peak of the 10th order. In other words, it was equivalent to a monster beast at the peak of the Origin King realm. This kind of monster beast was naturally not worthy of anyone's attention, but it was perfect to be used as an experiment to facilitate Gao Shueting's explanation. It seemed that Gao Shueting had chosen a specific target. Chapter 2211. When everyone scanned it with their divine senses, the wild boar-like monster beast seemed to have noticed them. It turned around in an instant and glared at the group with its scarlet eyes. Immediately after, it moved its four hooves, and its huge body stirred up a gust of wind as it charged towards the group with a murderous aura. "Xia Sheng, I'll leave the scarlet-eyed evil boar to you," Gao Shueting said indifferently. "Then this disciple will go." Xia Sheng's expression turned serious when he heard this. He tapped his foot and charged towards the scarlet-eyed evil boar. He obviously understood that Gao Shueting wanted him to fight this monster beast so that she could explain it in more detail, so he didn't refuse. In the blink of an eye, the man and the beast closed the distance between them to about 10 feet. Xia Sheng's figure paused, and he lowered his waist slightly. He stood in place with one hand on his chest and the other slowly pushing forward as he shouted, "Great Chaos Palm," because he didn't know if the monster beast in this world had the same battle prowess as the one in the outside world. Xia Sheng immediately used a secret technique. He didn't underestimate the scarlet-eyed evil boar, even though it was only at the peak of the 10th level. Yes, because we entered this world as soul avatars, most of the secret techniques and cultivation methods we normally cultivate are useless here. Gao Shueting's words rang in everyone's ears. The few of them nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, Xia Sheng's expression changed slightly, because when he used this secret technique, he didn't do anything. Unexpectedly, nothing came out of it. It was just an empty stance. After hearing Gao Shueting's words, he immediately understood that he had made a big mistake. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet-eyed evil boar was already 10 feet away from him. He didn't panic in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the air as if he wanted to take out some kind of secret treasure. He shouted aggressively, "Don't be so arrogant, you evil beast! Hand over your life." Gao Shueting spoke again. "You can't use secret treasures either, because activating secret treasures requires the cooperation of source qi and physical strength." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Sheng shouted, "Oh my God!" As he shouted, he turned around and ran towards Gao Shueting, shouting in panic, "Elder Gao, save me!" Gao Shueting looked at him coldly and sneered, "Your acting is too much. Although I know that you are doing this to let them understand the peculiarities of this world, but are you insulting your own intelligence or your junior brother and junior sister's intelligence? Quickly get rid of it." "Understood." Xia Sheng nodded. Turning around in an instant, Yong Kai waved his hand and summoned a long, saber-like artifact into his grasp. This artifact gave off an unusual fluctuation of power and was obviously a soul-type artifact. Xia Sheng poured his divine sense into it. He chopped at the scarlet-eyed evil boar. There were no flashy moves. There was no graceful movement. It was just a simple and direct attack. The blade flashed, and a miserable howl sounded. The violent energy spread out in all directions. The scarlet-eyed evil boar was directly split into two halves by the blade, due to inertia. Its huge body continued to charge forward for a long distance before suddenly falling to the ground. Xia Sheng sheathed his saber, his expression cold and confident. There was no blood. There were no stinky innards. After the scarlet-eyed evil boar was killed, it just lay quietly on the ground, under everyone's gaze. Its body gradually faded, as if it had turned into energy and dissipated into the world. What was left in the place where half of its body had disappeared was a bean-sized, yellowish ball of light. Everyone couldn't help but look at it in amazement. Under the sweep of their divine senses, Yongkai and the others couldn't help but be moved. This was because they discovered that this bean-sized, yellowish ball of light contained extremely pure spiritual energy. This energy didn't seem to be mixed with any impurities. It was unimaginably pure. This is a soul source, Gao Shui Ting explained. In this world, every living being has their own soul source. As long as they are killed, their soul source will be left behind. We can easily absorb it and strengthen our souls. While she was speaking, Xia Sheng had already run over to the ball of soul source and reached out to grab it. Strangely enough, the moment he grabbed it, the ball of soul source actually merged with his palm and fused into his body. Xia Sheng immediately closed his eyes, revealing an expression of extreme comfort. After a while, he opened his eyes again and shouted, "Awesome!" Gao Shui Ting said indifferently, "According to my estimation, this ball of soul source is equivalent to 7 or 8 days of bitter cultivation." The eyes of Yang Kai and the others lit up when they heard this. The soul source left behind by a peak 10th grade monster beast was enough to give them such great benefits. If it was an 11th grade monster beast, then it would take at least 1 to 2 months, right? 1 was so much, 10 was about a year, and 100 was about 100 years. 100 years of bitter cultivation in seclusion could increase the strength of one's divine sense, but it only required the soul source of a 111th grade monster beast. This was simply unimaginable. Don't get too excited. Gao Shui Ting poured cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. Although the soul source left behind by these creatures is very pure and easy for us to absorb, it's still an external force. It's not something that comes from one's own cultivation. So if you feel any discomfort in your body, you must stop absorbing it. Otherwise, you might lose your mind, and the consequences would be unthinkable. Everyone's expression froze. Only now did they realize that this kind of absorption wasn't unlimited, but it wasn't obvious. Of course, if you can find a soul jade, then it'll be a different story, Gao Shui Ting said again. Soul jade. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. The others also looked confused. It's a unique product of this world. It's formed from the purest soul energy. In this world, it's a kind of jade that can be absorbed without any worries. This kind of thing, no matter how much you absorb, there won't be any problems. Gao Shui Ting explained. I've entered this place 4 times, but so far I've only obtained 1 piece of mid-grade soul jade. Even in this world, soul jades are extremely rare. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood that soul jades were probably things that could only be found by chance. Also, there's a soul crystal here. There's something called a soul crystal. Although it's only 1 word different from a soul jade, they're 2 completely different things. Gao Shui Ting tried her best to explain more comprehensively, so that the newcomers could have a more intuitive understanding of this world. You can think of soul crystals as origin crystals in our world. They're the hard currency of this world. Although they can be used for cultivation, the effects aren't ideal. Disciple understands. Xia Sheng and the others nodded seriously. There are many strange products in this strange world. Most of these things are of great help to one's soul. If you're lucky enough to come across them, you'll naturally understand. Gao Shueting looked around and said calmly, "Also, from Xiaosheng's battle just now, you should be able to see that. Here, you can use them. Only soul-type artifacts and soul secret techniques can be found here. When we passed through the Divine Ascension Mirror, we couldn't bring most of the items we brought with our physical bodies, but items related to our souls could pass through unimpeded. Everyone, check yourselves and see what you can use, so that you won't be caught off guard when you encounter a powerful enemy." Ooh. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately began to check themselves. Yang Kai scanned his body with his divine sense and immediately found the purple sun profound light shield that Gao Shueting had given him. This was a soul-type artifact, so it was only natural that he could bring it into the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his strength slightly to create a layer of purple light around his body that looked extremely sturdy. However, other than this soul-type artifact that he could naturally bring in, Yang Kai also discovered a few other things that he hadn't expected at all. Soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai stared speechlessly at a certain part of his body where a 7-colored lotus bloomed and muttered to himself, "Although the soul-warming lotus isn't an artifact, it's related to one's soul and has always been placed in my knowledge sea, so it's only natural that I could bring it in. But why did these guys come in as well?" These guys he was referring to were the soul-devouring insects he had obtained in Tongxian realm many years ago. He had obtained these soul-devouring insects countless years ago, and because of the special attributes of his conflagrated knowledge sea, he wasn't afraid of this kind of nemesis that affected one's soul. Instead, he was able to use the soul-warming lotus's effects to command them to fight for him. Over the years, the soul-devouring insects had been raised on the 7-colored island formed by the soul-warming lotus. They had been nourished by the soul-warming lotus and had become stronger and stronger. Most importantly, when Yang Kai had become the demon race outside Maplewood City, these soul-devouring insects had gone berserk once. At that time, they had madly devoured the demonic chi of the ancient great demon in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, causing them to undergo a huge transformation. They had become pitch black and were filled with an evil and ruthless aura. At a glance, it was obvious that they weren't to be trifled with. At this moment, these soul-devouring insects had arrived with the soul-warming lotus, occupying the soul-warming lotus and being nurtured in Yang Kai's soul avatar. When he discovered these soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but darken. There was no other reason. If these guys were exposed, Gao Shueting would quickly associate them with the ancient great demon. This was because Yang Kai had fought with Gao Shueting in his demon avatar outside Maplewood City. How could someone like Gao Shueting, who was in the Emperor realm, not remember this unique power? If something went wrong, Gao Shueting might recognize Yang Kai as the demon from that day. If that really happened, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain himself. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly decided that no matter what, he couldn't let these soul-devouring insects appear in front of Gao Shueting. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After inspecting the soul-warming lotus and the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai saw another thing in his soul avatar, something he had never thought of before. This thing counts as a soul-type artifact. I never knew about it. Chapter 22:12. The item Yang Kai was referring to was a saber that he had yet to fully refine and had never used before. Unexpectedly, it had also passed through the Divine Ascension Mirror and followed his soul avatar here. Yang Kai was both shocked and pleasantly surprised by this discovery. It had been many years since he obtained this saber, but this was the first time he had learned that it was actually a soul-type artifact. Now that he had the saber with him, it might be able to play a miraculous role in a crisis. Yang Kai's expression remained the same as usual as his thoughts. Gao Shueting glanced at him and observed the defensive capabilities of his purple sun profound light shield before nodding slightly. After all, she had only given this artifact to Yang Kai not long ago. It was already quite rare for him to be able to refine it to the point where he could use it as he wished in such a short amount of time. After a while, Gao Shueting saw that everyone was more or less done with their inspection, so she said, "Next, I will take you to a place that is the training ground for the temple's disciples every time they enter this place. Just stay there obediently and don't wander off." "Yes," everyone answered loudly. However, Xia Sheng was keenly aware of something and looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously. "Elder Gao won't be coming with us." From her words, it seemed that Gao Shueting was only responsible for sending everyone there and wouldn't be staying. Gao Shueting shook her head. She said, "I have other matters to attend to, but don't worry, that training ground isn't too dangerous. As long as you behave yourselves, there won't be any major problems." "Understood." Xia Sheng nodded seriously. "Elder Gao, please rest assured. With this disciple here, they will definitely be safe." Gao Shueting looked at him approvingly. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go." As she spoke, she had already rushed off in a certain direction. Everyone hurriedly followed. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter a few monster beasts blocking their way. Every time they encountered such a situation, Gao Shueting would send one of Yang Kai and the others to fight, so that they could familiarize themselves with the situation and the characteristics of the creatures here. These Tao Source realm cultivators were all elites among elites, so they were naturally impeccable in terms of adaptability. Basically, everyone no longer felt the initial discomfort, and they were able to fight freely. Generally speaking, if one fought with their soul avatar, the strength they could display was much lower than if they used their physical body, and the methods they could use against the enemy were also much fewer. This was understandable because he didn't have a physical body. There were no ordinary artifacts. They also couldn't use most of their secret arts. When they fought, they could only rely on soul-type artifacts or pure soul energy. As such, most of the battles in the Divine Ascension Mirror were simple and direct. There were no flashy moves or flashy moves. Yang Kai's abnormality was vividly reflected here. When he was outside, others would only pay attention to his cultivation. The realm of the First Order Tao Source realm was not worth mentioning in the eyes of experts. But in this world dominated by soul avatars, Yang Kai was a little different. The strength of his soul avatar was even slightly inferior to Xia Sheng's. Not to mention Xiao Bai, Yi, Murong, Xiao Xiao, and the others. He was originally the one with the lowest cultivation among them, but after entering the Divine Ascension Mirror, he suddenly became the strongest. This kind of sharpness couldn't be hidden. This sudden and obvious contrast naturally surprised Xia Sheng and the others. Everyone was very curious as to how Yang Kai cultivated his spiritual energy and how he could cultivate his soul to such a level. However, they weren't from the same sect after all, so it wasn't appropriate for them to ask about the secrets of others. Even Gao Shueting showed a surprised expression from time to time. A day later, a mountain range that stretched for an unknown number of kilometers appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gao Shueting led everyone to the foot of the mountain and stopped. "This is the heavenly monster mountain of the Divine Ascension Mirror World. There are countless monster beasts inside. After you enter, you can freely hunt them and obtain their soul sources to strengthen your divine sense. However, this queen must remind you that some of the monster beasts in the heavenly monster mountain are existences that even this queen can't afford to offend, so don't go too deep into the mountain range. It shouldn't be too much of a problem if you only move about 20,000 kilometers outside." Hearing her say this, everyone's expression couldn't help but become serious as they nodded to show that they understood. There aren't just monster beasts in the heavenly monster mountain. There are also some divine ascension mirror cultivators who travel here. If you encounter them, try not to come into contact with them. Even if you do, don't reveal any information about the outside world. This is very important. Of course, aside from this, there are also the soul jades and soul crystals I mentioned to you before. This queen's mid-rank soul jade was obtained in the heavenly monster mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they couldn't help but rub their hands together. In addition, your soul avatar can't leave your physical body for too long. Otherwise, there might be some unpredictable consequences. So, you will only be able to train here for 1 month. After 1 month, the seal on the token in the stone room will be activated. At that time, it will forcefully pull your soul avatar back to the outside world. So, you must make good use of this time. Elder Morong Xiao Xiao suddenly asked, if we encounter some danger that we can't withstand, what should we do? Run. Gao Shueting's words were concise and comprehensive. If you can't escape, then stall for time until the 1-month deadline. After saying this, she swept her beautiful eyes across everyone and said, this is your training. If you can't endure it, she furrowed her brow slightly and didn't continue speaking, but everyone knew what she meant. The growth of a cultivator was accompanied by all kinds of dangers, so everyone had already gotten used to the current situation. So there was nothing to complain about. All right, this queen will lead you here. The rest will depend on yourselves. Go in. Gao Shueting finished speaking. She waved her hand at everyone. Xia Sheng and the others looked at each other. Then they nodded and turned to head towards the heavenly monster mountain. Gao Shueting stood in place quietly and waited until everyone's figures disappeared from her sight before her figure flickered and shot off in another direction. She had entered the divine ascension mirror this time for 2 reasons. Firstly, she was responsible for leading the way for Xia Sheng and the others and explaining some general knowledge about this place. Secondly, she needed to refine one of her soul-type artifacts in a special place here. This soul-type artifact had been with her for many years. After pouring Emperor intent into it and nourishing it with her own Emperor Qi, it was already close to becoming an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact, soul-type artifact, was an extremely rare treasure. Even in the entire star boundary, there weren't many of them. An ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm might have 1 or 2 Emperor artifacts that they spent a great deal of effort to refine, but a soul-type Emperor artifact, 90% of the Emperor realm didn't have one. If this operation was successful, Gao Shueting would have one. When that time came, she would be able to attack with all her strength when facing an enemy without having to guard against the gaps in her soul. This was equivalent to gaining a huge advantage. The last time she entered the divine ascension mirror world, she had saved the life of a cultivator here. That cultivator also had a cultivation base from the Emperor realm. However, he was being pursued by a fierce monster beast. He was severely injured. When Gao Shueting saw this, she didn't hesitate and went forward to help. In the end, the 2 of them worked together to kill the monster beast. That cultivator was grateful for Gao Shueting's generosity and invited her back to the sect. Gao Shueting also wanted to inquire about all kinds of information in the divine ascension mirror world, so she naturally didn't refuse. After going to the sect called the soul-seizing sect, Gao Shueting found out that the person she had saved was actually the sect master of this sect. The sect master of the soul-seizing sect wasn't an evil person and had been saved by Gao Shueting. Naturally, he treated her as an important guest. Moreover, Elder Gao's strength was extraordinary, and she was beautiful. Aside from her slightly cold temperament, everything else about her could be said to be perfect. As such, this sect master treated Gao Shueting with great respect and would try to please her from time to time in an attempt to win her heart. It was during their last chat that Gao Shueting learned that there was a unique place in the soul-seizing sect called the soul-seizing lake that could help her soul-type artifact evolve. This time, Gao Shueting was preparing to go to the soul-seizing sect to ask the sect master to let her use the soul-seizing lake. In Gao Shueting's opinion, since she had saved his life before, there shouldn't be any problems with this trip. At the same time, in a certain part of the Divine Ascension Mirror world, there was a huge city. This city covered an area of several tens of thousands of kilometers and was extremely vast. The city walls were all more than 100 meters tall and surrounded the entire city like an iron barrel. From afar, a grand and magnificent aura could be felt. The city was bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder, bustling with activity. Although this was a city in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, at first glance, it looked no different from a city in the outside world. Hawkers and shops were everywhere, and the wide streets were crisscrossed with each other. This was the capital of Divine Ascension Country, Divine Ascension City. Unlike the outside world, there were countless sects and clans. Every clan and sect was in charge of a piece of territory. In their own territory, the clans and sects were the dominant existences. In the Divine Ascension Mirror world, Divine Ascension Country was in charge of everything. All sects and families were under the jurisdiction of the Divine Ascension Country. In this place, the Divine Ascension Country had supreme status and authority, and it led everything. It was said that a long, long time ago, there was no such thing as Divine Ascension Country. The structure of this world was the same as the outside world, with families and sects occupying their own territories. However, ever since the current ruler of Divine Ascension Country was born, he had unified the entire Divine Ascension Country, and no one dared to disobey his orders. The current ruler was a heaven-shaking genius with the ability to split open the heavens and create a new world. He recruited a large number of experts to work for him. His lofty and magnificent image was known by all, and the unworldly merits he created were also widely spread. Under his rule, the entire Divine Ascension Country was thriving, and its future was bright. Although this entire world was basically a one-man dictatorship, the emergence of Divine Ascension Country had indeed prevented a lot of unnecessary killing and conflict. This was a supreme achievement. Chapter 22:13. At this moment, in a large hall within the Divine Ascension City Palace, the Divine Ascension Country's country protector general, Zhou Jian, was enjoying fine wine and delicacies. Zhou Jian was born with the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. He had a ferocious appearance and was 9 feet tall. In his early years, he had followed the Divine Ascension Country's emperor and fought everywhere, contributing greatly to the founding of the Divine Ascension Country. As such, after the Divine Ascension Country was founded, Zhou Dian received a proper reward and was made the country protector general by the Divine Ascension Country's emperor. In the current Divine Ascension Mirror world, there had been no wars for 100 years and no wars for 1,000 years. As the country's country protector general, Zhou Jian had nothing to do and was bored to death. He was already a third-order emperor realm master, and his cultivation had reached the peak of perfection. His strength had reached perfection, and he felt that there was no point in continuing to cultivate, so he began to let loose. Normally, he would stay in his palace and collect beauties from all over the world, living a carefree life. At this moment, below the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. Their clothes were revealing, and as they danced, their beautiful figures were faintly discernible. All of these women were extremely seductive. Their charming eyes fluttered as they displayed their most private and beautiful sides in front of Zhou Jian, trying to capture his attention. Zhou Dian's left and right hands were holding beauties of different temperaments and drinking fine wine. He was eating spirit fruits with a look of enjoyment on his face. Inside the Divine Ascension Mirror world, there were many unique products that could not be seen in the outside world, such as the spirit fruits placed in front of Zhou Jian. These were all specialties of the divine ascension mirror world. After consuming them, they would greatly benefit one's soul and were extremely precious, but Zhou Dian treated them like food. Gorging himself on them was truly a waste of God's gifts. Giggles, seductive voices, coquettish voices, and Zhou Dian's unrestrained laughter filled this palace, making it seem extremely obscene at a certain moment. These sounds suddenly stopped. All sounds seemed to have been isolated by an invisible force at this moment. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky as a figure slowly walked in from outside the palace. Even if they couldn't see that figure, the singing and dancing women below could also feel a huge shadow appear behind them. This shadow seemed to be able to block out all light, causing them to tremble all over. Zhou Jian also opened his mouth wide, his eyes trembling as he stared at the figure walking in from outside. A grape-like spirit fruit fell out of his mouth. He didn't notice. This figure seemed to be coming very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, as far as the eye could see, this person was wearing a wide, pitch-black cloak that completely covered him. He was also wearing a ghost mask on his face, which made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Just from this person, King, it was impossible to tell if this person was a man or a woman. If this person were to walk in the palace, at least 90% of the people would not recognize him. But Zhou Dian recognized him. At the instant that person appeared, Zhou Dian wiped his mouth and his body trembled. He sent the two women in his arms flying and hurriedly came down from above. He came to within 30 feet of this person. With a solemn expression, he bent his waist and knelt down on one knee. He shouted in a low voice, "The great general of the state, Zhou Dian, pays his respects to the king." As soon as he said this, all the singers were shocked, because although they knew that the emperor lived in the palace, none of them had seen him since they came here. Usually when they were playing with Zhou Dian, they would joke that Zhou Dian would take them to see the emperor. They wanted to see this peerless genius who had created the divine ascension country almost single-handedly. But every time, Zhou Dian would casually change the topic and never promise them. But today, this legendary figure had suddenly appeared in front of them. This naturally shocked them. While they were shocked, they also curiously looked at the person who had come. But as far as they could see, they couldn't see the emperor's features at all. The large black cloak and the ghost mask covered the emperor completely. Not even a piece of his skin was exposed. From his body, they couldn't see his gender. If they took another look, they couldn't help but feel dizzy and dizzy. They were so shocked that they hurriedly looked away. "Rise." The person in front of Zhou Dian said faintly. The voice was hoarse and had a neutral tone. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Zhou Dian shouted and stood up, but he still bowed slightly. He looked at the emperor strangely and asked, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have for this subordinate this time?" Since the creation of the divine ascension country, Wang Shan hadn't asked Zhou Dian to do anything, but this time, the emperor actually took the initiative to come here. Zhou Dian had a faint premonition that something big was about to happen. After asking, Zhou Dian waited quietly for an answer. The emperor didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, the hoarse voice said, "The star of calamity has appeared in the heavenly monster mountain range, shaking the country's fate. Chaos is coming." "What?" Zhou Dian's expression changed as he exclaimed, "There's such a thing?" He gritted his teeth fiercely, a fierce look on his face. The cruelty that he usually hid was revealed at this moment. He sneered, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this subordinate will send someone. You go personally." The emperor didn't wait for him to finish speaking and interrupted him. Zhou Dian was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly responded, "This subordinate will obey. This subordinate will not disappoint Your Majesty." "Very good," the emperor said faintly before turning around and leaving. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the distance, a voice floated over. capture him alive. Zhou Dian cupped his fists in the direction of the voice. Yes. After he finished speaking, he laughed out loud and muttered in a cold voice, "Finally, there is something to do. I hope that this trip will be successful. This general won't be bored. Take this servant with you. Okay? This servant also wants to see Master's unique style. I want to go to." "Me too, me too." A group of women gathered around, chattering nonstop. Zhou Dian grinned maliciously as he looked around. Suddenly, he snorted coldly as an invisible force spread out from him. All the women were sent flying, falling to the ground. Many of the beauties howled miserably, their bodies flickering with a bright light. Obviously, their souls had suffered heavy damage. When men do things, women get lost. After Zhou Jian said this, he strode out of the palace. He had treated the women who had been affectionate just a moment ago without the slightest hesitation, abandoning them as if they were worthless goods. It was obvious that this person was really temperamental. What a cruel and ruthless fellow. Not long after, Zhou Dian gathered his troops and led a group of people out of the palace in an aggressive manner, heading straight in the direction of Mount Tianyao. Heavenly Monster Mountain, in a valley, a peak 11th order profound earth tortoise was struggling. Several figures were undulating around it as they fought. Xia Sheng slashed out with his divine sense. His power passed through the blade and turned into a shocking light that cut into the earth tortoise's neck. In an instant, the earth tortoise howled in pain and turned to flee. Xiao Baiyi's soul-type artifact was similar to the one he used for his physical body. Both were sword-type artifacts, and here he was using his spiritual energy to display the secret techniques he had learned. Although they were somewhat nondescript, they were still quite powerful. The sword qi condensed from his divine sense slashed out, blocking the profound earth tortoise's path of retreat. Murong Xiao Zhao's expression was solemn. Her long whip danced in the air, creating numerous afterimages. All of the attacks were focused on the monster, making it unable to advance or retreat. However, although the long whip danced beautifully, it lacked a lot of killing intent. The soul-type artifact used by Chen Muji was a flying dagger that he infused with his divine sense. As he threw it, it rolled up a monstrous aura, constantly wearing down the monster beast's energy. Yang Kai used the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield to engage in close combat with the Profound Earth Tortoise, each punch filled with power and violence. 5 Dao Source Realm cultivators besieging a peak Dao Source Realm monster beast were unable to defeat it for a long time. This was not the fault of Yang Kai and the others, but the defensive power of this monster beast was simply too amazing. Its thick turtle shell seemed to be impregnable, and as soon as it was attacked, it would retract its limbs and head. As soon as its attack slowed down, it would stick out its head and spit out a mouthful of energy bombs, making it difficult for Yang Kai and the others to defend themselves. Of the 5 people here, only Yang Kai dared to engage in close combat because he had a defensive artifact. The other 4 did not dare to get too close, lest they be caught off guard. If it were not for its slow movements, Yang Kai and the others would have already been too lazy to fight with it. However, it was this monster beast that allowed everyone to quickly understand their shortcomings in battle. After fighting for a long time, Xia Sheng saw that the surface of the earth tortoise's body was flashing with light, and it seemed to be on the verge of death. He let out an explosive shout, and his body followed the movement of his blade as he leaped up. Soon after, he fell from the sky like a meteor. Xiao Baiyi and the others also used all their strength to attack the monster beast. Seeing this, Yang Kai made a feint and retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire of everyone's attacks. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk a series of explosions rang out as the energy around them became chaotic and lasted for a long time. When the dust settled, the earthen tortoise was already quietly lying on the ground, motionless, under the gazes of everyone present. Its body gradually faded away and slowly dissipated from this world, leaving behind a ball of light that was about the size of a broad bean. Whether it was the color, brightness, or size of this mass of light, it was not comparable to the monster beast they encountered for the first time. After all, the one in front of them was at the peak of the 11th order. However, although the spoils of war were before their eyes, no one was in a hurry to take them. Instead, all of them stood where they were with their brows tightly furrowed and revealed expressions of contemplation. As their expressions fluctuated, everyone seemed to have gained something. Our previous combat experience doesn't seem to be of much use here. Xia Sheng was the first to speak, and Xiao Bai Yi nodded. I think all of you have also noticed that when we fight here, our hands and feet are always tied, and it's difficult for us to let loose. Chapter 22:14. Is it because he's a soul avatar? Murong Xiao Xiao followed up with a thoughtful look. That's probably it. Chen Muji nodded in agreement. Because he was a soul avatar, he couldn't use many of the secret techniques and skills he was used to, let alone the artifacts he normally used. Naturally, this made everyone feel very uncomfortable in battle. Furthermore, this kind of divine soul battle had always been avoided by all cultivators at all costs. Under normal circumstances, if two cultivators with similar strength were to meet, they wouldn't choose to use their divine sense to battle because this kind of battle was too dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause one to lose their consciousness and become a cripple. However, in this divine ascension mirror world, everyone couldn't choose any other method of battle and could only use their souls as the main body. As a result, many problems that had never been considered before would arise. For example, if an attack landed right in front of one's eyes in the outside world, one might be able to easily counter it or even use it to counter it. However, in this place, when such a ferocious attack landed right in front of one's eyes, everyone's first reaction would be to dodge, to avoid injuring their souls. It seems that we still have a lot of room to grow. Xia Sheng smiled bitterly and continued, let's not think too much about it for now. This soul source. His gaze swept across everyone before finally stopping on Chen Muji. Junior brother Chen, absorb it first. Then he looked towards Yang Kai. He asked, Brother Yang, you don't have any objections, right? No. Yang Kai shook his head. Xia Sheng nodded slightly. Chen Muji didn't refuse. After thanking him, he reached out and grasped the soul source, silently circulating his secret art to absorb it. Not long after, the divine soul origin was completely absorbed. Although it wasn't obvious, the strength of Chen Muji's soul had undoubtedly increased by a tiny bit. This could be seen from the happy expression on his face. After all, this was a peak 11th order monster beast, which greatly increased the strength of one's soul. The person who absorbed it could clearly feel it. Let's continue, Xia Sheng said, then continued to lead the way in search of prey. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yang Kai and the others supported and cooperated with each other in Mount Tianyao. They encountered many monster beasts, but each time they were able to kill it safely. Under Xia Sheng's supervision, the spirit sources obtained from killing the monster beast were more or less evenly distributed. Yang Kai had absorbed a total of 9 level 9 monster beast, 5 10th level and 2 11th level monster beast spirit origins. His spiritual energy was noticeably more solid than when he first entered this place. Naturally, the others had also gained a lot. For example, Chen Muji, whose spirit power was the weakest, had grown tremendously. There were indeed countless monster beasts in Mount Tianyao, and they ran amok. There was no need for them to search for it. Thus, they would often encounter each other. They didn't plan to kill the monster beast whose strength was too low, because even if they killed it, they wouldn't gain much from it. The monster beasts that they killed were basically all level 9 and above. However, perhaps because they were still in the periphery, they hadn't encountered a 12th level monster yet. Of course, if they really did encounter a 12th level monster, they could only flee. After 2 days of high-intensity fighting, everyone's current state was very different from before. Obviously, they had grown a lot. If they encountered the Black Earth Tortoise again, with their current strength and experience, it would probably only take half a cup of tea's time to kill it. In other words, everyone had completely adapted to this place, to their current bodies, and even to their current fighting style. During the break, Xia Sheng suddenly said, "Everyone, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. Split up?" Xiao Bai stared at him with a look that seemed to say, "I know what you're up to." Xia Sheng grinned. "Xiao Bai understands me." He continued, "It's indeed very safe for the 5 of us to stay together, but moving like this is really too inefficient. Elder Gao also said that we can only stay in this world for a month. After a month, the seal on the token will activate and forcibly bring us back. Who knows when we'll be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror again? If we don't take advantage of such a great opportunity, how could we face ourselves? Compared to moving together safely, brother, I'm more inclined to split up. Although there will be a certain amount of danger, with our potential, isn't it only forced out in times of danger?" His eyes flashed with inexplicable excitement and confidence. If we grow in a safe environment, it'll be too late if we really encounter danger. Actually, Xiao Bai continued slowly, "That's what I think as well." What he meant was that he had some misgivings about not saying this out loud. Split up? A trace of hesitation flashed across Murong Xiao's face, but she quickly made up her mind and nodded. "No problem." Seeing that she nodded in agreement, Xia Sheng turned his gaze to Chen Muji. The latter smiled slightly and said, "Brothers and senior sister, there's no need to worry about me. Although my soul cultivation is the lowest here, I'll do what I can. After all, I'm still a disciple of the temple." "Good." Xia Sheng gave him a satisfied look before turning to Yang Kai and grinning. "Brother Yang definitely won't have any objections. I'm fine with anything." Yang Kai replied faintly. Entering the Divine Ascension Mirror this time was a chance encounter in the first place, so he didn't demand too much. If Xia Sheng and the others insisted on moving together, he would have cooperated, but since they had to split up, he was happy to see that happen. Of course, in comparison, he was more inclined towards the latter. Because he was moving together with Xia Sheng and the others, he didn't dare to use many of his abilities, so he always felt like he couldn't use his full strength. "Then, brother will wish you all the best." Xia Sheng swept his gaze over everyone. His expression was solemn. "Have a safe journey, and return alive. We'll take our leave first." Xiao Bai acted decisively. After discussing how to split up, he immediately set off in a certain direction. "Take care, brother." Murong Xiao said to Xia Sheng before looking at Yang Kai and Chen Muji, "You two, Sister Murong, please be careful as well." Yang Kai replied with a smile. Murong Xiao nodded. Her delicate body flickered as she shot off in another direction. "Then I'll be leaving as well." Chen Muji stood up as he spoke, nodded slightly to Xia Sheng and Yang Kai, then used his movement skill to disappear. Soon, only Xia Sheng was left. Xia Sheng looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, "Brother Yang, which direction are you going?" "This way." Yang Kai pointed in a different direction from the others. Xia Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, going deeper inside, "Brother Yang, you have to be careful. Elder Gao has said before." Elder Gao said that there are many existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain that even she doesn't dare to provoke. "I will also act according to my ability. I won't be greedy." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "That's for the best." Xia Sheng nodded. "Then, this Xia will take his leave first. See you when we get out," Xia Sheng said. Then he floated up. He flew in a certain direction. Looking at his direction, He also wanted to go deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain, but it was different from the direction Yang Kai chose. Soon, Xia Sheng's figure disappeared. Yang Kai slowly stood up, turned his head to look at the interior of Heavenly Monster Mountain, and whispered, "It's time to go all out and do something big." At the same time, at the foot of Heavenly Monster Mountain Range, a team of hundreds of people arrived. They stopped at the empty space at the foot of the mountain. This group was clearly a well-trained army, because even though there were several hundred people gathered together, their formation was not messed up, and their movements were orderly. The several hundred people stood there in complete silence, and only a solemn and cold aura lingered in the surroundings. That aura was like a crouching dragon that had emerged from the world, and it coiled above this group of people, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to surge. In the team, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. On the back of the flag, there was a lifelike picture of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. It bared its fangs and a fierce aura that almost seeped out of the flag, causing people to feel suffocated. On the front of the flag, there was a large Zhou character. It was written with vigorous and forceful strokes. This was the National Guard of the Divine Ascension Country, and was also the elite division under Zhou Dian's command. At that very moment, Zhou Dian was riding on a snow-white nine-horned dragon beast. He was not wearing any armor, and was only wearing ordinary clothes. However, the murderous aura he emitted was still enough to make others tremble in fear. Staring at Heavenly Monster Mountain, which was close at hand, Zhou Dian sneered. "How nostalgic! The last time I came here was more than 2,000 years ago. I never thought that I would come here again in this lifetime." He muttered to himself, but none of his subordinates dared to respond. After a while, Zhou Dian suddenly shouted, "Lian Yan, Ban Qing, Yuman, Yuan Qing." The four people responded and stepped forward, cupping their fists in unison. "Subordinate is here." These four people were all powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. These four were also Zhou Dian's four capable generals. This time, they were ordered by the Emperor to capture the Star of Calamity in Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. So Zhou Dian naturally brought them along. There were 3 men and 1 woman among the 4. Besides the master called Yuman, who was a woman, the other 3 were all men. Among them, Lian Yan had a head full of red hair that reached his back. He looked extremely flamboyant, and from the faint red light on his body, this person's spiritual energy seemed to have some special power. Ban Qing was short and had an extremely ordinary appearance, but he was an expert in concealment and assassination. Even someone as strong as Zhou Jian could be killed by Ban Qing if he wasn't on guard. Yuman looked to be around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure and a mature charm that could be seen in her every movement. She had a high nose bridge that showed a beautiful curve. Her seductive red lips caused endless reverie. Her soft breasts were slender and her round buttocks were perky. The last one was Yuan Qing. It was unknown what kind of secret technique or secret art he cultivated, but he gave off an extremely feminine feeling. His appearance was also extremely beautiful, to the point that many women paled in comparison to him. Chapter 22:15. These 4 were all the founding fathers of the Divine Ascension Country. They had followed Zhou Jian in his early years, conquering the world from north to south, and rarely meeting a worthy opponent. Even in the entire Divine Ascension Mirror world, they were all famous masters. However, in front of Zhou Jian, their strength was overshadowed by the sharpness of one person. Split into 4 groups and search the mountains. You must capture those stars of calamity in the shortest amount of time possible and bring them to King. Zhou Jian pointed and shouted in a deep voice. Yes, the 4 responded in unison and immediately split into 4 groups, quickly disappearing into the Heavenly Monster Mountains. Zhou Jian was the only one left on the spot. A noisy wind blew past, ruffling Zhou Dian's hair. After a long time, he pushed off the ground and urged the nine-horned dragon beast beneath him to slowly move forward. The monster beast he was riding was at the 12th order. Even though it was only at the early stage, it was still equivalent to a first-order emperor realm cultivator. Even so, it could only obediently allow Zhou Jian to ride it. Back then, Zhou Jian had spent a lot of time and effort to subdue this monster beast before finally succeeding. Gazing into the depths of the heavenly monster mountains, Zhou Dian's eyes inexplicably flashed with fighting spirit. It was as if he was in the middle of a mountain forest. It was as if an opponent he cared about was waiting for him. Yang Kai and the others, who had entered the mountains to train, were naturally unaware of what was happening outside. None of them had expected that a simple training exercise would cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, Yang Kai was facing off against a thunder cyan wolf in the heavenly monster mountains. This monster beast was only at the peak of the 10th order, about the same level as the first monster beast they had encountered after entering the Divine Ascension Mirror. However, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. This was because this monster beast seemed to be a little different from the others. It could actually control the power of lightning. The arcs of lightning flashing around its body were extremely lethal, causing Yang Kai to feel a little apprehensive. He was currently in his soul avatar, not his physical body. If he was injured, he wouldn't be able to heal so quickly. Even with the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't dare to recklessly come into contact with this kind of power. Fortunately, he had no intention of doing it himself. He moved together with Xia Sheng and the others. Many of his techniques were not easy to show to others. His hands and feet were tied when he fought, making him very uncomfortable. But now that he was alone, he naturally had nothing to worry about. The Thunder Cyan Wolf had obviously sensed that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. However, it was wary of the difference in strength and could only confront Yang Kai from afar. From time to time, he would bare his teeth and roar. He wanted to scare Yang Kai away. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished come out? Yang Kai suddenly shouted. As the voice rang out, his body trembled slightly. As his sleeves trembled, a dense mass of black dots suddenly and strangely appeared. At first, there weren't many black dots, but in the blink of an eye, there were countless of them, and they quickly gathered into a black cloud. The black cloud was about the size of a table. If one looked closely, they could see it clearly. This black cloud was made up of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Soul-devouring bug. They should be called soul-devouring bug. Ever since they had devoured a large amount of pure devil chi in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, these soul-devouring bugs had all turned pitch black. If each of them were enlarged, they would appear ferocious and terrifying, and their killing intent was overwhelming. As soon as the bug cloud appeared, a buzzing sound could be heard. The Thunder Cyan Wolf clearly did not know what this thing was, but its instincts told it that something was wrong. Seeing that the insect cloud was charging towards it, it actually opened its mouth, and lightning flashed in its mouth. Accompanied by a crisp, cracking sound, an arc of lightning struck out, right above the insect cloud. The bug cloud was instantly scattered, but soon they gathered in one place again. After releasing that attack, the Thunder Cyan Wolf actually turned around and fled. It had no intention of staying any longer. Chase, Yang Kai said. In fact, there was no need for him to give any orders. The soul-devouring bug's instincts had already driven them to do so. The insect cloud was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, as it directly covered the Thunder Cyan Wolf. Even though the latter's speed was not slow, it was still caught up in an extremely short period of time. The insect cloud only pounced downwards and completely enveloped the demonic beast. Miserable howls sounded in an instant. The continuous wails were extremely horrifying. The bug cloud rolled and wriggled like a living creature. Yang Kai stood quietly in the same place, watching everything. The Thunder Cyan Wolf's aura gradually weakened at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The power is still a little lacking, Yang Kai thought, although the unique characteristics of the soul-devouring bug made countless creatures extremely fearful. Yang Kai's soul-devouring bugs had grown up from a very low level. All these years, he had not paid much attention to them, simply allowing them to live and evolve freely on the island transformed by the soul-warming lotus. Even though they had grown quite a bit after such a long time, they were still unable to meet the needs of Yang Kai's current battle. A 10th order monster beast was only equivalent to an Origin King realm cultivator. In the outside world, if Yang Kai attacked, he would be able to decide the outcome of the battle with a single blow. However, it would take some time for the soul-devouring demon insects to attack. However, this divine ascension mirror world was practically a paradise for the soul-devouring demon insects. If it was used well, these soul-devouring demon insects might be able to undergo earth-shattering changes within a month. When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely have another trump card in his hands. Moreover, it would be a trump card that would be impossible to defend against. As such, Yang Kai made up his mind to take advantage of the uniqueness of this place. He would make use of the remaining time. He would properly nurture the soul-devouring demon insects. While he was deep in thought, the insect cloud began to roll faster and faster. The Thunder Cyan Wolf's howls also gradually weakened until they finally stopped moving. Yang Kai observed carefully and discovered that the Thunder Cyan Wolf's body was being rapidly devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects. After all, the creatures here were all soul avatars and did not have physical bodies. They were the most delicious food for the soul-devouring demon insects. If Yang Kai were to attack and kill it, after the Thunder Cyan Wolf died, most of its spiritual energy would dissipate and return to the space of this world. Only the spiritual energy origin would be left behind. However, if it was devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects, it would be different. The energy that should have dissipated would all enter the soul-devouring demon insects' bodies and become their capital to grow stronger. The only thing Yang Kai had to worry about was that the soul-devouring demon insects would not devour the monster beast's soul source as well. If that really happened, then he would gain nothing. That was not what he wanted to see. In this experience, strengthening himself was the most important thing. Letting the soul-devouring demon insects grow was just a matter of convenience. Yang Kai was still very clear about the importance of this. Therefore, after waiting for a while, Yang Kai's divine thought moved slightly and spread out toward the insect cloud. He sent a message. The insect cloud was obedient. Perhaps it was because it had been in Yang Kai's knowledge sea for so many years, so it carried out his instructions meticulously. As soon as the message was sent, the insect cloud immediately left the Thunder Cyan Wolf's body and flew back into Yang Kai's sleeve. As far as the eye could see, the Thunder Cyan Wolf had almost been completely devoured. Only a yellow light the size of a bean was left behind. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He walked forward and absorbed the light into his body. Not long after, he set off again. He walked forward. Along the way, he did not encounter any powerful monster beast. Once the insect cloud appeared, all the monster beast became food for the soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai only needed to stand aside and wait for a while to obtain the spirit origin left behind by the monster beast after its death. It was unimaginably easy. This was also the advantage of working alone. He did not need to put in too much effort to reap the rewards. If he was with Xia Sheng and the others, he would never release the soul-devouring demon insects. As time passed, Kai Yang gradually discovered something that piqued his interest. That was, even if the soul-devouring demon insects stayed in his sleeve, they seemed to be able to absorb the strange energy from the heaven and earth and continue to grow stronger. Thinking about it carefully, this was to be expected. The spirit chi of the heaven and earth in this world was completely different from the spirit chi of the outside world. The spirit chi of the outside world could be absorbed by the cultivator's physical body, allowing the cultivator to gradually become stronger. However, the spirit chi of this world could be absorbed by the spirit avatars of all living creatures to strengthen their spirit. The soul-devouring demon insects were no exception. The omnipresent spirit chi of the heaven and earth was a delicacy that they yearned for the most. This was definitely a treasure trove. Yang Kai was excited. Along the way, he had gained a lot. In just 2 days, Yang Kai had used the soul-devouring demon insects to kill at least 70 to 80 monster beasts. All the monster beast bodies were completely devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects, and the spirit origin left behind was naturally easy for Yang Kai. This made his divine sense, which was already comparable to the third-order Tao source realm, stronger and firmer, showing signs of advancing to the Emperor realm. Not to mention that Yang Kai's divine sense was gradually becoming stronger. The growth of the soul-devouring demon insects was also obvious. In the beginning, the soul-devouring demon insects needed the time to finish off a level 10 Thunder Cyan Wolf, but now, this time was shortened by more than half. Their growth was much more obvious than Yang Kai's. Such a huge gain made Yang Kai wild with joy. He increasingly felt that splitting up with Xia Sheng and the others was a wise decision. According to Gao Shui-Ting, absorbing the spirit origin of a level 10 monster beast was almost equivalent to 7 to 8 days of hard cultivation, and absorbing a level 11 monster beast was equivalent to about 20 days. In just 2 days, Yang Kai's benefits were almost equivalent to 3 to 4 years of cultivation. Moreover, this was a result that could only be achieved with the use of a special soul cultivation secret technique. If he had been with Xia Sheng and the others, he definitely would not have obtained such growth. However, he was the only one who could do such a thing. Because he had the soul-devouring demon insects, he only needed to observe every battle and then wait for the spoils to be collected. He did not need to exert himself. So naturally, he did not need to rest. Chapter 22:16. Another day later, Yang Kai's body suddenly swayed, slightly after absorbing the soul of an 11th grade monster beast. He couldn't help but frown. At that moment, he felt a slight discomfort. This discomfort was indescribable, but it was very clear and made him feel uncomfortable all over. Is this the limit? Yang Kai didn't panic and understood the reason after thinking for a while. Gao Shui-Ting had said before that although absorbing the soul origins left behind by the creatures here could quickly strengthen one's soul, it wasn't without consequences. When one absorbed to a certain extent, there would be a state of saturation. Once this happened, one would be unable to absorb any more soul origins. Otherwise, there might be some side effects. Kai Yang's current situation was undoubtedly a sign that he had reached a saturation point. Thinking about it, it made sense. In just 3 days, he had driven the soul-devouring demon insects to kill over 100 monster beasts and absorbed the soul origins of over 100 monster beasts. There was no lack of 11th grade existences among them. This number and speed was simply shocking. Yang Kai estimated that Xia Sheng and the others couldn't even get a fifth of what he did. This was because he didn't need to rest at all during this journey. He only needed to drive the soul-devouring demon insects to wrap around his prey. When he found it, Xia Sheng and the others had to fight every battle. They all needed to recover for a while. Naturally, it wasn't very efficient. What a pity, he muttered to himself, a look of regret on his face. He had originally planned to follow this momentum and let his soul strength reach the level of the Emperor realm. Once his soul strength reached the Emperor realm, his future cultivation would be smooth sailing. But now that he had reached his limit, there was no other way to solve it. He could only wait slowly, wait for his soul avatar to completely digest the soul origins he had absorbed over the past few days. He didn't slow down and continued to move forward at his original speed. This was because although he couldn't absorb more soul origins, the soul-devouring demon insects could, so it wasn't a waste. The deeper Yang Kai ventured, the higher the average level of the monster beast he encountered. In the beginning, when he had separated from Xia Sheng and the others, he could still find a few monster beasts of the 8th or 7th rank, or even weaker. Naturally, he had no interest in these monster beasts and ignored them all, but as time passed, these weak monster beasts disappeared without a trace and were replaced by higher-level existences. At this point, Yang Kai could no longer see any monster beast of level 9 or below. All the monster beasts were at least level 10. According to his estimation, the 10th level monster beast would never appear in front of him again if he were to walk further in. At a certain moment, just as he was looking around for prey, suddenly, in the middle of the jungle, a fishy wind blew, causing the trees to sway. An unusual pressure rapidly approached from afar, and Kai Yang could also hear a strange sound. His expression couldn't help turning solemn as he stared in that direction. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. It seemed like something was hitting the trees in the forest with great force, causing the trees to sway and leaves to fall. After a short while, a purple light suddenly shot out from the front at an incredible speed. Kai Yang's face was filled with surprise. This was because he discovered that the purple light that was rushing towards him was actually a small monster beast that was about the size of a human's arm and looked like a raccoon. Although the strength of a monster beast couldn't be determined by its size, when Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense, he could clearly see that this purple squirrel was at level 9. He hadn't seen a level 9 monster beast for a while now because level 9 was no longer suitable for living in this area. Therefore, when this purple squirrel appeared in front of him, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He didn't know how such a weak monster beast could survive in this area. However, its speed was indeed very fast. Yang Kai discovered it and checked its level in an instant. Before Yang Kai could attack it, this guy had already dashed behind Yang Kai with a whoosh. When the man and beast brushed past each other, Yang Kai clearly saw a look of surprise flash through the purple squirrel's eyes. It kept looking at him, as if it had discovered something new. This was obviously a sign that it had gained intelligence. None of the monster beasts Yang Kai had encountered before had this ability. Those monster beasts only followed their killing instincts. When they met Yang Kai, even if Yang Kai didn't attack, they would still attack him. This purple squirrel was obviously different from the others. However, Yang Kai didn't have time to think about its problem. Instead, he continued to look ahead with a solemn expression. This was because behind the purple squirrel, there was an extremely fierce guy. Asterisk, Walala. Asterisk, there was another loud sound of trees swaying and falling to the ground. Immediately after, a flat head the size of a rice jar suddenly poked out from the front. Its head was covered in scales and scarlet stripes, making it look extremely ferocious. Its 2 eyes were the size of a human brain, and its green pupils were vertical, making people shudder. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a red tongue, making a hissing sound. This was a giant python monster beast. For some reason, it chased after the purple squirrel all the way to Yang Kai. As soon as it appeared, the giant python fixed its 2 vertical pupils on Yang Kai. Immediately after, a body as thick as a person's arm slowly appeared. Its head was raised high, coiled in midair, and it continued to spit out its tongue as it stared at Yang Kai maliciously. Shifting the calamity to the east, you sure know how to play. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced darkly at the purple squirrel who was hiding behind a tree and poking out its small head. The purple squirrel saw him looking at it and couldn't help but shrink its neck. However, it quickly looked back, quietly looking over. It seemed to want to see if Kai Yang was able to drive the python away. "I'll deal with you after I deal with it," Yang Kai sneered and turned back to face the giant python. There was no reason for him to give up now that his prey was right in front of him, so he was still prepared to attack. As if it had realized that Yong Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with, the giant python didn't attack immediately after it appeared. Instead, it looked down at Yong Kai from above. An extremely dangerous glint flashed in its eyes. Yong Kai's divine sense swept across its body, and his expression became even more solemn. This was because he realized that this giant python was the strongest monster beast he had ever encountered. The strength of its soul was comparable to his own. In other words, this guy had reached the peak of the Tao Source realm. If it was given a little more time, it would definitely be able to advance to the Emperor realm. In this world, the only way to advance was to have a strong soul, because it didn't have a physical body. As long as its soul reached the requirements, it could easily advance to the next level. The giant python in front of him undoubtedly had one foot in the door of the Emperor realm. After a moment of confrontation, the giant python lost its patience, and its killing instinct drove its actions. However, within his eyes, there was a glint in his eyes. A green light flashed. An invisible force rushed towards Yong Kai. In an instant, a purple light burst out from Yong Kai's body, and the purple sun profound light shield appeared. On the surface of the transparent light curtain, a layer of ripples spread out in an instant. Moreover, it was bombarded by an invisible force, causing it to sink inwards by a lot. Soul attack. This was a soul's secret technique that every monster beast here, and even every living creature, had mastered. It was just a method to attack the enemy with their soul strength as the foundation. Simple and direct, but powerful. Especially in a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, this attack could often decide the outcome of the battle. Yong Kai had encountered hundreds of monster beasts along the way, and almost every time he would be dealt with by this move. So he was already used to dealing with it. The purple sun profound light shield was a Tao Source grade soul artifact. Even if Yong Kai hadn't completely refined it and couldn't display its full power, it still had a good defensive effect. There had never been a monster beast that could break through the defense of this artifact. However, the soul attack of the giant python caused the purple sun profound light shield to flash wildly, almost shattering it. Yong Kai himself staggered a few steps back, his face slightly gloomy. As expected of a peak 11th order monster beast, its attack was extraordinary. Moreover, while releasing the soul attack, it also swung its body, sweeping its steel whip-like tail horizontally towards Yong Kai, rolling up a gust of wind. The trees along the way were broken at the touch of the tail, showing how strong the tail was. Seeing this, Yong Kai's face turned solemn, and he naturally didn't dare to face it head-on. His figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he was. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk accompanied by a loud noise, countless trees broke, but the giant python's attack didn't have any effect. Not only that, it also lost track of Yong Kai in its field of vision. Its battle instincts made it a little uneasy, and the frequency of its snake tongue spitting in and out of its mouth obviously increased. It didn't know if it sensed something, but it suddenly raised its head and looked towards the sky. As far as its eyes could see, Yong Kai had already arrived above its head, and he was quite angry, shouting sternly, "Evil beast, eat my move too." As soon as he finished speaking, he also used the soul attack, condensing the power of his own divine sense into an invisible blade that slashed towards the giant python's eyes. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk the sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks appeared on the giant python's eyelids. When Yong Kai's attack arrived, the giant python actually closed its eyelids, causing Yong Kai's attack to fail. However, in the next moment, a buzzing sound rang out. The moment the giant python closed its eyes, Yong Kai released the soul-devouring demon insects. Black clouds appeared, rolling up a monstrous demonic chi. The demonic insects surged, bringing with them an unparalleled might. When the swarm of soul-devouring demon insects appeared, A human-like look of panic appeared in the giant python's eyes, as if it was extremely afraid of the soul-devouring demon insects. Behind Yang Kai, the purple squirrel hiding behind a tree and secretly observing the battle was already trembling. Its eyelids rolled back, and it fainted on the ground. From the looks of it, the soul-devouring demon insects seemed to have brought great fear to these two monster beasts. Chapter 22:17. This was not surprising, as the soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of all spiritual energy. Apart from being afraid of strange energy like the conflagrated knowledge, there were very few things that could kill them. Although Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects originally had some drawbacks, as they grew, these drawbacks had long since disappeared. If one wanted to kill these soul-devouring insects, they would need to be like Yang Kai and possess the conflagrated knowledge to restrain them. There was no other way. Moreover, Yang Kai did not know if the conflagrated knowledge was still effective against them. The reason why he could still control these soul-devouring insects to serve him was largely due to the soul-warming lotus. How could the giant python and purple squirrel not be afraid of such a strange creature? When the black cloud swooped down, the giant python actually opened its mouth in panic and spat out a dark green cloud that covered the cloud of insects. In an instant, a fishy stench filled the air. Poison of the divine sense! Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. He did not know what kind of opportunity this giant python had obtained, or if it was born this way, but it was actually able to make its divine sense extremely poisonous. It obviously wanted to use its special spiritual energy to deal with the soul-devouring insects. Moreover, it did not plan to stay any longer. After spitting out that cloud of poison, it actually ignored Yang Kai and the purple squirrel and turned around to flee. However, it had obviously underestimated the strangeness of the soul-devouring insects. The dark cloud of insects and the dark green cloud of poison collided. They collided at a visible rate. The dark green quickly disappeared, and in less than 3 breaths of time, only the dark cloud of insects remained. From the looks of it, it seemed that all of the poison cloud had been devoured by the soul-devouring insects. The poison cloud was also formed by spiritual energy, so it was naturally a delicacy for the soul-devouring insects. After devouring the poison cloud, the cloud of soul-devouring insects did not stay any longer. They directly covered the giant python, and in the blink of an eye, its head was completely covered. The cloud of insects closed its eyes, and the giant python could not see anything at all. Its huge body began to continuously twist and turn around like a headless fly, its actions without any pattern. Yang Kai watched quietly for a while and couldn't help but frown. This was because he found that the soul-devouring insects, which had always been successful, didn't seem to have a good way to deal with this giant python. The giant python's entire body was covered with dense scales. Even the tiny soul-devouring insects were unable to break through the protection of the scales to nibble at its body. At this rate, the soul-devouring insects might not be able to kill the giant python unless they could break through its defenses. With a thought, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave an order to the soul-devouring demon insects. He controlled the soul-devouring insects. It wasn't as easy as controlling Xiao Xiao, the stone mongoose. This was because the former had no intelligence at all. Although Xiao Xiao's intelligence wasn't high, she could still understand Yang Kai's commands. Comparing the two, it would undoubtedly take more effort to drive the former. Fortunately, the insect swarm was quite obedient. Yang Kai only had to use a little bit of effort to get them to enter the python's body through its mouth and nose. After several dozen breaths of time, the pitch-black insect swarm had disappeared, leaving only a buzzing sound coming from the python's abdomen. At this moment, the giant python seemed to be suffering some kind of inhumane torture and unbearable pain, constantly rolling on the ground and knocking down countless trees. But this kind of attack from inside its body was something it couldn't resolve. It could only wait for death to come. While struggling, the giant python didn't seem to be willing to just sit there and wait for its death. Its soul attacks bombarded the surrounding area almost aimlessly, causing Yong Kai to tremble in fear, not daring to get too close. As time passed, the light on the giant python's body constantly flickered, and its struggles gradually weakened. At a certain point, the giant python raised its head and finally fell to the ground. The light on its body also suddenly dimmed at this moment. Yong Kai stood in place with an indifferent expression, waiting quietly. After a short while, a hole suddenly appeared somewhere on the giant python's body. From this hole, countless soul-devouring demon insects swarmed out and flew back to Yong Kai, returning to his sleeve. Yong Kai walked forward, squatted down, and looked at the remaining python skin. This layer of python skin was as thin as a cicada's wing and covered with scales. Yong Kai didn't know what it was made of, but not only was it extremely sturdy, even the soul-devouring demon insects had no interest in it. So, after devouring all the essence of the giant python, the soul-devouring demon insects flew out. If this thing could be taken out, perhaps it could be used to refine a good soul defensive artifact. Thinking so, Yong Kai stretched out his hand and knocked on the layer of python skin, but to his surprise, as soon as he touched it, the python skin actually loosened, like a piece of rotten wood that had been there for a long time, completely shattering. This result left him stunned. He secretly felt that the reason why the giant python's defense was so amazing was probably because it had some kind of strange energy supporting it. Since the python skin was useless, Yong Kai naturally didn't need to waste any effort to take it out. Moreover, he didn't know how to take things out of this world, unless it was some kind of special item that could be absorbed into his soul avatar, such as a soul artifact. But whether or not there were any soul artifacts in this world was another matter. After all, everything here was composed of a strange energy similar to soul power. Even the mountains, the ground, and the trees were all soul artifacts. There were none of the precious minerals needed to refine soul artifacts. He turned around again and returned to where the purple squirrel had been. What surprised him was that the purple squirrel, which should have fainted on the ground, had disappeared without a trace. Yong Kai was truly surprised. It seemed that the purple squirrel, a 9th rank monster beast, had not been able to survive in this area by luck. However, when Yong Kai scanned the area with his divine sense, he immediately locked onto the purple squirrel's current location. At the top of a large tree, the purple squirrel was quietly hiding. There was an indescribable intelligence in its small eyes as it vigilantly sized up the area below it. Just as it was focusing on observing, Yong Kai suddenly disappeared from its field of vision. The purple squirrels first stood on end almost instinctively. "Humph, did you think that I wouldn't be able to find you if you hid?" Yong Kai's cold laughter came from behind it, not waiting for the purple squirrel to react. He had already reached out, grabbed it by the neck, and brought it in front of him. The purple squirrel immediately trembled, its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Yong Kai timidly. It seems that other than being fast and having some intelligence, you don't have any other abilities. Yong Kai looked at the purple squirrel thoughtfully. If it had any other abilities, it would have already used them. However, it didn't react even when Yong Kai was holding it, so it was obvious that it was helpless. Just as Yong Kai was speaking, the purple squirrel seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reached out with its claws, reaching towards its abdomen. Yong Kai's gaze moved downwards, and he immediately saw something that surprised him, because he had discovered something. This was the purple squirrel's abdomen. There was actually something that looked like a pocket, as if it had been there since birth. He couldn't help but be amazed by this. At this moment, the purple squirrel took out something from the pocket at its abdomen. It looked like a spirit fruit, and it looked like a grape. It was completely purple and gave off a strange fragrance. After Yang Kai sniffed it, he immediately felt refreshed. The discomfort caused by absorbing too much spirit source actually showed signs of alleviating. His eyes lit up. His gaze was fixed on the purple spirit fruit. After the purple squirrel took out the spirit fruit, it held it with both its claws and handed it directly to Yang Kai. Then, it looked at Yang Kai pitifully as if to say, "Please kindly accept this spirit fruit and let this little one live." Its actions made Yang Kai feel that this guy was full of intelligence. It obviously wanted to use this spirit fruit to gain his favor, so that he wouldn't attack it. Yang Kai immediately felt that this was interesting. He smiled and glanced at the purple squirrel, but he didn't make things difficult for it. Instead, he put it down. The purple squirrel couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when it landed on the treetops. However, it still held the spirit fruit, stood on its hind legs, and handed it to Yang Kai. "Then I'll gladly accept it." Yang Kai coughed lightly and took the fruit from its hands. To be honest, he was also very curious about this spirit fruit. Although Gao Shueting had said before that there were many strange products in this world, and that many of these things had miraculous effects and uses, Yang Kai had never thought that spirit fruits could grow in this world. As for this spirit fruit, it was obvious at a glance that it was extremely beneficial to the divine soul. Since he couldn't take it out with him, Yang Kai naturally gave up on this idea. He picked up the spirit fruit and looked at it for a while, then directly put it into his mouth. After a few chews, Yang Kai swallowed it, and his expression immediately brightened. This was because he could clearly feel that this spirit fruit had turned into a miraculous energy when it entered his stomach. Not only did it strengthen his body, but it also greatly alleviated the discomfort he felt. Yang Kai estimated that if he had 3 or 4 more of these spirit fruits, he would be able to completely eliminate the discomfort in his body. "This thing, do you have more?" Yang Kai looked down at the purple squirrel and gestured as he communicated with the monster beast. Unexpectedly, the purple squirrel immediately understood what he meant. It extended a small paw and pointed at the place where the giant python had died, then pointed at the depths of Heavenly Monster Mountain as it squeaked. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, then said, "You mean this giant python was guarding the spirit fruit, and because you stole one, it chased you all the way here, and there are even more spirit fruits where it lives?" The purple squirrel nodded vigorously when it heard this. "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way." Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted excitedly. The discomfort in his spirit not only prevented him from absorbing any more spirit origin energy, but it also affected his body's condition. If he could quickly resolve this, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't wait to find more of those spirit fruits. Chapter 22:18. In the forest of Heavenly Monster Mountain, a man and a beast were rapidly running. The purple squirrel was leading the way in front with Yang Kai following closely behind. After interacting with Yang Kai for a while and confirming that he had no ill intentions, the purple squirrel no longer seemed to be afraid of him. It didn't even show any signs of escaping. While leading the way, it would stop from time to time and wait for Yang Kai to get closer before continuing on its journey. The purple squirrel's actions were very purposeful. They didn't encounter any other monster beast along the way, and it was unknown what kind of ability it used to avoid them. 2 hours later, the man and beast arrived at a mountain valley. The mountain valley was surrounded by mountains on all sides. If one wasn't familiar with the terrain, they might not be able to find it. When the purple squirrel arrived, not far from the entrance of the mountain valley, it suddenly stopped and stopped moving forward. Instead, it waited until Yang Kai arrived before it extended its little claws and gestured towards the mountain valley. Then it used its 2 claws to grab its own neck, making it look like it was having difficulty breathing, and its eyes were rolling back. In the end, it fell straight to the ground. Yang Kai frowned and said, "You mean that there's danger in the mountain valley?" The purple squirrel flipped over and stood up again, nodding at Yang Kai. "Let me take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he looked towards the mountain valley. With just one glance, he immediately understood what the danger the purple squirrel was referring to was. Inside the mountain valley, it was filled with a dense, dark green poisonous cloud. Whether it was the color or shape of the poisonous cloud, it was the same as the one that the giant python had spat out. However, the area it covered was far too large. The dark green poisonous cloud covered everything in the mountain valley, making it impossible to see what was inside. "I'm very curious." Yang Kai smiled as he glanced at the purple squirrel. "What method did you use before?" "You stole a spirit fruit from here." If the mountain valley was covered in poisonous clouds all year round, the purple squirrel wouldn't have been able to enter with its 9th level strength. Naturally, it wouldn't have been able to steal a spirit fruit. But in reality, it was because the purple squirrel had stolen a spirit fruit that the giant python had chased it all the way to Yang Kai. Faced with Yang Kai's question, the purple squirrel blinked and looked at him blankly. At this moment, it couldn't understand him again. Playing dumb. Yang Kai coldly snorted, but he didn't try to get to the bottom of it. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and the soul-devouring insects flew into the valley with a buzzing sound. Seeing this, the purple squirrel immediately waited expectantly. The scene of the soul-devouring beetles devouring the poison cloud. It had seen everything clearly from the side. Naturally, he knew that the poisonous clouds in the valley were no exception. As long as the poison cloud was dispelled, the spirit fruit inside would be easily obtained. This was indeed the case. Wherever the black insect swarm passed, the dense poisonous clouds would disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of the soul-devouring demon insects' poisonous spiritual energy was devoured by them and turned into their own strength. In less than an hour, the poisonous clouds in the valley were completely swept away and disappeared. And after devouring such a large amount of poisonous clouds, the soul-devouring demon insects seemed to have gained a lot of benefits as well. They flew back into Yang Kai's sleeve. "Let's go!" Yang Kai called out to the purple squirrel and walked into the valley as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. The purple squirrel was also showing off and taking advantage of the situation. It walked with its little legs and was extremely arrogant. This must be the fruit tree of the spirit fruit. Yang Kai went straight to the center of the valley and looked at a green fruit tree that was about half the height of a person. Yang Kai had noticed this fruit tree when he was observing at the entrance of the valley. It was just that the insect swarm hadn't finished cleaning up the poisonous clouds at that time. So he didn't dare to enter rashly. The fruit tree had a unique spirituality, and there were some traces of large-scale activity around it. It looked like they were left behind by the dead giant python. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the fruit tree, and his eyes immediately lit up. He discovered that there were a total of 5 spirit fruits on this fruit tree, and they were exactly the same as the one the purple squirrel had given him earlier. As a Tao Source grade alchemist who had received all of Gong Sun Mu's knowledge, Yang Kai could even recognize something like the extraordinary treasure lotus. However, he really didn't know what this spirit fruit was called. It could only be said that this spirit fruit was a unique product of the divine ascension mirror world and had never been seen in the outside world. However, its effects were extraordinarily powerful, and it was especially suitable for a cultivator like Yang Kai who had entered this place from the outside to gain experience. He didn't hesitate and directly reached out to pluck one from the fruit tree, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it with a few chews. In an instant, not only did the discomfort in his body ease significantly, even the strength of his spiritual energy seemed to have increased slightly. "Not bad, not bad," Yang Kai said as he plucked another one and ate heartily. Asterisk gudong. Asterisk a sound came from the side. Yang Kai glanced sideways and glanced at the purple squirrel that was half squatting by his feet. This guy was staring at Yong Kai pitifully with its round eyes. The gulping sound from before was obviously caused by this guy. Even if you look at me with such sincerity, Yong Kai said as he tossed a third fruit into his mouth and mumbled, "I don't have any extra for you." The purple squirrel's eyes immediately dimmed, and it drooped its head, looking dispirited. "Ha." Yong Kai let out a long sigh. "Fine, I'll give you one." As he spoke, he reached out and plucked the last two fruits from the fruit tree, ate one himself, and handed the other one to the purple squirrel. The purple squirrel immediately became spirited, and its eyes lit up. It stood up straight and held the fruit with its claws, carefully sniffing it a few times before revealing a look of ecstasy. In the end, it stuffed the fruit into its belly pocket in satisfaction and hid it away like a treasure. 4 spirit fruits entered his stomach, plus the one that the purple squirrel had given him before. The discomfort in Kai Yang's body had already been swept away, and he once again felt like a dragon and a tiger. His heart inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of being reborn. He glanced at the purple squirrel and chuckled. The purple squirrel immediately covered its pockets with its claws and looked at Yong Kai vigilantly, as if it was afraid that he would go back on his word. "What kind of person do you think I am?" Yong Kai snorted coldly, with a serious expression. "Don't look down on me, you bastard. How can I take back what I've already given away?" The purple squirrel looked at him, not quite understanding. "Little guy." Yong Kai looked at it with a smile. "Are you very familiar with this place?" The purple squirrel was silent for a while before it nodded. "Then lead the way. If we find anything good, we'll split it like before. Okay?" Yong Kai had a kind expression as he tried to persuade it. As he spoke, he patted the purple squirrel's belly pocket with a seductive expression. "As long as you cooperate with me, it'll only be a matter of time before I fill your pocket." The purple squirrel's eyes lit up, and it became excited. As it squeaked, it nodded. Its head bobbed like a chicken pecking at rice. It didn't wait for Yong Kai to give any more orders before it took the initiative to lead the way. Yong Kai raised his eyebrows and followed closely behind. The purple squirrel was indeed very familiar with the heavenly monster mountains, and it knew where there were good things. However, most of these good things were guarded by some powerful monster beast, just like the giant python. It wasn't an existence that the purple squirrel could afford to provoke, so it could only sigh helplessly. However, with a powerful guarantee like Yong Kai, it had nothing to worry about. All it needed to do was bring Yong Kai to that place. Then, Yong Kai would take action and deal with the monster beast guarding the treasure. What followed was naturally the joyous matter of splitting the spoils of war. Yong Kai kept his word. Every time he found something good, he would give some to the purple squirrel. As for whether he would split it evenly or not, that would depend on how one interpreted it. In just 2 days, Yong Kai and the purple squirrel swept through the nests of many monster beasts within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers. They obtained countless spirit fruits and countless monster beast soul sources, making for a great harvest. These spirit fruits that grew in the divine ascension mirror world were all useful to one's spiritual energy. However, there were also some that were harmful. Yong Kai accidentally ate one of them, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to regain his senses for a long time. If it weren't for the rainbow soul-warming lotus in his body, just that spirit fruit alone would have taken his life. As a result, although Yong Kai had absorbed a lot of soul sources, his soul avatar was once again in a state of discomfort. This state didn't affect his body much, but it made it impossible for Yong Kai to continue absorbing soul sources. Compared to Yong Kai, the growth of the soul-devouring demon insects was even greater. After all, they had devoured most of their spiritual energy. In less than 10 days since they entered the divine ascension mirror world, the strength of the soul-devouring demon insects had almost doubled. Moreover, Yang Kai could faintly feel that his soul-devouring demon insects seemed to be changing in a direction that no one knew about. He could clearly feel that these soul-devouring demon insects had become even more savage, violent, and rebellious. Sometimes they would even ignore his orders. He didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. The small pouch on the purple squirrel's abdomen was also basically full. This guy was very strange. Although it obtained a lot of good things, it never ate them. It seemed to only have a desire to collect them, constantly stuffing the spirit fruits that Yang Kai gave it into its pouch. In the end, it couldn't fit anymore. It wasn't big to begin with, so how big could its pouch be? Yang Kai finally had a legitimate reason to monopolize all the spoils of war. The purple squirrel didn't seem to care too much, and continued to lead the way diligently. It led Yang Kai through the heavenly monster mountains like a laborer. At a certain moment 2 days later, Yang Kai stood quietly in front of the entrance of a cave with the purple squirrel sitting on his shoulder. After these 2 days of interaction, the purple squirrel was no longer afraid of Yang Kai and had instead become more familiar with him. At this moment, the man and the beast both had a focused expression as they listened attentively to the movements coming from the cave. They seemed to be concentrating their attention. Chapter 22:19. Miserable howls could be heard coming from inside the cave, mixed with the sound of something huge crashing into the cave walls. There was also the sound of rocks falling down like rain. How tragic! Yang Kai sighed. The purple squirrel nodded, in agreement. A moment later, the sounds coming from inside the cave gradually weakened and finally disappeared. The soul-devouring insects had obviously finished off the monster beast in the cave. In the divine ascension mirror world, any prey targeted by the soul-devouring insects would never have a good ending. After confirming that he was safe, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked into the cave. The cave was dim, but that didn't hinder Yang Kai's vision. After all, he was a soul avatar, so everything in the cave was imprinted in his mind after he scanned it with his divine sense. This cave wasn't very deep, nor was it very wide. Everywhere he went, there was a mess, and there were traces of a struggle everywhere. The owner of this cave had obviously suffered a lot at the hands of the soul-devouring insects, and had fiercely struggled for a while before he died. Yang Kai didn't even know what kind of monster beast was inside, because by the time he arrived, the monster beast had already been completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Not even a scrap was left behind. In his current state, he couldn't absorb any more soul sources, so he didn't have the soul-devouring insects leave anything behind. After recalling the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai began to examine everything in the cave. After scanning it with his divine sense, he found nothing. There were no spirit fruits or other treasures in this cave. It seemed to be a place where the monster beast rested. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at this discovery, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, not every powerful monster beast was guarding a treasure. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his body suddenly paused, his gaze focused in a certain direction in the cave. There was a strange object there that attracted his attention. After observing it for a moment, Yang Kai walked forward and bent down to pick up the object from the ground. The moment he touched it, Yang Kai's body suddenly shook and his eyes shone brightly. At the same time, they gasped. Yang Kai's abnormal reaction gave the purple squirrel a fright. Its fur stood on end as it scurried away from Yang Kai's side. This is... Yang Kai fumbled with the item in his hand as he scanned it with his divine sense. Soon he figured out what this thing looked like. It was a disc-like existence. It was about the size of a millstone, and its entire body was as white as jade. Previously, when Yang Kai's divine will scan the area, he didn't find anything special about it, but he felt that its shape was quite strange, so he picked it up to take a look. However, the moment he touched it, Yang Kai's soul resonated with it, causing his soul avatar to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, inside the white jade millstone, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into Yong Kai's body, making him feel as comfortable as if he was soaking in warm water. This feeling made his entire body relax and feel extremely comfortable. He couldn't stop himself, as if he was about to fly. If he had to describe it more specifically, this feeling was similar to what he felt when his soul fused with Su Yan's in the past. Soul Jade. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Yong Kai's mind, causing him to cry out in surprise. He had never seen a soul jade before, and didn't know what it looked like. In fact, he had only heard about its existence from Gao Shueting a few days ago, but at this moment, he was 100% sure that the thing in his hand was the soul jade that Gao Shueting was talking about. According to Gao Shueting, even in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, soul jades were treasures that could only be found by chance. She herself had entered this place 4 times, but she had only obtained 1 mid-rank soul jade so far. Just that 1 mid-rank soul jade alone had greatly benefited her. Yong Kai didn't know how soul jades were categorized, but he felt that the one in his hand was definitely not mid-rank. It was very likely to be a high-rank or even a peerless soul jade. Soul jades were formed from the purest spiritual energy in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, and they could be easily absorbed by a cultivator to strengthen their soul without any worries or hidden dangers. However, Gao Shueting had described them to be so rare that Yong Kai didn't think he would be lucky enough to obtain one. Unexpectedly, however, he actually obtained one here. It's so big. Yong Kai was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. He had a troubled expression on his face. How long will it take to absorb it? As he spoke, he tried to absorb the energy within the soul jade to see if it was as miraculous as Gao Shueting had described. A strand of pure energy was born from the soul jade and flowed into Yong Kai's body through his arms. His entire body immediately felt warm, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. As this energy flowed into his body, Yong Kai discovered that it was just as Gao Shueting had said before. Absorbing the energy from the soul jade wouldn't cause any harm to his body. His current soul avatar was still in a saturated state, so he couldn't absorb the soul source left behind by the monster beast at all. However, absorbing the energy from this soul jade wasn't hindered at all. Yong Kai could also clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within the soul jade. He couldn't help but think, I'll go into seclusion here and absorb the energy from the soul jade until the time limit is up. If he really did that, Yong Kai estimated that by the time he left this place, the strength of his soul would definitely be comparable to that of the Emperor Realm. At that time, he might not even be able to finish absorbing the energy from the soul jade, so he could have his soul-devouring insects absorb the energy as well. With ample time and energy reserves, he would be able to maximize the benefits he could obtain from this place. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, another force suddenly appeared in Yong Kai's body. In the dim cave, a rainbow-colored light suddenly bloomed. It was extremely dazzling, illuminating the entire cave in a rainbow of colors. The rainbow-colored light expanded and retracted. As it rolled up, Yong Kai suddenly felt his hand lighten. The soul jade had disappeared. This shocking change caught Yong Kai off guard. With a face full of shock, he hurriedly looked inside his body. Very quickly, he found traces of the soul jade in a certain part of his body. At that moment, it was actually wrapped in the rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus and was lying quietly in the center of the lotus. And when Kai Yang saw it, he couldn't help but discover an inconceivable scene. That piece of soul jade was like a snowflake under the blazing sun. It quickly melted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The surging energy from the soul jade was completely absorbed by the soul-warming lotus. Not a single drop was left. After absorbing the energy from the soul jade, the soul-warming lotus seemed to glow even brighter. At the same time, A gentle and steady stream of energy spread out from the soul-warming lotus and slowly poured into Yang Kai's soul avatar. What's going on? Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. His mind was a mess. He had just found a piece of high-rank or even peerless soul jade, but it had been sucked away by the soul-warming lotus. After absorbing it, it had been slowly fed back to his soul avatar. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Losing the soul jade was undoubtedly a loss. However, the soul jade hadn't been stolen by someone else. Instead, it had been absorbed by the soul-warming lotus. Then, the soul-warming lotus slowly fed that energy back to his body. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai secretly felt that this shouldn't be a bad thing. This way, it seemed to be beneficial to both him and the soul-warming lotus. Moreover, although the rate of this feedback was much slower, it could be done step by step. It would allow him to gradually adapt to his stronger spirit and be able to control it as he wished. On the other hand, if he were to personally absorb the energy from the soul jade, he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything else, let alone finish absorbing it in the remaining days. But now he didn't need to worry about the soul jade anymore. He would do what he needed to do. It's definitely a good thing, Yang Kai said with certainty. After saying this, he turned his head and looked around. At a corner, he found the purple squirrel staring at him in fear. The purple squirrel didn't understand the sudden change just now and immediately distanced itself from Yang Kai. Now that it saw that he was safe and sound and was even waving at it warmly, it naturally walked over slowly. After making sure that Yang Kai was fine, it jumped onto Yang Kai's shoulder again. But for some reason, it actually sniffed at Yang Kai a few times. Then, it revealed a confused expression, as if it felt that Yang Kai's scent was different from before. Next, Kai Yang walked around the cave one more time, carefully inspecting everything. After making sure he hadn't missed anything, he walked out of the cave. He still had a lot of time left, so he naturally wouldn't waste it. He had just walked out of the cave when he heard a whoosh coming from nearby. Immediately after, a figure suddenly landed in front of him. Yang Kai was shocked. He instinctively activated his spirit power and summoned the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield. At the same time, he tapped his foot and floated backwards. He never thought that he would meet someone else in this place. The newcomer obviously didn't think of this either. When he saw Yang Kai, he also activated his spirit power and looked over vigilantly. Their eyes met. That person frowned and looked suspiciously at the purple light shield around Yang Kai. A strange expression appeared on his face, just as Yang Kai had expected. In this world, cultivators didn't have secret treasures to use. This was because they lacked the materials to forge and refine secret treasures. The battle between martial artists was a contest of divine souls. What they relied on was divine soul secret arts and even weapons condensed from divine soul energy. Soul-type secret treasures were definitely rare items for cultivators in this world. After the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield was summoned, it would form a purple light shield around Yang Kai's body. Although it looked similar to some defensive secret techniques, it was fundamentally different. This cultivator, who had suddenly appeared, wasn't weak. He was at least at the level of the Third Order Tao Source realm, so he naturally saw through it. Chapter 22:20. While the newcomer was sizing up Yang Kai was also vigilantly observing him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai could see the cultivation of the other party's Third Order Tao Source realm at a glance. From his face, Yang Kai could tell that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His expression was calm and determined, but at this moment, there was a hint of panic and fear in his eyes. Yang Kai was certain that the other party didn't have any hostility towards him. However, this was the first time Yang Kai had encountered a cultivator from the divine Ascension Mirror world, so he was naturally very curious. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai discovered that the other party's body was just like his own soul avatar. They were both formed from spiritual energy and didn't have a physical body. This world was truly filled with all sorts of strange things. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. If you don't want to die, hurry up and run. At this moment, the other party suddenly shouted with a solemn expression, "What?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. The other party's words were so random that he couldn't understand them at all. However, the newcomer obviously wasn't in the mood to explain too much. Pushing the energy in his body, he fled in a certain direction while shouting again, "It'll be too late if you don't run now." As soon as he said this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad premonition. He faintly realized that there seemed to be some powerful existence chasing after this person, and that existence was undoubtedly extremely dangerous and cruel. Thinking of this, he made a prompt decision and hurriedly tried to leave this dangerous place. He had only been brought into this world by Gao Shueting to gain experience, so he naturally wasn't interested in getting involved in the grudges between the original forces of this world and the cultivator. After all, he could only stay here for a month at most. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai was about to make a move, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A powerful pressure that belonged only to the Emperor realm suddenly appeared and descended from the sky. This pressure was so heavy that it was almost tangible. When it pressed down, it gave people the illusion that the sky was collapsing. Yang Kai's body instantly shrank, and his expression became extremely ugly. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a ghostly figure emerging, directly appearing at the side of the martial artist from before. This figure was not tall, but rather short. However, before he appeared, Yang Kai did not notice him at all. It was as if he had always been in that position, but had not been detected by anyone. When this unknown powerhouse from the Emperor realm appeared, there was a flash of light in his hand, and a dagger-like weapon suddenly appeared. This weapon was formed from the power of this person's spirit. It was not a soul-type artifact. The dagger flashed with a cold light, and before the middle-aged man could react, the man had already stabbed forward. A soft Puchi sound rang out, causing Yang Kai's scalp to go numb. The third-order Dao Source realm level middle-aged man who was trying to escape didn't even have time to defend himself before his chest was pierced through. In the outside world, this was definitely a fatal injury, because that was where the wound was. It was where the heart was. No matter how strong a cultivator was, if their heart was struck like this, they would probably die immediately, unless they cultivated some kind of heaven-defying secret technique or used their powerful cultivation to suppress the injury. They would only be able to survive. However, in the divine ascension mirror world, because living beings did not have physical bodies, this injury was not fatal, even though it looked serious. After this attack succeeded, the powerhouse from the Emperor realm stopped attacking and coldly glanced at the middle-aged man. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of wood. On the other hand, the middle-aged man let out a pained cry as his body stiffened in place. Looking around, Kai Yang saw that the dagger was still embedded in the middle-aged man's chest, and with the wound as the center, a strange energy radiated out in an arc, converging into a complex pattern, like a layer of inexplicable and powerful seals. It was this strange energy that restricted the middle-aged man's movements, preventing him from moving even a single step. There were also traces of spiritual energy leaking out from his wound. It was obvious that his strength was being drained. If this wound was left untreated, the middle-aged man's spiritual energy would definitely flow out along with the wound. When that happened, he would definitely die. "You're the star of calamity?" The powerhouse from the Emperor realm asked, indifferently after he succeeded. "Master, what did you say?" Although the middle-aged man had been severely injured by the sneak attack, he didn't dare to act up. He only looked at the other party with pleading eyes and asked blankly, "Forget it. The short powerhouse from the Emperor realm heard this and replied dully, "Whether you are or not, we'll know after we bring you back to the palace for interrogation." After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. The palace, on the contrary, the middle-aged man seemed to have heard some strange information from his words. He stared at the other party with wide eyes, and after changing his expression several times, he asked with difficulty, "Dare I ask, could it be Sir Ban Ching Ban?" "Oh." Ban Ching looked at the middle-aged man with surprise. "You recognize me?" The middle-aged man saw that he didn't deny it and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Who doesn't know the names of the 4 vice-commanders under Master Zhou Jian? Since there are 4 people, why are you so sure it's me? Can it be someone else? Ban Qing didn't seem to be in a hurry to deal with Yang Kai. Instead, he chatted with his prey with great interest. The middle-aged man said, "Vice Commander Lien, Yen has a head of red hair, which is very obvious. Vice Commander Yuman is a woman, and Vice Commander Yuan Qing. It is said that Vice Commander Yuan is as beautiful as a flower, and his skin is as white as jade. Even normal women lose their luster in front of him. Since you are from the palace and have such cultivation, I can't think of anyone other than Ban Qing." "Ha ha ha!" Ban Qing suddenly laughed loudly. "What a beautiful flower. So that's how the world talks about Yuan Qing. I wonder what he would think if he heard this. Yes, your analysis is correct. This lord is indeed Ban Qing." Seeing that Ban Qing finally admitted it, the middle-aged man completely gave up and said with a dispirited expression, "Seeing is believing." Master Ban's concealment and assassination techniques are truly superb. Humph. Ban Qing coldly snorted in disdain, not caring about the other party's flattery. "But, Master Ban, I have no enmity with you. Why are you—" Although the middle-aged man couldn't move, he still wanted to beg Ban Qing to let him go. However, Ban Qing clearly didn't plan on giving him this chance. He had entered the heavenly monster mountain under Zhou Dian's orders to capture the Star of Calamity. Although he couldn't kill for no reason, injuring or seriously injuring someone was no problem. Thus, before the other party could finish speaking, Ban Qing reached out and clenched his fist. The dagger stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest suddenly released a ray of light. Immediately after, the strange energy radiating from the dagger suddenly became much more solid under the influence of this light. The middle-aged man's entire body shook, as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell straight to the ground, completely unconscious. Although he hadn't died, he had completely fainted. Even if he woke up, he probably wouldn't be able to return to his peak state. Ban Qing's attack had clearly damaged his foundation. After doing all this, the dagger flew back into Ban Qing's hand. He turned around and coldly sized up Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mind was actually racing at this moment. He didn't really understand what had happened before, but after listening to the conversation between the 2 in front of him, he vaguely understood the whole story. He even had his own speculations about the overall situation here. These 2 people were talking about the existence of a palace, so there was probably a country in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. And in this country, the ruler was supreme. Under the ruler, there seemed to be a great general who protected the country called Zhou Jian. Under Zhou Jian, there were 4 other masters like the one in the Emperor realm in front of him. At this moment, they should all have entered Heavenly Monster Mountain to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. The middle-aged man was either the target of capture or an innocent bystander. Yang Kai guessed that he was the latter, because from what the middle-aged man had said before, he didn't know anything about the Star of Calamity. And Yang Kai was probably the same. Ban Qing and the others didn't know who they were trying to capture at all, so they simply spread the net wide to catch as many fish as they could. Anyone who was caught by Ban Qing definitely wouldn't be able to escape. How unlucky! Kai Yang secretly cursed in his heart. It was rare for him to be able to gain experience in this world, but he ended up encountering a dispute between the cultivator here, and it was someone from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai couldn't help but complain. Not bad, kid. Ban Qing looked at Yang Kai for a while before suddenly nodding with a smile, his expression amiable. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. What this lord means is, you know your limits and know that you are no match for this lord, so you didn't run away. Yes, if you are obedient. This lord can make you suffer less, Ban Qing said calmly. After saying this, he changed the topic and said coldly, but if you don't know what's good for you, you will end up like him. As he spoke, he pointed at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a while, he said, This master. Don't talk to this lord about being innocent or not. Ban Qing seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to say and interrupted him before he could speak. He impatiently said in a low voice, This lord is following orders. If you really are the star of calamity, then consider yourself unlucky. If you aren't, then you will naturally be safe and sound. As he spoke, he stared intently at Yang Kai and said, Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want this lord to make a move? Let me tell you first, if it's the latter, this lord can't guarantee that you will be unharmed. So it's like that. Yang Kai's negotiation failed, and he helplessly sighed. With a heavy expression, he asked, This kid still has a question to ask. Speak. Ban Qing coldly replied, First, please listen to the conversation between Master and this friend. It seems that there are 3 other people like you. I wonder if those 3, they are leading a team to search elsewhere. Right now, Mount Tianyao has been completely sealed off, so don't even think about escaping. It's meaningless. Chapter 22-21. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's heart instantly sank. Then, Master, your subordinates, Yang Kai asked again. They'll be there soon. Ban Qing frowned impatiently. This king likes to move alone. After saying this, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Why are you asking this? It's nothing. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said slowly, This junior just wants to offend you. After saying this, he turned into a streak of light and charged straight at Ban Qing. Yang Kai understood that since the heavenly monster mountains had been sealed off, and there were 3 other masters from the Emperor realm searching in other places besides Ban Qing, and Ban Qing's subordinates hadn't arrived yet, now was the best time to deal with him. Escaping was unrealistic. Not to mention, Ban Qing was an expert in concealment and assassination techniques, and his movement skills were exquisite. Yang Kai might not be able to escape. Even if he escaped, where could he run to in the vast, heavenly monster mountains? If he wasn't careful, he would run into someone else. At that time, he would be pincered, and there would be no hope. It was better to fight Ban Qing while he was alone. If he couldn't win, it wouldn't be too late to escape. If he could win, then there would be no need to escape. Ban Qing raised his eyebrows, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold. Not only was he bold, but he also had the ability to move freely under his pressure. Previously, he hadn't put Yang Kai in his eyes because there was an absolute difference in strength between the two. Once the pressure of the Emperor realm was released, a Tao Source realm cultivator wouldn't be able to move at all. The middle-aged man lying on the ground was the best proof. In Ban Qing's eyes, Yang Kai's cultivation was on par with the middle-aged man's. They were both at the level of the 3rd order Tao Source realm. It was just that the strength of Yang Kai's soul was a bit more condensed, as if he was about to reach the Emperor realm. But this still didn't have much meaning. If he didn't cross the threshold of the Emperor realm, then there would always be a difference between heaven and earth. He felt that under his pressure, Yang Kai would not even be able to move a finger. But when Yang Kai really moved, he was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. It was as if he wasn't affected by his pressure at all. Ban Qing was a little surprised by this discovery, and he was also a little angry from embarrassment. With a cold snort, he stood where he was and did not move an inch. Instead, He released all of his pressure, which completely enveloped Yang Kai. Ugh. Halfway through, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His body suddenly stopped. At that moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified. This greatly hindered his movements. Your courage is commendable, but it's extremely stupid. Ban Qing looked coldly at Yang Kai, his eyes full of disdain. Master, is it really okay for you to look down on me like this? Yang Kai roared, his spiritual energy bursting out, igniting a layer of raging flames around his body. The flames burned and danced. It made Yang Kai look like a man on fire. The surrounding temperature also seemed to rise by a lot. The lush trees even withered in the blink of an eye, and the ground was scorched. Conflagrated divine sense. Ban Qing's pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. Mutated divine sense was extremely rare, no matter where it was, but it could not be denied that it was extremely powerful. This was especially true for the fire attribute divine sense, which was known for its tyrannical and destructive power. Ka-cha-cha, a series of cracking sounds came from the surrounding space. This was the sound of Ban Qing's pressure being shattered from the Emperor realm. As soon as Yang Kai released his conflagrated divine sense, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. He turned into a streak of flames and pounced in front of Ban Qing. He clenched his hand into a fist which was surrounded by raging flames and smashed down. No wonder you're so arrogant. So you do have some ability. Facing this terrifying attack, Ban Qing did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he calmly commented before tapping his foot and retreating. With this retreat, he seemed to cross the barrier of space. When he reappeared, he was already more than 30 meters away from Yang Kai. That ferocious punch instantly hit nothing but air. At the same level of cultivation, there are probably very few people in this world who can be your match, but Ban Qing coldly smiled. This king is from the Emperor realm. Are you still dreaming, HM? When he roared out that last word, the already heavy pressure suddenly increased by several degrees. The flames on Yang Kai's body instantly flickered wildly, and his body sank as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. Under the immense pressure, Yang Kai roared and endured the pain from all over his body. His body swayed, and he once again charged in front of Ban Qing despite the restraints of the pressure. Brat, do you want to die? Ban Qing revealed a grave expression for the first time as he roared. This was because Yang Kai did not care about the pressure on his body and forcefully broke through under Ban Qing's pressure. This was actually very damaging to his body, and the slightest carelessness could result in the destruction of his soul. However, Yang Kai did not seem to care at all, nor was he worried about such an outcome. He looked like he was going to trade his life for Ban Qing's. Ban Qing had never met such a person before. To describe such a person, there was only one word that was most appropriate: a fugitive. Since you can't see reality clearly, then this king will let you see it clearly. Ban Qing was enraged and pushed his hand forward. Vigorous energy burst forth from his palm, creating a wave of energy that engulfed Yang Kai. Thump, thump, thump. Yang Kai's figure rapidly retreated as he continuously groaned and groaned in pain. The flames on his body also dimmed significantly. Yang Kai had clearly been injured by this attack. As an Emperor Realm Master, the moment he made a move, it would be extraordinary. However, with the soul-warming lotus as a foundation, Yang Kai did not have much to worry about. If it was anyone else who had suffered such injuries, they would have already thought of retreating and would only think of quickly finding a place to heal. However, Yang Kai did not need to. As long as his soul was not shattered or destroyed, the soul-warming lotus could be repaired with time. He had the capital to be crazy. Yang Kai's body staggered, and his expression dimmed. Before he could regain his balance, Ban Qing suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Immediately after, his voice sounded from Yang Kai's side, his tone indifferent. Now, you should understand, right? It had to be said, Ban Qing was indeed very skilled at concealment and assassination. His attack came without warning and was simply impossible to guard against. From the moment he disappeared to the next attack, there was no gap in time at all. In his hand was still that dagger condensed from spiritual energy. This attack of his was aimed directly at the center of Yang Kai's chest. It was exactly the same method he had used to deal with the middle-aged man. But at this moment, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a subtle arc. In the next instant, a purple light flashed, and a light curtain inexplicably appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body, forming a light shield that enveloped him. Asterisk, ding. Asterisk, a crisp sound rang out. Ban Qing's attack hit the purple sun profound light shield. This light shield, formed from a Dao source-grade, low-rank, soul-protecting artifact, could not withstand this terrifying attack and shattered at the point of contact. In the blink of an eye, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. Ban Qing had broken the purple sun profound light shield's defense with just a casual move. The spirituality of this soul-type artifact had been greatly damaged. If he wanted to use it again, Yang Kai would have to continuously nourish and repair it with his spiritual energy. However, this was already enough. What the hell is this? Ban Qing was stunned. He was one of the 4 vice commanders of Divine Ascension Country. However, he had never seen anything like a soul-type artifact in his life. So, after destroying Yang Kai's purple sun profound light shield, his first reaction was to feel that something was wrong. Before he could figure it out, the world suddenly buzzed. Accompanied by this buzzing sound, Ban Qing inexplicably felt his soul tremble. This kind of trembling and fear came from his own instincts. It was an innate reaction when facing an unstoppable danger. Ban Qing couldn't help but widen his eyes and stare at Yang Kai's hand. He discovered that a saber had appeared in Yang Kai's hand at some unknown time. It looked like an extremely ordinary saber. Its shape was neither ostentatious nor exaggerated. It seemed to be everywhere, but it was this saber that caused Ban Qing to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. The faint buzzing sound coming from the saber was like a soul-stirring rune that terrified Ban Qing to the extreme. The halo circulating around the saber seemed to be able to devour his soul and make him fall into an eternal abyss. Ban Qing immediately felt that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, it was already too late. The surrounding space suddenly froze at this moment. The power of the law of space. Although Yang Kai had entered this place as a soul avatar without a physical body and couldn't use ordinary secret treasures or secret techniques, he could still use his comprehension and control of the law of space. However, he couldn't use secret techniques like Moonblade and Banish because these secret techniques required the support of source chi and spiritual energy. Neither could be missing. This was something he had already verified in his previous battles with the demonic beasts. This was because these secret techniques not only required the use of the law of space, but also the use of the physical body as a foundation and source of power. With the addition of the law of space, even though Ban Qing was a powerhouse of the Emperor realm, his movements still paused. At this moment, Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and slashed down with his saber. I don't know if you've noticed, Master, but you especially like to attack from your opponent's right side and attack their chest. Is this a habit? Or do you want to show off your strength, Master? Yang Kai's words sounded in Ban Qing's ears, full of ridicule. However, how could Ban Qing be in the mood to pay attention to this? When the saber slashed down from the bottom, he actually heard the call of death. An aura that made him tremble with fear rushed towards him. Profound dragon seal, Ban Qing roared, and the power of his divine sense suddenly surged. In the next moment, a thick barrier of light appeared in front of him. This was clearly a soul's secret technique, and it was quite powerful. Because the cultivator in the Divine Ascension mirror world didn't have any secret treasures or physical bodies. They could only strengthen their souls and cultivate soul secret techniques if they wanted to increase their strength. It was also for this reason that the cultivator's mastery of soul secret techniques in this world had reached perfection. It wasn't something a cultivator from the star boundary could compare to. Chapter 22:22. Profound Dragon Seal was a defensive secret technique that Ban Qing had comprehended on his own, and was the culmination of a lifetime of cultivation. Ever since he had broken through to the Emperor realm, he had only used this secret technique 3 times, and each time his opponent had been a master from the Emperor realm. But today, in front of Yang Kai, a Tao Source realm cultivator, he had no choice but to use it again, because he could feel that if he didn't use this secret technique, he would definitely die. This feeling was baseless, but Ban Qing firmly believed it. Dragon shadows appeared, entangling and intertwining, condensing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a square shield-like protective light screen appeared. On it, a few lifelike images of real dragons could be faintly seen. After using this move, Ban Qing's heart calmed down slightly, and the feeling of fear and trepidation in his heart finally subsided. However, the profound dragon seal, which could defend against a full-powered attack from a master from the Emperor realm, was like a piece of tofu in front of the sharp weapon in Yang Kai's hand. Without a sound, the solid barrier was cut in half, and the blade went straight for Ban Qing's chest without any hindrance. If this attack landed, even someone as strong as Ban Qing would be cut in half by the strange attack power of this blade. Ban Qing's expression changed drastically, and he no longer dared to hesitate. He pushed his spiritual energy and retreated with all his strength. *chi*, a soft sound rang out as Ban Qing forcibly broke free from the constraints of space principles and narrowly avoided this fatal blow. However, there was a wound about 2 feet long on his chest and abdomen. This wound started from his abdomen. It extended diagonally all the way to his shoulder, almost cutting off his arm. There was no blood flowing out of the wound, and there were no signs of flesh being torn apart. There wasn't even any bone, but pure spiritual energy flowed out of the wound and dissipated into the world. What a pity! Yang Kai looked at him. He grumbled unwillingly. Earlier, he had recklessly charged in front of Ban Qing twice in order to lure him into lowering his guard, and then find an opportunity to deal him a fatal blow. Although the plan had been successful, Yang Kai's 2 reckless actions had undoubtedly caused Ban Qing to underestimate his abilities. Thus, he had directly approached Yang Kai, giving Yang Kai a chance to counterattack. However, the Emperor realm was the Emperor realm. In the face of fatal danger, his reaction speed was abnormally fast. He was able to dodge such a sudden attack at such a close distance. Not far away, Ban Qing was heavily injured. His eyeballs trembled violently. His expression also changed a few times. He stared at the saber in Yang Kai's hand and shouted, "What the hell is this?" "Soul Cutter." Yang Kai flung the long saber in his hand and pointed it at Ban Qing from afar. He smiled nastily and said, "Don't hurt the flesh, only the soul." In this trip to the Divine Ascension mirror world, apart from his soul avatar, Yang Kai had only brought 3 things with him. The first was the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield that Gao Shueting had given him. The second was the 7-colored soul warming lotus in his knowledge sea. The third was this soul cutter. This was the Insect Emperor's possession. Back on Shadowed Star, the Insect Emperor had wreaked havoc throughout the world. So Yang Kai had killed him and obtained the Insect Enslavement Bracelet and the Soul Cutter. The Insect Enslavement Bracelet had a special effect on all kinds of insects. Yang Kai had used the Insect Enslavement Bracelet to escape death several times. As for the Soul Cutter, he had never used it before. He didn't even know that this thing was a soul-type artifact. That was why, when he first entered this world and checked his body, he was shocked to find the soul cutter. Even though he had never refined this Emperor artifact before, he still couldn't deny how powerful it was to the soul. With the soul cutter in hand, Yang Kai had been able to severely injure a master like Ban Qing with a single blow. If he could refine it a little, in this special world of the Divine Ascension Mirror, it would be a piece of cake for him to take Ban Qing's life. Learning from his mistakes, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that after returning from this trip, he would find an opportunity to refine the Emperor artifacts on his body. He hadn't refined them before because he wasn't strong enough, but now that he had reached the Tao Source realm, his divine sense was comparable to a peak Tao Source realm cultivator, so refining them shouldn't be a problem for him. Whether it was the soul cutter or the insect enslavement bracelet, they would both be very useful in certain special situations. Damn it! Ban Qing gritted his teeth and shouted. Although he didn't understand what Yang Kai meant by not harming his flesh, he clearly understood the threat that the soul cutter posed to him from that blow just now. It was definitely a fatal threat. Ban Qing was now seriously injured while Yang Kai was completely unscathed. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai seemed to know some strange divine technique, Ban Qing already had thoughts of retreating. Although it would be a bit shameful for an Emperor Realm Master to be scared away by a Tao Source Realm Cultivator, Ban Qing didn't care about that at this moment. Saving his life was the most important thing, not losing face or anything else. Furthermore, Ban Qing's secret arts and secret techniques were all used in conjunction with concealment and assassination. Generally speaking, those who cultivated this kind of secret art and divine technique were usually very cautious, but to put it bluntly, they were as cowardly as mice. They would always retreat thousands of kilometers away after failing to kill their target. They would never get entangled with their enemy because in a direct confrontation, their strength would be greatly reduced. If the person standing in front of Yang Kai at this moment was a master like Lien Yan, even if he was caught off guard by Yang Kai, he wouldn't have immediately retreated. How could the absolute disparity in strength be made up for by a little injury? In short, after Ban Qing said those words, his figure flickered as he wanted to retreat first and plan his next move. But right at that moment, he suddenly lost track of Yang Kai's whereabouts. A moment ago, that Tao Source realm brat was still standing not too far away from him, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had disappeared. What? Ban Qing was shocked. He was a master who was extremely skilled in concealment techniques, but at this moment, he discovered that there was always someone better than him in this world. Yang Kai's sudden disappearance was undoubtedly much more advanced than his own. It was a space divine technique that truly ignored the obstruction of space. He hurriedly released his divine sense, trying to find Yang Kai's location, but immediately afterwards, a cold wind blew from behind his head. This cold wind seemed to have come from the depths of hell and seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Ban Qing's eyes widened as he realized where his enemy was. He didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly turned around while pushing out his spiritual energy, transforming it into a pure attack visible to the naked eye, to meet the attack behind him. Calm, with a violent collision of energy, Yang Kai was sent flying by this blow. His body flashed wildly in midair, while Ban Qing remained motionless. In the end, there was an absolute disparity in their realms. Even though Yang Kai had used his space secret technique to launch a sneak attack, he still couldn't achieve the desired result. It seemed that if Ban Qing hadn't been too careless just now and didn't understand the existence of soul-type artifacts, he wouldn't have been injured by Yang Kai's attack. If he had been a little more aware of the power of the soul-splitting saber and had been a little more vigilant, Yang Kai wouldn't have succeeded. Ha! Yang Kai landed on the ground and let out a muffled roar as his expression changed several times. This kind of impact to his soul was simply unbearable. This kind of pain was thousands of times more unbearable than physical pain. His soul felt like it was about to be torn apart, and there was no way to suppress it. There was no other way but to endure it. However, Yang Kai was smiling because his method had worked again. Asterisk, wung wung. Asterisk, a strange sound rang out. Ban Qing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized where this sound was coming from. He quickly lowered his head and saw that the wound on his body was covered in a dense layer of pitch-black dots. Upon closer inspection, Ban Qing's scalp went numb. This was because these pitch-black dots were actually tiny insects. There were countless of them, and they were densely packed together. No one would be able to endure having these insects crawling all over their body. What terrified Ban Qing the most was that these tiny insects were actually drilling into his body through the wound. One after another, more than half of them had drilled into his body in the blink of an eye. Ban Qing's face completely paled. With his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could naturally feel that these insects were feeding on his energy after drilling into his body and were wantonly devouring it. His energy was continuously draining away. What is this? Ban Qing couldn't help but stumble back a few steps. He looked down at his body and shouted in fear. What is this now? Ever since he met Yang Kai, he had already asked this question several times. For a cultivator who was born and raised in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, there were too many things that he didn't understand about the methods Yang Kai had used today. Most importantly, even though Ban Qing didn't recognize the soul-devouring insects, he felt an instinctive fear when he saw them. This fear was buried deep within his soul and was innate. It was like a frog encountering a snake or a rabbit encountering an eagle. As he roared, Ban Qing's body shook and an invisible aura enveloped him. The soul-devouring demon insects that hadn't been able to drill into his body were sent flying by this attack. However, the pure spiritual energy flowing out of Ban Qing's wound was simply the most delicious food for the soul-devouring insects, so how could they let it go? Without waiting for Yang Kai's orders, they gathered together again and turned into a cloud of insects that enveloped Ban Qing. A scene that caused Ban Qing to despair appeared. His protective aura in the Emperor realm was unable to obstruct these insects at all. They just lay outside the aura and continuously gnawed at it. It wasn't long before they gnawed a hole in the flawless aura and covered his body once again, drilling into his body through his wound. Saint insects. Ban Qing suddenly seemed to remember something, and his expression changed drastically as he screamed in fear, "These are saint insects!" As he screamed, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a miserable expression. Even when facing the soul-splitting saber, he hadn't felt so helpless, but when facing the soul-devouring insects, this powerhouse from the Emperor realm actually showed despair. Chapter 22-23. The Divine Ascension World. According to ancient legends, there was a group of special insects on this land. These insects were the nemesis of all living creatures. No matter how strong one was or how high one's cultivation was, they were no match for these insects. Moreover, they could never be killed and would constantly devour the bodies of living creatures to grow stronger. These insects were called saint insects by the creatures of the Divine Ascension World. When the saint insects first appeared, there was no warning. No one knew where they came from, and no one cared because they were still very weak at the time. However, as time passed and they continued to devour and grow stronger, the terror of these saint insects gradually became known. Wherever they went, all living creatures would disappear. No one dared to approach their nests within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. In the ancient flowing time Great Emperor, there were countless masters in the Divine Ascension World, and third-order Emperor realm masters could be found everywhere. When the saint insects became a disaster, these masters could no longer sit idly by. Thus, they joined forces and prepared to use all their strength to destroy these saint insects that were wreaking havoc on the world. No one knew what happened in that battle. However, It was also after that battle that all the masters in the divine ascension world disappeared, and so did the saint insects that caused people to tremble in fear at the mere mention of them. Some people guessed that those masters had perished together with the saint insects. Otherwise, how could this final result be explained? Others guessed that those masters had wiped out all the saint insects, changed their names, and fled far away into the mountains. Some even guessed that the saint insects had devoured all those masters and were evolving in some unknown place. If one day the saint insects reappeared, it would definitely be the end of the world. These were all just rumors, and no one had ever believed them. No one had ever seen the so-called saint insects, let alone know what they looked like. Almost no one took the so-called saint insects seriously. However, today, Ban Qing understood that these rumors were not fabricated. There really were saint insects that made people despair. These tiny insects were just as the rumors said, feeding on the energy of living creatures. They could not be killed or destroyed and could only be watched as they slowly grew stronger. Then they would sweep through the world and turn it into a scorched earth. When these ancient rumors suddenly appeared before his eyes, Ban Qing completely lost the will to fight with Yang Kai. He couldn't understand it at all. Yang Kai was just a Tao Source realm cultivator. So how could he command these saint insects to fight for him? Wasn't he afraid that these saint bugs would devour it until not even its bones were left? Miserable howls and roars rang out. Ban Qing struggled in pain, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was facing unbearable torture. When those soul-devouring worms were rampaging in his body, as Ban Qing devoured his divine soul, he experienced the terror and despair of having his divine soul slowly eaten away. As if he had gone mad, he wantonly unleashed his power. All kinds of marvelous soul secret techniques Yang Kai had never seen before were released from his hands. The surrounding space became unstable. Yang Kai hurriedly dodged and looked at Ban Qing from afar. He didn't expect that this expert from the Emperor realm would go crazy after shouting. Could it be that the soul-devouring insects have something to do with this world? Otherwise, why would he say it's a saint insect? Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He couldn't figure it out. However, the current situation was what he wanted to see the most. He had used the soul-splitting saber to launch a sneak attack, used Ban Qing's blind spot, and then used the soul-devouring worms. Although they were all successful, if this expert from the Emperor realm insisted on escaping, Yang Kai really didn't have any way to stop him. His space principles might not be able to restrain the movements of a cultivator from the Emperor realm. Once Ban Qing escaped and leaked information about him to others, Yang Kai's advantage would be gone. At this moment, Ban Qing seemed to have gone mad and was in a state of helplessness and despair. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to be walking towards the end of his life. Yang Kai was delighted to see this. In the end, Ban Qing was still a master from the Emperor realm. Even if he had gone mad and acted without order, the soul-devouring worms wouldn't be able to devour him completely in a short time. Yang Kai didn't provoke him either. He just watched him from afar, waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and as time passed, Ban Qing's aura grew weaker and weaker. From the Emperor realm, he fell to the Tao Source realm, then the Origin King realm, then the Origin Returning realm. After a full hour, Ban Qing suddenly stopped and stood there motionless. Immediately after, with a bang, Ban Qing's entire body exploded, turning into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the world. The Emperor Realm Master had fallen, and at the location where he disappeared, a cloud of insects rolled, wriggled, and flew up and down. After devouring all the energy of a master from the Emperor Realm, the soul-devouring worms seemed to have improved greatly. Yang Kai found that their aura had clearly become much denser. He released his divine sense, wanting to take back these soul-devouring worms, but what made him feel uneasy was that these soul-devouring worms ignored his orders and seemed to want to leave this place instead. Yong Kai became anxious. Although the soul-devouring worms hadn't been of much use to him over the years, after this trip they would undoubtedly grow and become one of his trump cards. And if he lost control of the soul-devouring worms at this time, he would lose one of his trump cards in the upcoming world experience. What's more, this was the divine ascension world. If he allowed existences like the soul-devouring worms to wander freely in this world, Yong Kai didn't dare to imagine what would happen in the end. In the outside world, there might be other ways to deal with the soul-devouring worms, but here, all living beings were spiritual energy, so they were simply food for the soul-devouring worms. They would continue to grow stronger and stronger until they eventually swallowed the entire world. So, no matter what, Yong Kai didn't dare to leave the soul-devouring worms here. He had noticed earlier that the soul-devouring worms were showing signs of resistance to his orders, and this resistance was becoming more and more obvious as they grew. But now they were completely ignoring him. Yong Kai was naturally anxious and angry. He constantly urged his divine sense to transmit messages to the soul-devouring worms, but to no avail. Left with no choice, Yong Kai could only urge the power of the soul-warming lotus in his body. In an instant, a 7-colored light bloomed and radiated in all directions. And this trick worked. Perhaps it was because the soul-devouring worms had always lived on the soul-warming lotus and had long regarded the soul-warming lotus as their home. So when the 7-colored light bloomed, they buzzed and turned into a cloud of insects that flew back to Yong Kai. Yong Kai couldn't help but exhale, flicking his sleeve and collecting them. Standing in place, Yong Kai furrowed his brow and silently sensed the movements of the soul-devouring worms. Strangely enough, after being collected, the soul-devouring worms suddenly quieted down, no longer as unruly as before. However, this made Yong Kai realize a problem. He really had to hurry and refine the insect enslavement bracelet. Otherwise, when the soul-devouring worms grew stronger, he would lose the means to enslave them. The insect enslavement bracelet was an artifact of the insect emperor that could subdue all exotic insects in the world, so it was naturally the best tool to enslave the soul-devouring worms. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, it didn't have much of an effect on Yong Kai's growth, because the reason he won this battle so easily was all because of the power of the Emperor artifact and the soul-devouring worms. Yong Kai himself didn't contribute much. Speaking of which, Ban Qing could be considered the first person from the Emperor realm he had killed. Even though Ban Qing didn't have a physical body and only had a soul body, it still wasn't easy to kill him. In the outside world, Yong Kai definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Thinking about it carefully, Yong Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Ban Qing had used the divine technique of assassination right from the start, he might not even have had a chance to resist. Fortunately, Ban Qing's orders were to capture him alive, so he gave Yong Kai such a chance. Yong Kai let out a light breath and frowned as he pondered for a moment, not knowing what to do now. According to Ban Qing, the periphery of the heavenly monster mountains had been sealed off, and many cultivators were under Zhou Dian's command to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. He definitely couldn't leave the heavenly monster mountains now, and staying here wasn't a solution either. It seemed that he could only continue to go deeper and hope to escape this calamity. Thinking of this, Yong Kai secretly made up his mind. Looking around, Yong Kai's gaze landed on the unconscious, middle-aged man on the ground. He didn't know what Ban Qing had done to this guy, but he still showed no signs of waking up. Yong Kai wasn't related to him, nor did he have any enmity with him, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He left him here to fend for himself. Yong Kai continued to search, and his gaze quickly settled in a certain direction. He grinned and waved in that direction. Behind a tree, the purple squirrel peeked its head out to look around, its small eyes full of intelligence. After confirming that it was safe, it tiptoed out and slowly came in front of Yong Kai. It looked at him with concern, as if asking if he was injured. Yang Kai smiled and bent down to pick it up. He placed it on his shoulder, identified the direction, and then rushed into the depths of the heavenly monster mountains. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the heavenly monster mountains, in a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. This valley was incomparably large and filled with fog. The people who lived nearby all called it Fog Valley. The fog that filled the valley didn't dissipate all year round and was extremely dense. Once one entered, they wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of their face. It was extremely strange. Although this fog was harmless to living beings, it seemed that once one entered, they would completely lose their sense of direction. From time to time, there would be bold people who wanted to explore Fog Valley, wanting to know what secrets were hidden inside and what mysteries there were. However, no matter how high or low one's cultivation was, as long as one entered Fog Valley, they would lose their sense of direction and become lost within. No one had ever found a way out. However, no one had ever been completely trapped inside. This was because whenever these people were trapped to the point of despair, an invisible force would send them out. Chapter 22-24. No one knew what that power was, but when it came, the trapped people found that they had left the Misty Valley and were outside the valley. Some people guessed that there was a hidden expert in the Misty Valley who had concealed his identity. The thick fog that pervaded the valley was created by this expert using a shocking method. His purpose was to prevent others from disturbing his life. Although this master's cultivation was heaven-defying, he was kind and benevolent, so as long as someone was trapped in Misty Valley, he would lend a helping hand, unwilling to commit murder. Of course, this was just the speculation of the people living nearby. As for what was inside Misty Valley, no one knew. At this moment, at the center of Misty Valley, there was a piece of land that covered an area of about 1 mu that was not covered by the thick fog. This was the only place in Misty Valley where one could see. Within this 1 mu of land, there were more than 20 tombs of different sizes, each as tall as a person. These tombs were scattered all over this 1 mu of land, and in front of each tomb there was a wooden tablet with different names engraved on it. Judging from the method and handwriting, these wooden tablets were obviously made by the same person. In the divine ascension world, any living being that died would turn into energy and dissipate into the world, so there would be no corpse left behind. These tombs were naturally empty, but there were still people who set up tombstones for them, obviously to commemorate and remember them. If one looked closely at the names on these wooden tablets, they would find that any one of these names belonged to a famous master in the divine ascension world. Of course, that was a long time ago. Now, these masters had long disappeared, and the world did not know whether they were dead or alive, but they had long since passed away. If people knew that the tablets of these masters were all gathered in this place, it would likely shake the world. Inside Misty Valley it was quiet, as if there was nothing but these tombs. About 30 meters away from these tombs, there was a strange scene. There was a simple wooden house. Inside the wooden house, an old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. This old man looked old, but his complexion was bright. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and was extremely extraordinary. On the surface, this old man did not have the slightest trace of cultivation, nor did he have any energy fluctuations. He was like an ordinary person, but every time he inhaled and exhaled, he could stir up the power of heaven and earth. This person's cultivation had obviously reached the peak of perfection, reaching the legendary state of unity of man and nature. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. Divine light overflowed from his eyes. The sun, moon, and stars were vaguely visible. The 10,000 beasts moved quickly, disappearing in a flash. His figure didn't move, but with a slight sway, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the old man had already arrived at a certain part of the Misty Valley. He waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a violent wind blew, blowing away the thick fog in front of him. It was a bizarre pitch-black altar with an inexplicable formation. He suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man stared at the altar with a solemn expression and listened attentively. Buzz, a soft, almost imperceptible sound suddenly came from inside the altar. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He didn't seem to dare to believe what he had heard. He verified it again, but the result was still the same. His expression suddenly became unsightly, faintly revealing a sense of sorrow. He suddenly looked at the altar and muttered to himself, "So many years have passed. You've awakened again." It was as if he was talking to an old friend. "What kind of power awakened you?" As the old man spoke, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. After staring for a moment, his figure flickered and disappeared. After a short while, a rainbow light streaked across the sky, rushed out of Misty Valley, and rushed toward Heavenly Monster Mountain. In the depths of Heavenly Monster Mountain, Yang Kai's figure froze in place as he coldly looked around. He had left the place where he had fought Ban Qing and headed deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain, wanting to hide in a safe place. However, he had not been able to do so. From time to time, people would find him. Although these people were not as strong as Ban Qing and could not pose any threat to Yang Kai, his soul-devouring insects and soul-severing saber killing them all. However, this annoyance still made Yang Kai extremely vigilant. He thought that he was already very careful, but his whereabouts were still constantly exposed. It was as if those people knew where he was. This made him suspect that he had been tampered with, which was why those people kept chasing after him. However, when he examined himself, he could not find anything. What's more, among the people he had met, only Ban Qing had this ability. No one else could have done this. If it was really Ban Qing, then when did he do it? No matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he could only speculate that Ban Qing had done something to him when he was fighting against him. And this method that he didn't know about was the source of those people's attention. Thinking of this, he could no longer care about the dangers and could only head deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain. However, half a day later, he was blocked by two monster beasts. These two monster beasts were no ordinary monster beast. When Yang Kai released his divine sense, he sensed that they had the aura of rank 12. In other words, these two monster beasts had cultivations comparable to those in the Emperor realm. Just Ban Qing alone had made him suffer a lot. Now that two monster beasts with similar strength to Ban Qing had appeared, Yang Kai could not help but complain incessantly. When Gao Shueting said that there were many existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain that even she did not dare to provoke, she was clearly not exaggerating and was speaking the truth. There really were many high-level existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain. It was just that Yang Kai had been moving around in the outer regions and had not encountered them. Each of these two monster beasts was extraordinarily handsome. The one on the left was shaped like an ape with broad shoulders and unusually long arms. Its thick fur was like steel needles, and it stared at Yang Kai with a pair of eyes larger than a baby's fist, its nostrils puffing out hot air, as it stared at Yang Kai with an extremely malicious look on its face. The one on the right was a divine deer that was completely white and flawless, as if it was made of white jade. There was not a trace of impurities on its body, and it looked extremely mysterious. There was even a faint halo that appeared on the surface of its body, causing people to feel a sense of dizziness when they looked at it. The two short antlers on its forehead were like the finishing touch of a dragon, adding a trace of beauty to it. These two monster beasts were clearly of different species, but they were able to coexist peacefully and peacefully. Moreover, they immediately rushed in front of Yang Kai and blocked his path. While Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder, he also felt a mountainous pressure. A rank 12 monster beast had a very high chance of developing its own intelligence. In other words, a monster beast that had reached this level of strength had already gotten rid of its animal instincts and could think and see like a human. Of course, there were also some special monster beasts that, no matter how strong they were, would always maintain their animal instincts and not develop their own intelligence. Yang Kai didn't know whether or not these two monster beasts had developed their own intelligence, but he hoped that they would. Otherwise, he could only flee at the sight of them. When these two monster beasts appeared, the purple squirrel was greatly frightened and crawled behind Yang Kai to hide. It was only a rank 9 monster beast, so it would naturally be suppressed by a rank 12 monster beast. While they were confronting each other, the ape-like monster beast suddenly snorted heavily from its nostrils, accompanied by a visible wave of hot air. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of a few dozen kilometers plummeted. Yang Kai's heart also sank, and he instinctively circulated the strength in his body. "Have you played enough?" The ape suddenly spoke in human language. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood that the monster beast in front of him had already developed its own intelligence, and its intelligence was extremely high. If that was the case, he would have a chance to negotiate with the other party. When he thought of this, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This, senior." The other party was a monster beast, so calling it senior seemed a little inappropriate, but Yang Kai really couldn't think of any other way to address it, so he could only put up with it. But before he could finish speaking, the ape coldly glared at him, and the pressure of the Emperor realm descended from the sky, directly pressing down on Yang Kai's body. The ape coldly snorted and said, "Shut up." Yang Kai was speechless, and he didn't know what the ape meant. Now that he thought about it, the ape's previous question was also baffling. At this moment, the deer god on the right suddenly made its move. Another gentle force diffused from the deer god, dispersing the pressure of the ape's emperor realm on Yang Kai. At the same time, the deer god's body suddenly bloomed with light, and after a series of distortions, it suddenly turned into a beautiful woman with a tall figure, snow-white skin, and a beauty that could turn all living things upside down, wearing a snow-white dress. The woman she manifested looked to be in her early 20s, and her beauty was not enchanting, charming, or dignified, but pure and holy. It was a holiness that transcended the 5 elements and transcended the heavens and earth, untainted by dust, untainted by foreign things. She was like a fairy who descended from the heavens, untainted by the mortal world. "Yuan Fei, be careful. What if you hurt the young master?" After transforming into her human form, the deer god glared at the ape and said, somewhat reproachfully, "Humph, he deserves it if he gets hurt." When the monster beast, who was replaced by Yuan Fei, answered, the thick hair on its body quickly converging inward, and at the same time its whole body stood upright. At the same time it stood up, its body underwent a miraculous transformation. When it stood up completely, it had already turned into a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, with a baleful look on his face. He wore a simple set of clothes. Compared to the deer god, his human form was simply weak, without the slightest sense of beauty, but it was undeniable that this method was very simple and very practical. The two monster beasts turned into human form at the same time, but Yang Kai was not very surprised. He just looked at them suspiciously and said, "Young masters?" At this moment, he seemed to understand something. Chapter 22-25. The woman transformed from the divine deer looked at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Young master, it's time to go home." Yang Kai didn't move or answer. He knew that she wasn't talking to him. The purple squirrel rustled behind him and peeked its little head out. It rested on Yang Kai's shoulder and looked at the woman. The woman pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Don't be afraid." Although His Excellency is very angry this time, he said that as long as young master obediently returns with us, he will let you go and won't punish you. The purple squirrel opened its mouth and squeaked a few times. It was unclear what it meant, but Yang Kai didn't understand. You dare to bargain? Yuan Fei glared at her when he heard this. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was ready to go all out. He said, Bai Lu, don't stop me this time. I'm going to teach him a good lesson. As he spoke, he looked like he was really going to rush over and beat the purple squirrel up. The purple squirrel was so scared that it hurriedly retracted its head. It grabbed Yang Kai's back with its 2 claws and trembled. At this point, Yang Kai had completely understood what was going on. The purple squirrel that he had accidentally encountered clearly had a great background. This was because 2 monster beasts of the Emperor realm had been dispatched to find it, and from the way the 2 monster beasts addressed the purple squirrel, the little purple squirrel seemed to be the descendant of one of the overlords of the heavenly monster mountains. This overlord was very likely to be the master of the heavenly monster mountains. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. On the other side, Bai Lu and Yuan Fei played the good cop and bad cop. They cooperated with each other skillfully. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had done this, and the purple squirrel was already scared out of its wits. Seeing that Yuan Fei was really going to rush over, Bai Lu hurriedly said, Young master, come to me quickly. Big sister will protect you. As soon as she said this, Yang Kai felt the weight on his back loosen. The purple squirrel turned into a streak of purple light and rushed into Bai Lu's embrace, curling up between her arms. A small head popped out and stared vigilantly at Yuan Fei. We fell into their trap, just like that. Yang Kai was speechless. Yuan Fei also stopped in his tracks and glared fiercely at the purple squirrel, threatening, Don't let me catch you, or I'll skin you alive. The purple squirrel didn't dare to leave Bai Lu's embrace after hearing this. It curled up even tighter and playfully stuck out its tongue at Yuan Fei. This is already the 11th time. Bai Lu looked at the purple squirrel helplessly and said, Young master, you can't do this again. There are many dangers out there. At this point, she glanced over at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally before continuing. Mistress also said that when you grow up a little, she will let you go out. Just wait a little longer. A warm embrace. With the beauty's gentle words, the little purple squirrel naturally nodded its head like a chick pecking at rice, appearing docile and obedient. When you get back, you have to apologize to the master. Otherwise, no one can save you. Bai Lu added. The purple squirrel naturally obeyed her. The 2 great emperors, who were both venerable realm monster beasts, looked at each other. Their gazes met, and everything was understood without words. All right, young master's matter has been taken care of. Then, Yuan Fei looked coldly at Yang Kai as he spoke and shouted, Brat, who gave you the guts to come to the depths of the heavenly monster mountains? Yang Kai's expression froze, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Senior, this brat was being hunted down and had no choice but to come here. If I have offended you, I hope, Senior. Cut the crap. Yuan Fei didn't want to listen to Yang Kai's explanation at all. He waved his hand and shouted angrily, It seems that you humans have forgotten the Heavenly Monster Pact from many years ago. Heavenly Monster Pact? Yang Kai frowned. He had only come to the astral world to train, not a native cultivator. How would he know about the Heavenly Monster Pact? Before this, he had never even heard of it. You really did forget. Seeing this, Yuan Fei's expression turned cold, and he became extremely angry. Humans are indeed hard to trust. Then let this king send you on your way. As he spoke, he activated the power in his body, and the power of an emperor's pressure instantly spread out. His emperor's pressure was completely different from Ban Qing's. The latter was soft and continuous, while the former was strong and domineering, giving Yang Kai a feeling that he couldn't avoid or block it. It was as if he would be crushed into dust under this emperor's pressure. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, the purple squirrel hiding in Bai Lu's arms suddenly cried out anxiously, its 2 little claws gesturing at Yuan Fei with an anxious expression. Yuan Fei heard this and couldn't help but pause. The anger on his face faded a lot, and he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. You saved young master's life? Yang Kai immediately understood that the purple squirrel had probably told him about what happened earlier. He nodded without hesitation. It was a coincidence. Yuan Fei couldn't help but frown, looking like he was in a difficult position. According to his thinking, he would kill any human who dared to enter this place. If one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would kill two. There was no reason to reason at all, because it was the humans who broke the heavenly beast pact first. However, this human in front of him had actually saved young master's life, which put him in a difficult position. If he didn't kill him, it would go against his will. If he killed him, it would put young master in an unjust position. If the master found out later, he would definitely be scolded. He immediately scratched his head and looked at Bai Lu for help. Bai Lu also frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, saving young master is naturally a great merit, but, Junior, I can see that there are many traces of monster beast origins in your body. You must have killed many monster beast origins on your way here, right? Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know how she could tell, but there was no benefit in lying at this time, so he could only nod and say, yes, the monster beast you killed is a citizen of Heavenly Beast Mountain. This is a great disrespect to Heavenly Beast Mountain, so you cannot escape punishment. Then I'll kill him. Yuan Fei's murderous intent immediately soared. Bai Lu waved her hand and stopped him, saying, there is merit and there is fault. Merit and fault offset. Let the master decide how to deal with him. All right. Yuan Fei nodded in response. As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards Yang Kai without giving him any chance to explain. He inhaled sharply. Yang Kai immediately felt a strong force coming from in front of him. His mind quickly turned, and he didn't use his cultivation to resist. Instead, he obediently allowed himself to be captured and allowed Yuan Fei to grab him. In this current situation, if he fell out with these two from the Emperor realm, it would definitely do more harm than good. Not to mention whether or not Yang Kai had the ability to escape from under these two people's noses. Even if he did escape, where could he go? And judging from the words and actions of that woman called Bai Lu, she wasn't unreasonable. With the advantage of him saving the purple squirrel, he felt that his life shouldn't be in danger. At worst, he would be imprisoned in Heavenly Beast Mountain. Once the time limit was up, he would naturally be able to return to the outside world. As he was being captured, Yang Kai didn't forget to say, boy, there's something I need to tell you. I need to report to the two master. If you have something to say, then say it. Yuan Fei shouted coldly. From what this boy knows, there seems to be a guy called Zhou Jian in Heavenly Beast Mountain. He brought many powerhouses and entered the mountain to search. Zhou Jian? Yuan Fei and Bai Lu's expressions changed greatly as they cried out involuntarily. It seemed that this name was an extremely terrifying existence to them. Yuan Fei even pulled Yang Kai in front of him. He glared at him and asked, are you sure Zhou Jian is here? I haven't seen him. It's just that I met a guy called Ban Qing. I heard about Zhou Jian from him. You met that bastard Ban Qing? Yuan Fei's eyes widened. Bai Lu said in a low voice, if Ban Qing is here, then Zhou Jian must be here as well. The other three most likely came as well. What are they looking for? The last question was directed at Yang Kai. They seem to be looking for some star of calamity. This boy doesn't really understand. Yang Kai said honestly. Star of calamity. Bai Lu frowned. Yuan Fei looked at Yang Kai in shock and said, since you met Ban Qing, how did you survive? This boy is pretty good at running away. Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly. Yuan Fei looked him up and down a few times, but it wasn't clear whether he believed him or not. On the other side, the purple squirrel in Bai Lu's arms was rolling its eyes. It looked at Yang Kai with a mocking gaze, but it had no intention of exposing him. Regardless of whether you're telling the truth or not, this matter needs to be reported to the master as soon as possible. Yuan Fei, take him and leave quickly. Bai Lu called out, then immediately turned around and sped off in a certain direction. Yuan Fei carried Yang Kai and followed closely behind. Senior, this boy can walk on his own, Yang Kai hurriedly suggested, feeling a little uncomfortable being carried by Yuan Fei like this. Yuan Fei glanced at him, but didn't say anything. He simply loosened his grip and released him. Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts of running away. Instead, he circulated his strength and followed behind the two. These two powerhouses seemed to want to test whether Yang Kai was really good at running away, so they sped up and didn't give in to him at all. Yang Kai also did his best to chase after them and didn't fall too far behind. The two couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Somewhere in the heavenly monster mountains, Zhou Dian was still riding on the 9-horned dragon beast, looking majestic as he stared deeply in a certain direction. A thick battle intent pulsed from his body, so thick that it was almost tangible. Around him, there were 4 or 5 powerhouses scattered in the vicinity. These powerhouses were gathered in a circular open space, and in that open space, many people were sitting on the ground with ugly expressions. Although these people sitting on the ground weren't restrained, the energy fluctuations in their bodies were suppressed to the extreme, and each of them had traces of a seal on them, sealing their abilities. They were all cultivators who had been training in the heavenly monster mountains and had been captured by Zhou Dian's subordinates this time. Xiao Bai Yi, Murong Xiao, and Chun Muji were among them. The 3 of them didn't dare to communicate with each other, but their eyes flickered, conveying some unknown information. Speaking of which, it was actually quite an innocent incident. Everyone had just entered the divine ascension world to gain experience. So how could they have known that they would encounter such a situation? Since everyone had parted ways, the 3 of them had been hunting down lone monster beasts in the heavenly monster mountains, absorbing their soul sources to strengthen themselves. However, several powerhouses of the Emperor realm suddenly descended from the sky and captured them without any explanation, then brought them here and placed a seal on them. Chapter 22-26. This unexpected disaster made Xiao Bai Yi and the other 2 feel helpless, but at the same time, they were secretly worried. They didn't know what had happened to Yang Kai and Xia Sheng, or if their lives were in danger. While the 3 were communicating silently, a burly figure suddenly appeared not far away from them. The figure was extremely majestic with a head of fiery red hair. As he walked over, he was carrying a cultivator in his hand. Xiao Bai Yi and the other 2 looked over, and their expressions couldn't help but change, because they found that the person being carried was Xia Sheng, and the guy who captured him was probably the Lian Yen they had heard of before. A master from the Emperor realm had personally taken action. Even though Xia Sheng was strong, he still couldn't escape this calamity and was captured here. And judging from his expression and state, he had undoubtedly put up a lot of resistance before and was now seriously injured. On the other side, Lian Yen walked over with Xia Sheng, threw him directly into the crowd, and ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on him. Then he went straight to Zhou Dian and stood behind him, waiting quietly. Murong Xiao and the others wanted to ask about Xia Sheng's condition and injuries, but after seeing Xia Sheng slowly shake his head at them, they quickly shut up. At this time, it was better for them not to reveal that they knew each other. If they concealed this, they might be able to do something while the enemy was unprepared. A cool breeze blew gently, making people feel comfortable, but Lian Yen, who was standing behind Zhou Dian, was full of tension and apprehension, because he could feel the almost tangible fighting intent coming from Zhou Dian's body. It was the instinctive desire of a master to fight. Lian Yen knew what Zhou Jian was longing for since the creation of the divine kingdom. The world was unified. There were no more wars in the entire world. As a third-order emperor, realm master, Zhou Jian was invincible except for a few masters in the world. And among those few, there was one in Heavenly Monster Mountain. Zhou Dian's desire to kill, which had been dormant for 2,000 years, was awakened again. Lien Yen knew how terrifying Zhou Jian was at this time, so even as a direct subordinate, he didn't dare to disturb him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As time passed, the fighting intent also fluctuated, until a certain moment, the thick fighting spirit was withdrawn, and no one could feel it anymore. Yen involuntarily exhaled, his entire body almost collapsing. "What's the situation?" Zhou Jian asked without turning his head. "Master, it's not bad." Lien Yen bowed and replied. Still, Zhou Jian turned sideways and squinted at Lien Yen. This tone caused Lien Yan's expression to change greatly. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Only Ban Qing. I lost contact with him." Hearing this, Zhou Jian raised his brows and said, "How could this be?" "I don't know either." Lien Yen looked confused. Earlier, he would occasionally send me messages, but at a certain moment, it's like he suddenly disappeared. I wonder if he's chasing after some powerful guy. Zhou Jian nodded and said, "And Ban Qing's concealment techniques are unparalleled in the world. Someone who can make him so cautious is probably an extremely extraordinary character. Forget it. This king has rested long enough. Since I received the king's order this time, I may have to personally make a trip." As he spoke, he urged the 9-horned dragon beast under him and walked towards the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. "Master," seeing this, Lien Yen exclaimed. "What?" Zhou Jian looked back at him impatiently. Lien Yen said, "If we go any further, we will be in the range of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. If we casually step in, the Monster Clan. You think this king is afraid of the Monster Clan?" Zhou Jian laughed sinisterly and looked at Lien Yen mockingly. "Lien Yen, your courage has shrunk." Lien Yan's expression changed several times. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This subordinate will go with Master." Zhou Jian stared deeply at him and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Follow me." After speaking, they continued forward. The 9-horned dragon beast's movements seemed very slow, but its speed was getting faster and faster. In just a moment, it had turned into a stream of light and traveled thousands of meters in an instant. In the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountain, Heavenly Monster Valley. This was the core of the Heavenly Monster Mountain and the residence of the Lord of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. This place adhered to the usual rough and bold architectural style of the Monster Clan. All the buildings here were ostentatious and imposing, completely different from the buildings in the human world. Outside the valley, a team of Blood Wolf Clan elites with strength at the peak of the 11th Order were vigilant, preventing irrelevant people from entering. Yuan Fei and Bai Lu brought Yang Kai all the way here, and they were unimpeded. After all, even in the Heavenly Monster Mountain, these two were famous existences and capable subordinates of the Monster King, Master. Who would be so blind as to stop them? However, many Monster Clan masters showed curiosity and hatred towards Yang Kai, who they brought in. Along the way, every Monster Clan master they met glared at Yang Kai and bared their teeth. If he had not been following behind the two masters of the Emperor Realm, he would have been torn to pieces. Not long after, the group arrived at the center of the Heavenly Monster Mountain Valley. In this place, there was a giant tree that connected the heavens and the earth. The roots of this giant tree were incomparably wide, the size of several palaces. Yang Kai raised his head to look, but he couldn't even see the top of the tree. The crown of the tree that covered the heavens and Earth seemed to cover an area of several tens of kilometers. Seeing this magnificent scene, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel amazed. Moreover, after arriving here, Yang Kai clearly felt that the world energy in the vicinity had become much richer, making his soul avatar feel comfortable. He immediately understood that this giant tree was probably a divine artifact. In a certain direction at the roots of the giant tree, there was a wooden door. At this moment, this door was closed. When they arrived here, Yuan Fei turned his head and said fiercely to Yang Kai, "Boy, wait here obediently. Don't move unless I call you. Otherwise, you can't blame others if you lose your life." Yang Kai nodded quietly, calm as ever. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Purple Squirrel squeaked at Yang Kai for a while, probably wanting to say something. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Don't worry about me. You just take care of yourself. Let's go." Bai Lu said, reaching out to push open the door and walking into the exposed hole in the tree. After a short while, only Yang Kai remained. Looking up at the giant tree, Yang Kai clicked his tongue. In amazement, the surrounding monster race masters gradually gathered around at this moment, each of their eyes flashing with a fierce light and malicious intent. In just 10 breaths of time, the place where Yang Kai was standing had been surrounded by 30% inside and 30% outside. Even the trunks above his head were full of monster race masters, all of them looking down at him condescendingly. Some of these monster race masters had already transformed into human form and maintained their human form, while others still maintained their beast forms, strong and powerful, revealing their ferocious nature. However, no matter who they were, they only looked at Yang Kai like this. At most, they only revealed obvious malice, but they didn't actually attack him. No matter what, Yang Kai was brought back by Yuan Fei and Bai Lu. Before these two masters gave the word, the other monster race masters didn't dare to act on their own accord. In the monster race, the division of ranks was more obvious than in the human race. The strong had absolute dominance over the weak, unless they were like Purple Squirrel, who had extremely powerful parents. The scene in front of him made Yang Kai recall the past. He discovered that no matter where he was, there seemed to be an irreconcilable contradiction between the human race and the monster race. Different races had different ideas, and those who weren't of the same race had different intentions. This principle was applicable everywhere. Although he was surrounded by countless monster race masters, Yang Kai still didn't show the slightest hint of fear. However, the soul-devouring insects in his sleeve seemed to have gone crazy for some reason. Perhaps it was the soul sources of so many masters here that made them so excited that they actually showed signs of surging out uncontrollably. Noticing this, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to suppress them. The moment the soul-devouring insects moved, all the monster race masters couldn't help but feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This feeling was inexplicable, but their monster race instincts made them clearly understand that this wasn't an illusion. Something that could threaten their lives had appeared. This discovery made the faces of many monster race masters turn ugly. They looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and vigilantly, as if they were sizing him up again. On the other side, Yang Kai was doing his best to suppress the soul-devouring insects. Everyone was watching, and it wasn't convenient for him to use the power of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, so he couldn't help but complain incessantly. At this moment, a wave of pressure suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Yang Kai. This pressure came so suddenly that Yang Kai was suppressed on the spot before he could react. However, he soon discovered that this pressure didn't harm him at all. Instead, the soul-devouring insects instantly calmed down. The owner of this pressure seemed to have intentionally helped him, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had guessed that the overlord of Heavenly Monster Mountain wouldn't be weak, he was still shocked when he truly understood the other party's cultivation. This was only the divine ascension mirror world, a strange world. The creatures that lived in this world didn't have physical bodies, but even without physical bodies, such a powerful master had appeared. Yang Kai couldn't help but become a little absent-minded, wondering if existences like the great emperors had once been born in this world. If they had really been born, how much did they know about their current situation? Just as these distracting thoughts flashed through his mind, a figure strangely appeared in front of him. Bai Lu had suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Lu swept her beautiful eyes around before saying to Yang Kai, "Come with me. Master wants to see you. Thank you for your trouble, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bai Lu didn't say anything else and just turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai followed behind her and walked into the tree hole. Only then did he discover that there was a completely different world inside this tree hole. The lowest level seemed to be a large hall, but it was empty at the moment. In a corner of the hall, there was a flight of stairs spiraling upwards. It was unknown where it went, but when one looked up, one couldn't see the end of it. Chapter 22-27. Yang Kai followed behind Bai Lu, following the spiral staircase all the way up. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they reached the end of the staircase, where a large hall appeared in front of them. The side door of the hall opened along the trunk of a tree, allowing light to shine in from outside. Yang Kai glanced outside and found that this place was already several thousand meters above the ground. Everything below the ground was hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. After he arrived at this place, a gaze that seemed to have substance locked onto his body, Yang Kai immediately became alert and turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged man with black hair, wearing plain clothes. He had an ordinary appearance and was standing to the side with his hands behind his back, looking at him with a smile. Yuan Fei, who had arrived earlier, stood respectfully to the side with a cautious expression. The Lord of Heavenly Monster Mountain. This thought inexplicably popped into Yang Kai's mind. Although he couldn't see anything about this middle-aged man that made his eyes light up as if he was just an ordinary person in a crowd, Yang Kai could still confirm that he was the Third Order Emperor Realm Master, who had attacked just now the Master of Heavenly Monster Mountain, and also the Purple Squirrel's father. Yang Kai was filled with deep veneration, bowing and cupping his fists. "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior." The middle-aged man heard this and nodded slightly but didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pointed at Yang Kai from afar. Before Yang Kai could figure out what this action meant, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly pushed his spiritual energy and formed an invisible barrier in front of him. A soft sound rang out. A powerful force came head-on. It easily broke through Yang Kai's barrier. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retreated, but soon he stopped because he found that the other party's attack was very easy. It only broke through his barrier and didn't continue. In other words, this attack didn't pose any threat to him at all. It seemed to be just a test. "What is the meaning of this, Senior?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. The other party was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. So why was he testing him like this? He was able to see through his cultivation with just a glance. The middle-aged man raised his brow and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Why don't I see you using a soul-type artifact?" Yang Kai replied, "I met a strong enemy, and my secret treasure was destroyed. I can't use it anymore." Before he could finish, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the middle-aged man in astonishment. He asked curiously, "Senior, you," at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. The other party had actually mentioned soul-type artifacts just now. This was not something a cultivator in Divine Ascension world could understand. Soul-type artifacts were things that only a cultivator in the outside world could possess. In Divine Ascension world, because of the lack of materials to refine artifacts, they would never be able to obtain such things. There was no need to even talk about insight. However, this middle-aged man had said the name of an existence that he shouldn't have known. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Do you think this king doesn't know anything?" Although these words were spoken without rhyme or reason, Yang Kai understood what he meant and was stunned on the spot, not knowing how to respond. But it seems the middle-aged man nodded lightly. "You really aren't from this world." Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fist. "Senior's eyes are sharp, but how is Senior?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly and stretched out his hand, summoning a long sword into his grasp. This long sword was glowing brilliantly and pulsing with powerful energy fluctuations. It was extremely extraordinary. This long sword was not condensed from his spiritual energy at all, but a real soul-type artifact. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In this divine ascension boundary, a cultivator had actually taken out a soul-type artifact, and a high-grade one at that. Judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the long sword, this sword had reached the level of an emperor artifact. The sword was filled with emperor pressure and emperor intent, complementing the middle-aged man's aura. On the side, Yuan Fei and Bai Lu were also staring at the long sword, dazzled. As capable subordinates of the master of Heavenly Monster Mountain, the two of them naturally knew that their master had a treasure in his hands, but even with their qualifications, they didn't have the opportunity to see it often. Over the past few hundred years, the two of them had only seen it twice. Counting today, it was only the third time. Yuan Fei and Bai Lu didn't know what this treasure was or where it came from. They only knew that it was extremely sharp and powerful, much stronger than the weapons condensed from their spiritual energy. They couldn't understand why their master would show this treasure to Yang Kai, a human he was meeting for the first time. Furthermore, what did His Excellency mean when he said that he wasn't from this world? They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "Yes, this is a soul-type artifact," the middle-aged man nodded. Using his fingers like a sword, he gently rubbed the sword's edge. Under the resonance of energy, the sword hummed as if it had its own consciousness. 800 years ago, I obtained it from a guy named Wen Zishan. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. As he spoke, he paid close attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression and said slowly, "I don't know if you recognize him." So it was Temple Master when Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he suddenly understood. Because according to Wen Zishan, he came to Azure Sun Temple 800 years ago, found the Divine Ascension Mirror, and stayed in the Azure Sun mountain range. At that time, Wen Zishan probably entered the Divine Ascension Mirror as well, then traveled around and met this middle-aged man. As for how this artifact ended up in the middle-aged man's hands, Yang Kai didn't know. That was a very interesting guy. The middle-aged man spoke as a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. "We felt like old friends at first sight, and we had a good chat. This long sword was also won by me from a bet with him. But according to what you said, this artifact was only Tao's source grade high rank at that time. After several hundred years of refinement by this king, it became an artifact. That's how it became an emperor artifact," Yang Kai said thoughtfully. "It seems that Senior knows a lot about the outside world." The middle-aged man laughed. This king casually gave Wen Zishan a few jars of monkey god wine, and he almost told me the color of his underwear. "Do you think this king knows a lot?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's face twitched for a while. But this way, he was completely relieved. He didn't need to worry about his own safety, because this middle-aged man didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Moreover, he knew Temple Master Wen and knew about the outside world. Just this point alone made it impossible for him to do anything to him. "May I ask how I should address Senior?" Yang Kai asked with a serious expression and cupped his fists. "This king is called Yi Quan." The middle-aged man put away the artifact as he answered, then continued, I heard Yuan Fei say that you saved my son's life outside. It was just a coincidence, Yang Kai said honestly. That's still a life-saving grace, Iquan said as he reached behind him. He pulled out a small figure. Yang Kai took a closer look and discovered that it was actually a child about 2 years old, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. His little face was pink and chubby, and his small hands and short legs were exposed, as delicate as a white lotus root. This was a little boy. He even had a braid on his head. He looked extremely cute. Little purple squirrel? Yang Kai looked at him and raised his eyebrows. The little guy seemed to be a little shy. After glancing at Yang Kai, he hurriedly hid behind Iquan and grabbed the corner of his father's clothes with his small hands, sticking his head out to look around. Seeing this, Yang Kai was sure that he was the purple squirrel. However, he was now too embarrassed to be as close to Yang Kai as before. What did Daddy tell you? Seeing this, Iquan reached out and slapped the back of the little purple squirrel's head, causing him to stagger. He appeared behind Iquan. Seeing this, Bai Lu immediately showed a distressed expression. The little guy pouted and looked like he was about to cry. Iquan snorted softly. This sound scared the purple squirrel. It hurriedly stopped crying and sniffled. He sniffed and looked at Yang Kai, then murmured a few words. No need to thank me. You've helped me a lot, so I should be the one thanking you. Yang Kai looked at the little guy and said softly, a life-saving grace should be remembered for the rest of your life and never forgotten, Iquan said as he stroked the little guy's head and said earnestly, remember this. The little purple squirrel hurriedly nodded. Bai Lu, Iquan called out again. This subordinate is here. Bai Lu hurriedly stepped forward. Take the young master out to play. Watch him carefully and don't let him run around again. I have some things to talk about with this little brother, Iquan ordered. Yes. Bai Lu responded and then waved at the little guy. This time, he was very obedient and obediently trotted to Bai Lu, extending his small hand for her to hold. Before he left, he even turned around to look at Yang Kai. Yuan Fei also followed them out. After leaving the hall, Yuan Fei asked Bai Lu in a low voice, did you understand what Master said? Bai Lu shook her head and turned to look at him. Did you understand? Yuan Fei's face darkened as he said, if you don't understand, how could I? However, I vaguely remember that 800 years ago, a human came here and talked with Master for 3 days and 3 nights before leaving. And I also remember that guy was very strong, not inferior to Master at all. Bai Lu nodded slightly. Strange. What is a soul-type artifact? Why did His Excellency seem to be implying that the human brat just now also had one? But why don't even masters like you and me understand? What are you worrying about? If it's possible for us to know, my lord will tell us. Bai Lu glared at him. That's true. Yuan Fei nodded. Yeah. The little guy who was being held by Bai Lu suddenly interjected at this time. Hearing this, Bai Lu said in surprise, Young master, you mean that boy named Yang Kai used a soul-type artifact in the battle earlier? Yeah. The little guy nodded vigorously. What was it like? Tell me. Yuan Fei suddenly became spirited and asked, but who knew that the little guy would glance at him and coldly snort, turning his head to the side, as if he didn't want to talk to him. Chapter 22-28. Inside the great hall at the heart of the tree, Iquan invited Yang Kai to take a seat. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivations, Iquan was obviously the kind of person who did not care about trifles, so he naturally did not care. Then he took out a wine jar and 2 wine cups, as if he was performing a magic trick, then poured wine for himself and Yang Kai. Is this the monkey god wine that Senior mentioned before? Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he took a deep breath. He immediately felt a strange fragrance hit him in the face. The wine fragrance that filled the air seemed to have a great effect on his soul, and when the fragrance entered his body, it actually made him feel very comfortable. That's right. E. Kwan smiled slightly, then picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip proudly, saying, "Although the things we produce here are completely different from your side, they all have their own characteristics. This monkey god wine was brewed by my Heavenly Monster Mountain's spirit monkey clan with great effort and time. It is very beneficial to the soul." "The cup isn't full, Senior." Yong Kai looked at E. Kwan with some embarrassment and pointed at the wine cup in front of him. This was because when E. Kwan poured the wine, he only gave him half a cup. "Ha ha!" E. Kwan looked at Yong Kai and laughed. "Drink this half cup first. If you can drink more, this king will not be stingy." Hearing him say this, Yong Kai immediately understood that this monkey god wine was probably quite strong and was not something an ordinary cultivator could drink. In E. Kwan's opinion, with his cultivation in the third order Tao source realm, he could only drink half a cup at most. Thinking of this, Yong Kai did not say anything else and picked up the wine cup in front of him. He slowly drank. The spirit wine entered his mouth. It was as sweet as nectar, but when he swallowed it, it was as cold as ice. A chill rushed from his throat to the top of his head, shaking Yong Kai's spirit. When the wine entered his stomach, it brought with it a burning power. It flowed through his limbs and bones. After a few changes, the wine continued to take effect. Yong Kai let out a soft groan and carefully felt the changes in his body. He found that the slight damage his soul avatar had suffered during the battle with Ban Qing was beginning to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This discovery made Yong Kai's expression shake. Without hesitation, he began to gulp down the food. "Slow down." Seeing this, E. Kwan hurriedly shouted in a low voice, afraid that Yong Kai's greed would cause him harm. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yong Kai put down his wine cup. He didn't say anything, and just sat upright on the spot with his eyes closed while an expression of reminiscence appeared on his face. "Sigh." E. Kwan sighed softly and muttered to himself, "I wanted to talk to you more about the outside world, but it looks like I'll have to wait a few days." In his opinion, Yong Kai's insignificant cultivation base. After drinking half a cup of monkey god wine in one go, he would be drunk for at least a few days before sobering up. E. Kwan couldn't help but smile bitterly at this thought. He had taken out the monkey god wine with good intentions because he could see that Yong Kai's soul avatar had suffered some damage during the battle, but he didn't want to delay his own matters. "What does Senior want to talk about?" Yong Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness. "HM?" E. Kwan was startled as he looked at Yong Kai with a strange expression. He asked suspiciously, "Are you all right? Does Senior look like I'm not all right?" Yong Kai smiled slightly. As he spoke, he unceremoniously reached out and took the jar of monkey god wine in front of E. Kwan. He then poured himself a cup and drank it all in one gulp, praising in a deep voice, "Good wine." After drinking a cup and a half of spirit wine, the damage to his soul avatar had been completely healed. Not only that, his soul had also been thoroughly tempered. As for the excess energy contained in the monkey god wine, it poured into the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and was absorbed by this precious treasure, just like how it absorbed the great grade soul jade. The soul-warming lotus also absorbed the energy contained in the monkey god wine and then slowly and methodically fed it back to Yong Kai's soul avatar, allowing him to continue to benefit. This, E. Kwan was completely dumbfounded, a dumbfounded expression appearing on his face. At his level of strength, there were very few things in this world that could surprise him, but Yong Kai's actions still puzzled him. He couldn't understand why Yong Kai wasn't drunk at all. After all, even when Zishan, who came here for the first time, didn't dare to drink the fine wine of Heavenly Monster Mountain like this. No one could resist drinking it like this, but Yong Kai seemed to be completely fine. "It seems you really are a little different from the rest." Equan quickly felt relieved and smiled slightly. You outsiders shouldn't all be like this, right? Of course not. Yang Kai laughed. It's just that this junior is a little... He hesitated for a moment and didn't know how to explain, so he could only say, there are some methods to resolve it. Equan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. But just as he was about to speak, he saw Yang Kai pick up the wine jug with both hands and say, "This junior thanks senior for the reward." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to drink in large mouthfuls. Looking at him drinking like this, the corners of Equan's mouth twitched involuntarily. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already emptied the jug of monkey god wine, leaving not a single drop behind. He wiped his mouth with some dissatisfaction and looked eagerly at Equan. "This wine, is there any left? You want more?" Equan glared at him and said, "What do you think this is? Even the Spirit Monkey Clan can only brew a jug of monkey god wine once every 100 years. What you just drank was 100 years of the clan's work." Even though Equan had a good temper, he was still amused by Yang Kai's shameless demand. If he had known this would happen, how could he have taken out this treasure to entertain Yang Kai? At this moment, Equan's intestines turned green with regret. Ahem! Yang Kai coughed lightly and said under the influence of the wine, "Senior has a great family business. Don't be so stingy." He also saw that Equan had no malice towards him, so he dared to speak like this. Otherwise, if he were any other third-order emperor, realm master, he would have gotten himself into trouble. "I'm stingy?" Equan's eyes almost rolled back in his head. He was a little speechless, but after pondering for a moment, he said, "Fine, but if you can tell me more about the outside world, this king will give you another jug." Senior means what he says. Yang Kai immediately became spirited and asked, "What does Senior want to hear?" "Anything." Equan's request was not high. When that guy Wen Zishan came last time, he also told this king some things, but unfortunately, that guy got drunk in the end and started spouting crazy nonsense. It was really unbearable. "Then let's start with Temple Master Wen." Yang Kai smiled slightly and coughed lightly. He put on the appearance of a storyteller and slowly told the story under Equan's close attention. The star boundary was vast, and Yang Kai had only been in it for a short time, so he didn't know much about the entire star boundary. He didn't even know all the great emperors, but even so, the information he had was still not available to Equan. And it was precisely this information about the outside world that he was interested in. So he naturally listened with relish. Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Star Soul Palace, and even the entire Southern Territory. Yang Kai told everything he knew, the customs of various places, all kinds of strange stories, large and small sealed realms, and ancient legends passed down by word of mouth. Yang Kai didn't have any structure to his narration, basically speaking whatever came to his mind. Equan just listened quietly, only interrupting him at some special moments and asking a few questions before motioning for him to continue. Everything in the outside world seemed to make this lord of Heavenly Monster Mountain curious and yearning. The wonders of the physical body, the mysteries of various secret techniques and artifacts, were all things the creatures of this world couldn't possess. They could never understand what it was like to have a physical body. They chatted for an entire day and night. Yang Kai's mouth was dry from talking, so he naturally found an opportunity to ask Equan for another jar of monkey god wine to moisten his throat. Equan was also listening attentively, fascinated by all kinds of information he had never come across before. The Divine Ascension world wasn't big, and the outside world was undoubtedly more exciting. Moreover, Equan was already a third-order emperor realm master, and above that would be the level of the great emperors. This kind of height wasn't something that could be reached through hard work. It required enlightenment and opportunities. On the road to advancement, everything one saw and heard could become an opportunity. The opportunity Equan needed might not exist in the divine ascension world, but it might not exist in the outside world. That was why he yearned for the outside world more than anyone else. Perhaps in the world he had never seen before, he could find his own path to the great emperors. Unfortunately, he was just a soul without a physical body, so he couldn't survive in the outside world for long. Once he left this place, he was bound to be rejected by the world principles of the outside world and eventually die. When Zishan came here last time, he told this king that if he could create a physical body that could perfectly integrate with this king's soul, this king might have a chance to escape from this cage. How much do you know about this? At a certain moment, Yi Quan suddenly interrupted Yang Kai and asked, "Flesh incarnation pill." Yang Kai raised his brow and replied casually, "What is a flesh incarnation pill?" Yi Quan's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, "It's a kind of spirit pill. Because of the special situation here, there are no such things as spirit pills." What is a spirit pill? Yi Quan was at a loss. Let's put it this way. In the outside world, there is a special group of people called alchemists. They can use special tools and techniques to fuse spirit grasses and medicines together, remove the impurities, and extract the essence to refine them into pills. This is a spirit pill. A spirit pill contains the effects of all the raw materials and can greatly enhance these effects. Then the flesh incarnation pill is a kind of spirit pill, Yi Quan asked with shining eyes. Yes, it is said that if an existence like Senior takes it, it can give birth to their own physical body. It is said. Yi Quan raised his brow. Yang Kai smiled, because this is only a legendary spirit pill. As far as this junior knows, no one has ever refined it. Chapter 22-29. Why? Yi Quan suddenly became furious. Are those alchemists all trash? Yang Kai said helplessly. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. To refine the flesh incarnation pill, you need a main ingredient called the flesh incarnation fruit, which is extinct. Without this spirit fruit, how can you refine the flesh incarnation pill? How can that be? Yi Quan couldn't accept Yang Kai's explanation. Isn't the outside world vast and rich in resources? Yang Kai smiled. That may be the case, but some things can only be found by chance. Yi Quan suddenly showed a look of disappointment. It took him a while to recover, but soon he seemed to realize something and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. You know so much about the flesh incarnation pill. Could it be that you're one of those alchemists? And sort of, Yang Kai nodded. He understood what Yi Quan was trying to do, so he continued without waiting for him to speak. But Senior should know that alchemists are also divided into grades, just like a cultivator's cultivation. Different grades can refine different pills. The flesh incarnation pill is an emperor-grade pill that requires an emperor-grade alchemist to refine. And this junior is now just a Dao Source-grade alchemist. So what? Yi Quan shouted. This king observes that you already have an extraordinary cultivation at such a young age. Given some time, you may have a chance to grow to the emperor grade. When that time comes, how about you refine the flesh incarnation pill for this king? Smiling wryly, Kai Yang replied, "You still need the materials. Go find them." Yi Quan said matter-of-factly, "This king is not afraid of waiting. He can afford to wait. When you find the flesh incarnation fruit, when you refine the flesh incarnation pill, this king only needs you to agree to this now." Seeing him like this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become serious. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since Senior has said so, this junior will do his best. But Senior may have to wait for a long time, and there may be nothing in the end." "It's fine." Yi Quan waved his hand. "As long as you have the heart." Saying so, he seemed to have seen hope and said, "Come, come, come." I'll give you this jug of wine." With that said, another jug of monkey god wine was placed in front of Yong Kai. Yong Kai grinned and didn't hesitate, directly drinking from the bottle. Even though Yong Kai had the rainbow soul-warming lotus as a foundation, he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy after drinking 3 jars of monkey god wine in such a short period of time. Yi Quan's gaze towards him became more and more amiable. Just as he was about to wave his hand to summon someone to take Yong Kai away to rest, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yong Kai noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but look at him with a puzzled expression. Yi Quan did not move and just watched quietly. After a while, he coldly said, "You've got guts." "Senior, what happened?" Yong Kai asked, but before Yi Quan could answer, a monster race master suddenly flew in from outside and cupped his fists, hurriedly saying, "Master, a human master has invaded. The Blood Wolf elites are trying to stop them, but the intruder is extremely strong. It seems that this king understands." Yi Quan nodded coldly and ordered, "Tell the Blood Wolves to retreat. They can't stop them. Let them in." The monster race master did not hesitate to listen. He immediately retreated after nodding. Yong Kai also came back to his senses at this moment and said with an ugly expression, "Could it be Zhou Jian came in person?" Yi Quan's cultivation was extraordinary, and there was no other human master that he valued so highly other than Zhou Jian. His guess was correct. Yi Quan nodded when he heard this and said, "Yes, it is indeed him. He actually dared to break into my Heavenly Monster Valley at the risk of ruining the Heavenly Monster Pact. Could it be that he came for you? Me?" Yong Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at his own nose. Having sobered up, he couldn't help but laugh. "That's unlikely. This junior only came here a dozen days ago. Before that, he didn't even know about Zhou Jian. Why would he come here for me?" This king doesn't know either, but Yi Quan's figure suddenly flickered as he arrived in front of Yong Kai and patted him on the shoulder. Yong Kai was slightly surprised, but he knew that Yi Quan would not harm him, so he had no intention of resisting. A gentle force flowed into his body from his shoulder and traveled to his limbs. After a while, Yi Quan said with an ugly expression, "Sure enough, someone did something to it. This king was negligent." At this point, Yi Quan's hand suddenly trembled. At the same time, Yong Kai let out a muffled groan, but he could clearly hear a strange sound coming from his body. Immediately after, his body inexplicably relaxed, as if he had broken free from some kind of shackle. "My son told me that you met with Ban Qing and used some methods to kill him. Ban Qing is an expert in concealment and assassination, and he is also good at tracking. When he fought with you, he seemed to have left a mark on you. Zhou Jian came here to chase after this mark." Hearing this, Yong Kai's expression couldn't help but sink. Previously, he had suspected that Ban Qing had done something to him, but with his strength, there was no way for him to discover it. Now, it seemed that the cultivator had not been able to track him down by luck. However, from what Yi Quan had just said, it seemed that he already knew about some of Yong Kai's secrets, but he had never pointed them out. "I've caused trouble for Senior," Yong Kai said apologetically. Yi Quan waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be like this. You are my son's savior, so this king should treat you well. As for Zhou Jian, humph, he is simply too arrogant and condescending." After saying this, he continued, "As for the methods you used to kill Ban Qing, this king can only tell you that you must not leave those insects here. If you have a chance to enter this place next time, don't bring them in before you can fully control them. This place was once almost destroyed because of these insects." Yong Kai said in surprise, "There are soul-devouring insects here? You call them soul-devouring insects?" Yi Quan showed a look of fear. "No matter what they are called, they are still the nemesis of this world. The insects you have right now aren't very strong, so this king could help you suppress them a little, but that was all. If they truly grow, Even this king will become their food. This junior understands. Yongkai nodded seriously. Just remember, Iquan said in a deep voice. Iquan, at this moment, an earth-shattering voice suddenly came from outside. This voice was actually not very loud, but it was full of energy and was as deafening as thunder. The sound waves set off a storm and swept through the surroundings, reaching the ears of every monster race member in Heavenly Monster Valley. The weaker ones even felt their ears hurt and bleed. Humph! Iquan turned his head and glared angrily at the source of the sound. He condensed his divine power into his voice and turned it into an invisible attack. Zhou Jian, who gave you the guts to yell in my Heavenly Monster Valley? Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Zhou Dian's laughter was heard. At first, this laughter was calm, but as Zhou Dian's emotions fluctuated, it gradually became deranged and insane. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions came from outside, piercing through the void and causing the world to tremble. Yongkai stood in place with an ugly expression, only feeling that his soul avatar was extremely unstable. The light on the surface of his body flickered erratically, startling him so much that he hurriedly urged his strength to protect himself. Only then did he feel a little better. By the time he came back to his senses, Iquan was no longer beside him. He hurriedly rushed out of the great hall in the heart of the tree, hovered in the air, and looked around. Soon, he saw the figures of Iquan and Zhou Jian. About 50 kilometers away from him, Iquan, the sovereign of the monster race, stood there quietly. His figure was motionless, and his aura was restrained, making one feel as if they were standing in an abyss. Not far in front of Iquan, a burly figure was riding an extremely handsome monster beast, looking down at Iquan condescendingly. Zhou Jian, even though Yongkai had never seen this person before, he knew who he was. Only Zhou Jian could make Iquan treat him with such caution. Behind Zhou Jian, an equally tall, red-haired master from the Emperor realm stood behind him. His fiery red hair was extremely obvious, and Yongkai immediately understood that this person was Lien Yen. Around the two human race masters were countless monster race masters. Each of these monster race masters was glaring at the two human race masters, their eyes filled with ferocious glints and vicious auras. But none of the monster race masters dared to act rashly. Zhou Jian was calm, and even Lien Yen was not nervous in the slightest. He only smiled disdainfully as he looked around, occasionally meeting the gazes of the monster race masters with provocative eyes. Very good. It's been many years since we last met. Iquan, you're still as elegant as ever. This general is very pleased. Zhou Jian was the first to speak with a smile on his face, as if the person standing in front of him was not a mortal enemy, but an old friend he had not met for a long time. Iquan sneered. This king is still the same, but I wonder if Zhou Dian's injuries have healed. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Zhou Dian's face suddenly disappeared, and a chilling chill descended from the sky, as if it wanted to freeze everything in the world. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression had returned to normal. Seeing this, Iquan could not help but raise his eyebrows. Iquan, if it were possible, this general would not have come to your Heavenly Monster Valley, but this general was ordered by His Majesty to come. Zhou Jian said, Your Majesty's orders have nothing to do with this king. The Heavenly Monster Valley's agreement states that humans are not allowed to set foot within 30,000 kilometers of Heavenly Monster Mountain. This is an agreement between the two races, yet you personally broke it today. Is the credibility of the human race really not worth mentioning? Iquan shouted angrily. Zhou Jian said, Today, this general only came for one person. If you hand him over, this general will immediately withdraw and will absolutely not make things difficult for your Heavenly Monster Valley's masters. You should have seen that this general did not kill anyone from your Heavenly Monster Valley along the way. which is enough to show this general's sincerity. Is Heavenly Monster Valley a place where you can come and go as you please? Equan raised his eyebrows. This king also knows who you are here for, but he is this king's honored guest. You want to take him away? You'll have to see if this king agrees. Chapter 2230. Honored guest. Zhou Dian raised his brow and looked at Equan mockingly. Are you joking? He thought that Equan was just joking. After all, even from 50 kilometers away, he could clearly see Yang Kai's figure and understand Yang Kai's cultivation. How could such a human race brat become Equan's honored guest? This king is not in the mood to joke with you. Equan coldly snorted, Get out of my heavenly monster valley, or don't blame this king for being impolite. It seems that you don't intend to hand this person over. Zhou Dian's eyes darkened as he stared coldly at Equan. Equan coldly snorted, and no longer said anything, slowly pushing his strength to the limit. At this point, both great masters knew that it was useless to rely on words. They could only see the truth through their actions. Everything in the world seemed to freeze at this moment. The gazes of the two third-order great emperors collided, sending invisible sparks flying into the void. Many monster race masters saw that the situation was bad and used their movement skills to disperse, not even looking back. Lien Yen did the same. His entire body turned into a red light and retreated several dozen kilometers away in an instant. Unparalleled fighting intent filled the air as a terrifying emperor pressure descended. Space began to tremble as the gravel on the ground slowly floated up. Even though he was 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai still felt cold all over. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a body of flesh and blood, even breathing would have become a luxury. In a flash, Yuan Fei and Bai Lu, the two monster race masters, appeared beside Yang Kai and nodded slightly to him. The two no longer had the hostility and rejection from before. Their purpose in coming here was only to protect Yang Kai. Where's Purple Squirrel? Yang Kai asked. Young Master has been placed in a safe place, Bai Lu replied softly. Young Master Yang doesn't need to worry. She even changed the way she addressed Yang Kai. Obviously, it was because Equan had called him honored guest. Yang Kai nodded slightly and focused his strength into his eyes, looking into the distance. This was a battle between third-order Emperor realm masters. If he could observe it, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. So he didn't want to miss such an exciting event. Right at this moment, Zhou Dian had moved. He leaped. Zhou Dian flew up from his mount and charged high into the sky. A ball of light burst out from his body, and when the light dissipated, a halberd had shockingly appeared in his hand. The halberd was over 10 meters long, and as thick as a person's arm. Its might was heavy, and it swept through the spirit chi in all directions. He seemed to have the ability to stir up the world. As soon as the halberd appeared, the aura on Zhou Dian's body increased explosively. The energy on the surface of his body surged like boiling water. This was not a soul-type artifact, but a weapon condensed from Zhou Dian's own spiritual energy. However, this halberd had been with Zhou Dian for many years and had been refined by him using a secret technique. Although it was not a soul-type artifact, however, it had many miraculous uses, many of which were not inferior to any soul-type artifacts. Holding the halberd in his hand, Zhou Dian laughed maniacally. His entire body turned into a stream of light as he swooped down towards Equan, his roar resounding through the world. Equan, let this general see if you've made any progress over the years. This strike was like a startled swan, like a falling star. It was as if it was about to split the world apart. Every spectating cultivator, regardless of their cultivation, felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, as if they were about to be blinded. At the same time, a chill ran down their spines. Yang Kai was greatly shocked. Although he had witnessed the brilliance of several third-order Emperor realm masters during this period of time, he had never seen such a master go all out. Only at this moment did he understand how powerful a third-order Emperor realm master was. They were almost invincible existences in this world. Facing this shocking attack, Iquan just stood in place, motionless. He looked ahead with contempt, as if he didn't put Zhou Dian in his eyes at all. Asterisk Chi. Asterisk a thick pillar of energy, visible to the naked eye, rushed out from the halberd, transforming into the shape of a dragon. It roared as it pounced towards Iquan with bared fangs and claws. It seems, Iquan said indifferently, "You've forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. That battle 2,000 years ago, have you forgotten?" Saying so, Iquan flicked his finger. A thin and weak gadfly-like attack flew out to meet the dragon-shaped energy. The gap between the two was immeasurable, giving off the feeling of an ant trying to shake a giant tree. But when the gadfly-like attack met the dragon-shaped energy, a dazzling light burst out. The light was so bright that it covered everything in the world and swallowed the giant dragon whole. The giant dragon roared again and again, causing Zhou Dian's face to change drastically. Iquan stepped on the spot and disappeared. Asterisk ding, asterisk, a light sound rang out. And by the time everyone came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that Iquan had already arrived in front of Zhou Dian and stabbed the long sword in his hand into Zhou Dian's halberd, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Zhou Dian looked at the long sword with a blank look on his face. When he fought Iquan 2,000 years ago, the other party did not use such a weapon. Furthermore, this long sword did not look like it was condensed from spiritual energy at all, so he did not know what kind of treasure it was. But this doubt only lasted for a moment. In a battle between masters of this level, the slightest hesitation could cost them their lives, so Zhou Dian quickly calmed himself down and shook his halberd, forcing Iquan to retreat. At the same time, a burst of pure spiritual energy suddenly burst out and bombarded Iquan. It was unknown what kind of exquisite soul secret technique he was using. Iquan's face turned solemn as his spiritual energy surged, and he used a soul secret technique to neutralize this attack. Both of them were third-order Emperor Realm Masters, so even if there was a slight difference in strength, it was not by much. So, even though the onlookers could not see clearly what was going on, it was definitely extremely dangerous. One man, one monster. The long-cherished wish that had been unfulfilled for 2,000 years finally collided today, bursting into dazzling sparks. As their souls collided, the light on their bodies flickered wildly, but their hands did not stop moving either. As the long sword and halberd clashed, a dense clanging sound rang out. The sword stabbed, flicked, cut, coiled, intercepted gently and nimbly, while the halberd slashed, hooked, chopped, and chopped. The two divine armaments, two great masters, seemed to be stirring up the world. In an instant, the battle became a mess. Their figures crisscrossed back and forth, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The sword was complex and gentle. The sword light was like a star that shot out in all directions, overwhelming the onlookers. The halberd was fierce and overbearing. The halberd was like a wave that slapped against the shore, rolling out a supreme power. Secret techniques, energy, and exquisite movements intertwined to create an intoxicating scene, dazzling and colorful. All the onlookers stared at the battle intently. On the battlefield, time seemed to have become erratic. The man and the monster were sometimes as slow as a turtle, and sometimes as fast as lightning. The visual conflict between the front and back seemed to have an invisible impact that shook the hearts of every spectator. Ugh! Finally, a monster race master could not bear it anymore. His face darkened as he took a few steps back, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. He clutched his chest and slowly closed his eyes, not daring to watch anymore. As time passed, more and more people were in this situation. At first, It was only the cultivator of the first order Tao source realm. Then it was the second order, third order, after an incense stick worth of time. Even Yuan Fei and Bai Lu of the Emperor realm had to push their strength to resolve the discomfort in their bodies. They forced themselves to continue watching. They did not want to miss this wonderful battle. In a trance, Yuan Fei seemed to catch a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye and quickly turned to look at Yang Kai. The next moment, Yuan Fei's mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing a dumbfounded look because he found that Yang Kai's eyes were wide open as he stared fixedly at the battlefield, his pair of clear eyes reflecting the figures of the two masters fighting a few dozen kilometers away, as if he was completely unaffected by the battle taking place. Not only that, he also showed a thoughtful look from time to time. This scene stunned Yuan Fei, and he couldn't help but quietly poke Bai Lu. "What are you doing?" Bai Lu was paying close attention to the battle over there when she was disturbed by Yuan Fei, so she snapped angrily. Yuan Fei pursed his lips to the side. Bai Lu looked over suspiciously, but in the next moment, she also showed a look of astonishment. "This little brat is very strange," Yuan Fei whispered to Bai Lu. Even as strong as the two of them were, they still felt somewhat uncomfortable at this moment. At most, they could only watch the battle for a while longer, but Yang Kai, who was weaker than them, was completely unaffected. How could they not be concerned? "The person master has taken a fancy to is really extraordinary," Bai Lu gently nodded. Just as the two of them were whispering to each other, a pure spiritual energy suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body and enveloped him. From this spiritual energy, an indescribable charm gradually emerged. Yang Kai's entire being seemed to be undergoing some kind of magical change. "Emperor intent," Yuan Fei exclaimed involuntarily. "He's actually touched Emperor intent." At this moment, Yuan Fei clearly sensed something and cried out in alarm. Bai Lu also looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes and after a while nodded slightly indeed. Although it's still very shallow, there is no doubt that it is Emperor intent. Could it be that he wants to break through to the Emperor realm here? As soon as this thought came to mind, Bai Lu was shocked. Breaking through in the divine ascension world was not a simple matter. Every breakthrough was a life or death situation, and a single mistake could result in the destruction of one's soul. Because the living beings here did not have flesh and blood, they could not rely on the power of their flesh and blood to resist the world energy baptism. All they could rely on was their own soul. So naturally, it was much more difficult for them to break through here compared to a cultivator outside. At this moment, Yiquan was still fighting, so if something happened to Yang Kai while he was breaking through, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Yiquan. For a moment, Bai Lu couldn't help but be on edge. She was obviously overthinking things. Yang Kai was not a living being in the divine ascension world. Although he entered here as a soul avatar, he still had his own physical body. At this moment, even if he was affected by the battle between the two masters and had touched some emperor intent before his physical strength improved to a certain level, even if he could make his soul break through to the level of an existence in the emperor realm, it was impossible for him to truly reach that level. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.